Guys, let's get 800 likes and I will release a new part. For a hitman, it's quite a long stay in Chengdu, but the wine is always nice. A charming beauty approaches the guy. She greets him, asking if he's the only one here. The brunette asks if they know each other. The girl says that she works as a waitress, so she saw him come here for a drink the other day. She evaluates the guy by his accent, realizing that he is a local, and then asks if he likes to drink. The guy also notices that the wine here is wonderful. A representative of the fair sex decides to continue the conversation. She wonders how he ended up in Chengdu. The brunette wants to tell the girl everything that he thinks about her, but a hand falls on his shoulder. Several bald men appear from behind, and their leader claims that this place is occupied. The hero does not understand what is being said. The man asks the guy to step aside so that he can sit down. He notices that he's been sitting here since he came in. The bald man clarifies, really all the time. He claims that all 5 days. At the same time, the guy drinks a glass of chilled alcohol. They ask him if he's looking for death, because they've been here for 5 years. They chase the guy away, and if he doesn't leave, he risks getting burned. One of the thugs grabs the handle of his knife and holds it to the man's throat. The waitress stiffens at what's happening. The brunette scratches the back of his head, telling him not to be so serious. He gets to his feet, giving up his seat and saying goodbye to the girl. The bartender also notes that this is a well-mannered boy. A representative of the fair sex calls him a simple coward, and then gets up from her seat, intending to go about her business, but the bald man grabs her hand. He does not understand where the beauty is going, and why she leaves them as soon as they come. The girl pulls her hand away, begging for forgiveness, and saying that she has a job waiting for her. This only turns the bandit on even more. He notices that when this gigolo was sitting here, she didn't have anything to do, and she just chatted with him, and now it's their turn. One of the guys notices that she wants to offend them with her act. The waitress clarifies what they want. The man asks her not to worry, saying that he is not a bad guy, but just wants to offer her a glass of wine. He opens the bottle and pours out the alcohol, handing it to the girl. The guys exchange expectant glances. Their leader suggests that she drink it as a sign of respect for his feelings. At least a sip or she will offend him. The other guys in the gang put her up to it. One says it's a very good red wine. Another notes that they will immediately leave as soon as she has a drink. The waitress drains her glass in one gulp, then asks them to leave, but her head starts to hurt abruptly. The glass shatters on the floor, and the boys grin contentedly. She realized late that she had made a fatal mistake. At the same time, the brunette is drinking at a table. He notices that 4 men are dragging the same girl on their backs. One of them says that he will help her have fun. Another notes that she has a small waist. The guy knows they're a bunch of fucking garbage. They retreat into a dark alley. The bandit notes that such a hot girl is just a match for the big boss. The boss calls them stupid idiots, because this girl is prettier than the previous one. He puts her on the ground, offering to have fun. The guys start groping her in all places. One of them notices that her skin is very smooth to the touch. Then another man comes into the alley and tells them to calm down. This someone turns out to be a hero. The baldies recognize that recent gigolo. He pisses them off. The brunette also suggests that the cowards go home. Their leader steps forward, noticing the guy's terrible style. At first, he assumes that the guy is an ordinary student, and then claims that he is an illegitimate bastard. The hero also has a strange bag in his hands, which rapists pay attention to. The guy comes closer to the bandits, whose leader can't stand it. He grabs a knife and strikes directly, wanting to kill him today. The dark-haired man dives under the enemy's blow, while simultaneously pulling out his knife with a deft movement. He instantly strikes back, which catches up with his target. Then he tosses the bag aside, because he has another knife in his other hand. The guy gets surrounded by bald men, but he quickly and confidently deals each of them a wound. When a guy finishes up with a bunch of scumbags, he says his name is Don and he's straight, so he hates assholes calling him a motherfucker. After a while, the waitress wakes up in the hospital. She doesn't understand why she's here. The nurse explains that her boyfriend brought her here. The girl immediately becomes interested in where he is and what he looked like. The nurse explains that the guy left, and he was very beautiful and positive in himself. The guy opens his eyes amid the jungle-like vegetation. A drop of water on his cheek wakes him up. He snaps back to consciousness, feeling like he's naked. Don tries to figure out what happened and how he ended up in the woods. He immediately grabs his head, because it is splitting. He remembers being at the Chengdu hotel, but he doesn't know where he is now. More importantly, where are his clothes and knife? He curses, not understanding how it happened. The brunette quickly deduces that it's definitely not Chengdu. It is located in some completely different place. Don speculates that he may have been dropped off by helicopter, but this is not the case. It doesn't matter now. The priority goal is to get out of this place. Then you can find the main instigator of this. With such thoughts, the hero ties himself with vines to close his intimate place and feel more comfortable. He starts moving forward through the dense undergrowth. The guy realizes that getting out will not be so easy because the forest is quite dense. But the main problem is that he cannot feel a single soul, and from this silence he has a chill running through his body. Then he notices a strange trail in the grass. He quickly concludes that such footprints belong to an animal. In the next instant, a loud growl comes from the thicket. Dawn breaks the distance with a somersault, and the beast comes out of the thicket. It's a huge bear. The brunette understands that it has monstrous strength and speed. Dawn had already made a spear out of wood. He is sure that he will have enough strength for this monster. The bear attacks, and the hero goes to the side, striking with a spear. Realizing that the attack was unsuccessful, he prepares for the second round, realizing that it is worth speeding up. The bear attacks him with a roar of rage. The guy jumps out of the way of a paw strike. The brunette begins to run away from the monster, but he is not afraid of it. His idea is to let the monster chase after him, then use the speed of the beast against him to increase the power of his blow. Choosing the perfect moment, the brunette jumps up a tree, then attacks the bear in response. A blow to the monster's face causes it to fall unconscious, but Dawn doesn't have time to relax. He looks back and sees that several four-legged monsters that look like hyenas, but have red pigmentation, have appeared on the carcass of the defeated enemy. The guy understands that the only thing he can do in this situation is to run. He breaks into a run, trying to get away from the monsters. Because of the dense forest, he doesn't notice that he's flying off a cliff. Dawn skillfully groups himself in the air, falling into the water. The boy swims ashore, trying to catch his breath, but a man in armor flies out of the reeds. He falls into the water with an arrow in his back. The hero pulls the wounded man out of the water, then carefully assesses the situation, looking out of the reeds. Chapter 1-3. Dawn is startled by what he sees. Men in armor fight to the death. He understands that this is not like some kind of casting in a movie. Several arrows fly towards him because there are soldiers in front of him. The brunette grabs them with his bare hands. He even wonders what happened after all, because it's all very strange. Everything looks so realistic. As he gets closer, he realizes that people are really dead. He touches the wound of one of the soldiers. There are a number of factors forming in his mind that make him believe that he is on the battlefield. The guy realizes that this is a bad sign. He drags the carcass of the deceased into the bushes, and then comes out in his armor. Dawn notices that she's sitting perfectly still, but he needs to get out of here first, and then he can figure out what to do next. Then an enemy soldier on horseback attacks the hero with a spear from the back. He realizes that he has lost his guard, but the man with the beard pulls him out from under the blow. He says something to him, but Dawn doesn't understand. Enemies are talking in a language unknown to the guy, but the latter does not intend to sit on the sidelines, because since his life was saved, he must repay in kind. The rider snaps at Dawn while the old man shouts something, probably trying to talk the guy out of something stupid. The guy jumps out of the way at the last moment. Both men grin, thinking they've already won, but a stab wound opens on the rider's head and he falls off the rope to the ground while Dawn stands unharmed. The battle stops. Soldiers in black begin to speak loudly, raising their morale. Enemies also desperately attack the hero, because he most likely killed the commander. The brunette confidently handles the spear, repelling the attacks of the crowd. The men in white armor stop their onslaught, not understanding how this is possible. None of them died, but many were badly wounded. Dawn also raises the spear above the ground, and then breaks it in two parts. The real battle begins. The hero cuts his way forward, attacking several opponents at once. He uses a stick and half a spear in battle. Obviously, his style is based on two swords or knives. But even with such things, he is adept at dealing with enemies. A gray-haired old man shouts something to the hero, but he does not understand it, so the peasant has to put himself under attack. Dawn doesn't kill him, surprised by this development. The man grabs the guy's shoulder and says something. The brunette doesn't understand what I'm talking about. Then the old man explains on his fingers that he wants to retreat. There is a reason, and the man points a finger at her. A huge enemy army is moving through the canyon. Dawn realizes that this is getting dangerous. He curses, because he doesn't understand where so many enemies came from. The hero starts running away with everyone else. He sees that not everyone will be able to leave the battlefield. He realizes that these guys are even more violent than he is. The brunette tries to figure out the reason why he got involved in this fight in the first place, but it doesn't matter right now. There are only a few thousand soldiers on the Allied side, when the enemy has at least 10, and probably even more, so we must retreat. Seeing that the old man who saved his life is exhausted and unable to run on his own, Dawn scoops him up onto his shoulders, mentally noting that they should try to disappear as quickly as possible. The brunette understands that if they delay, they will surely die. The man says something, presumably asking him to leave. Dawn is surprised to find a dead end. The realization that things are getting worse does not please the hero. It turns in the direction of the enemies. Their leader stepped forward. He said something, after which a volley of arrows was sent towards the Allied army. There are too many arrows, so Dawn can't protect everyone. Several hundred soldiers were killed at once. He gets an idea of how to get out of this situation. He looks back, but the old man is already dead. An arrow stabs him in the shoulder, bringing him to his senses. He pulls it out abruptly, then makes a quick dash for cover. He's going to sit here and come out when everyone's gone. The soldiers also filled up the entrance to the shelter with carcasses. But everything is not so simple, because the enemy leader took out a torch, apparently intending to set fire to all the corpses of the enemy, so that there are no survivors. Don coughs up blood. He managed to get a bandage from somewhere and bind up his injured arm. At the same time, a fire breaks out outside. The guy wonders if he's going to die here. This causes him to laugh hysterically, which turns into a cough. He begins to think that this is how God punishes him for all those murders and his cruelty. After that, the hero declares that all this is funny, starting to laugh. At the same time, a bone hand appears from the ground. The hero's pupils narrow to the size of a needle when he sees a hand. After a couple of seconds, a full-fledged skeleton climbs out of the ground. The brunette doesn't understand what this nonsense is, and where this skeleton came from in the first place. When the skeleton is fully revealed, Don realizes that it is most likely a ghost, because it is surrounded by an evil scarlet aura. The dead man looks directly at the hero, and the hero doesn't even know what to say. When the ghost starts walking towards him, the dark-haired man greets him, then asks him not to go near, warning that he has put a cloud on people like him. Then he asks why he got out in the first place. The skeleton pulls its hand towards the other person, opening its jaw, in which a strange red ball appears. The dark-haired man doesn't understand what's going on here at all, and then all his vision is blurred by white light. It turns out to be completely naked in a white space. His name is Young Lai. It just so happened that he became a dark spirit. One day, he fell in love with a woman named Shujin. He would do anything for her, even give up your life. But later, he had to fight 5 other masters for it in Xianying Valley. This could be called a battle between the masters of light and darkness. The result was only a sea of blood spilled for nothing. He had never asked her to be grateful to him, but what had happened had turned his mind upside down. She had betrayed him in their promise to love each other forever. She asked Zai and Shenjai to finish him off when he was already mortally wounded. As he bled, he screamed her name with tears in his eyes. He didn't want to believe what was happening, reaching for her like the last ray of light. He would never forget how that Zai and Shenji had laughed when he was dying, and how their bond with Shujin had been shattered when the enemy had kissed her. The hero woke up in the real world. He got to his feet, feeling the energy seep into his body. He understands that this power should have been transferred to the one whose blood will be spilled in this place. Don realizes that he must now learn Young Lai's power and memories before becoming a master of the dark arts. The brunette is a little sorry that his halo was already depleted, which is why the guy managed to absorb only a little, but Don is not upset because it played into his hands in his position. The guy climbs out of his hiding place, where there is a pile of burnt corpses. He's going to go after Shujin. He was very lucky, because thanks to Young Lai's spirit, his wounds were completely healed. The hero admits that this spirit is still amazing, because his wounds are not only completely healed, but he also feels much better. The body began to feel very light. After entering the battlefield, he started walking over the corpses of his comrades. Don doesn't understand what they've done. He wants to cut them up, but he can't understand why he feels compassion for these people. The answer is found quickly. It's in the spirit of Young Lai. The brunette realizes that sharing a body with such an annoying spirit will be problematic, because he is too soft-hearted. The spirit decides to get out of here quickly and find Shujin. The hero also asks for forgiveness from him, believing that first they need to avenge their soldiers. It turns out that Dong is located in Haoshan. The capital is Shangjin, founded by Yunjin. Haoshan includes 9 kingdoms. Recently, ordinary landlords have increased their influence so much that they have become the equal of even the most royal nobility, so now there is a sense of tension between them. The landlords could have tried to overthrow the real power, but so far they didn't dare because of fear of the kingdom's strength. The hero is located in Feng, the birthplace of Young Lai. Don gets to the next battle, which is more like a fight. He recognizes the Ningyi warriors. He is happy about it, because now he can repay them for everything. The guy notes that there is more 19 than he expected. A few hundred, at least, but a few hundred is nothing to him. Then a voice from the back turns to the hero, clarifying whether he is going to defeat the whole pack alone. He looks around, asking if he's from Feng. The unknown person notices that if he were not from Feng, then he would already be a corpse. Don also says that the young man is not a mistake, because all this time I was watching him and he did not notice. It is for this reason that the hero wonders why he did not deal with their enemies, since he is so capable. The interlocutor confesses that he has been sitting here all the time, because without spiritual martial arts there is nothing to catch, only to die in vain. Mentally, the hero notices that he thought that the opponent was a martial artist. Don snatches the spear from the other person, claiming that his companions are fighting on the battlefield, and he is here to cool off, sitting on the spot and watching. The guy calls him a pathetic coward. Tom doesn't like this, so he notices that there are still a lot of enemies left. While they have more than 20 people, and only a few of those who can still fight, the hero grins at this and then breaks into battle. The other person asks him to think better of it and stop. One of the allies was surrounded on both sides. While he was holding off one enemy's onslaught, the other was about to stab him in the back. Don stops him with one quick and precise punch, punching him in the chest. Opponents quickly notice the appearance of a new soldier in the ranks of the unfriendly army. One of them offers to throw all of them at him at once, but it doesn't really help. The hero confidently holds the blow, killing several people with each swing of the spear. At the same time, the allies rejoice, believing that they are saved. Don asks them to go ahead, assuring them that he will cover their retreat. Meanwhile, the guy from the bushes is amazed at what is happening. Everyone praises Don, calling him powerful. When the survivors escape, the hero notes that now there is a place to turn around. He throws his weapon at the feet of his enemies, thereby showing that he will fight with his bare hands. Those who understand that it was a very arrogant act. A soldier with an incredible mass and height comes forward. He's twice the guy's height and weighs 5 times as much. He declares that he will fight Don. The brunette just smiles at that. Such actions make the bully angry and he shouts that he will cut the guy in half. He raises his axe over his head with one hand, and Don notices that his opponent is acting too thoughtlessly. Dark energy begins to spread across the hero's arm. At the last moment, the hero moves away from the enemy's blow, declaring that his mistake is a great pity. The guy's hand is on the helmet of the opponent in an instant, who immediately starts begging to be released. In a few seconds, the entire body of the bully is engulfed in dark fire, and Don himself demands that they burn to ashes. The soldiers are afraid to approach this madman, and the sloth from the bushes is amazed that his interlocutor has a dark fire. In a short period of time, Bigman's entire body disappears, turning into energy. All that remains is the armor. Don declares that none of them will leave here alive today. The fighters don't know if they're facing a human or a monster. This causes laughter from the hero, who emphasizes that now each of them will share the fate of this poor guy. After these words, the brunette breaks into a crowd of enemies. Some do not have time to react to his attacks, but some still manage to follow the guy's movements. But this is not enough, because Don easily avoids all their attacks, and his touches dry up the soldiers. In a few minutes, only their armor remains from the enemies. Dong thanks Yang Lai, because it's quite a useful ability, but it's just tiring to accumulate energy. This dark fire is one of the skills of the masters of the dark arts. Don realizes that he's not as useless as he thought. A pathetic coward comes out of the bushes, claiming that the guy is a master of the dark art. The hero is surprised that this person turned to him again. The latter assures that Tom should not worry, because he will not tell anyone. Don decides to clarify whether the other person can control his fire or has just seen it before. The guy admits that he can't do anything like this, but he's read a lot of books and knows astronomy and geography, and he also knows it all from books about dark martial arts. The hero also says that he is sure that the guy will inform the others, so he will have to kill him, because only the dead man will not tell anyone anything. The boy crosses his hands, saying that there is no way, and that he can't kill him because he will lose a lot. Don even wonders what he's going to lose. The other person says that he is so well read that no one can tell him more than he can, so he should go with a dark martial artist and help him with everything. His name is Eugene. Don settles into a sitting position, noting that for the last few minutes he's been thinking about going back in time. The guy doesn't understand what it's like to go back in time. The interlocutor explains to him that this is when a person moves back from their actual time, but this does not reach the interlocutor. Dark martial arts are divided into 2 schools, internal and external. The teaching of the dark art and the light art do not have any special differences. The strengthening of Reiki depends on the students themselves. They differ only in their skills and abilities. However, in the inner school of the dark arts, the student cannot strengthen his Reiki by himself. In order to accumulate Reiki, the student must constantly fight, killing their enemies with dark fire. Dark fire is the foundation of the inner school. It is also the most difficult skill. At the very beginning, a disciple can be killed by their own dark fire, which is why there are so few of them right now followers of the dark school. Because of this, all dark arts experience rejection and pressure from other schools. Therefore, students of the dark martial art are treated as enemies. Under such pressure, those who have ever wanted to practice this art have to give up after combining. Yang Pai Tenjin has a small supply of Reiki, so he needs to replenish it. The enemies that appear in front of them are the best way to do this, but he doesn't want to give himself away, so he sends the Feng warriors ahead to see his abilities. Eugene claims that he is the smartest person here because of his reading skills. This makes Don laugh, who, after calming down, decides to clarify, since the interlocutor is so smart, why he is not yet an officer, but only cannon fodder. The same explains that it is difficult for a commoner to achieve heights in military affairs. The system is simple. The more enemies you kill, the faster you get promoted. Eugene will collect the heads of their enemies to get a reward. So Dawn will be their strength, and he will be their head. If they combine their powers, they will become invulnerable, and also get a faster promotion. The guy clarifies, so what does the hero think about the idea of forming an alliance? Then he notices that the other person is leaving. Eugene shouts after him, not knowing where he's gone. The hero explains that the guy will never learn a spiritual martial art, so he will only be a burden for him. Besides, he's not interested in titles or war. He needs to sort out his personal affairs. The interlocutor notices that the hero is very rude, because he speaks as if he is nothing, although he, at least, is a scientist. He says goodbye to the guy, then leaves. Eugene asks him to stop. Dawn tells me that he is going to the city of the moon spirit. The interlocutor thinks about it, then asks if this is the city that is at the peak of sunset, and why he should go there. The hero confirms that this is exactly the right city, and then asks if the interlocutor knows where this place is. Eugene points out that he knows astronomy and geography perfectly, so there is no place in the world that he doesn't know. But he makes a reservation that there are few people who know anything about this place, because a few hundred years ago this city turned into a pile of ruin. He believes that the scientist is lying, but Eugene assures him that he can't lie, because all that remains of this city is history. The hero recalls that when he saw Tupyon lie, he was already decomposed to the bone. To confirm his guess, Dawn decides to find out what year it is, according to the imperial calendar. The interlocutor replies that it is 805. It turns out that it's been 500 years since Yonglai's death. Shujin and Zion Shenjai are already dead. After all, they couldn't have lived for 500 years. The hero thinks about what to do with his revenge, where to go and how it all could have happened. The hero clutches his head, not understanding why everything turned out this way. Then Eugene's hand falls on his shoulder. The guy asks what's wrong with him. Dawn also says that now he doesn't know where to go, or even what to do. He has a feeling that everything has lost its meaning. But the scientist notices that there is nothing to think about. In their time they should do something completely unimaginable. He asks the master of dark martial arts to put it out of his mind, because first they need to get out of this place. The hero specifies whether the friend offers to simply run away from the battlefield. Eugene explains that this battle is in Ning territory. The wrong time and place was chosen here, so if you don't run away, you can only wait for your fate. Yun and Ning have long been neighbors, so the war between them never stopped. Fights are being held for the eastern territory of the river. The eastern territory of the river has fertile soils and is rich in minerals. The territory is divided into Feng and Ning domains. Later, Ning had some problems and asked Feng for help. The ruler promised to give half of the land to Feng, but Feng gets the land to Ning. Because of this, Ning expresses his displeasure. As Ning deals with his problems, the country tries to reclaim its lands, but Feng is not going to give up anything. That's when the war between the two countries begins. During the battle, Ning and Feng occupy the eastern territory of the river. Both countries claim that the eastern lands are theirs. The losses are growing. It is already difficult to assess the situation. The hero decides to clarify the situation, whether all this is because of the eastern territories. Eugene points out that it would be nice if they took back the eastern territories. It's terrible that they've had so many battles this year. They've lost many times before, and he doesn't know when they'll be able to get their land back. Dawn understands that since the founding of Feng, the war has not stopped. The scientist says he never found out his name. The hero introduces himself as Tenjin. Eugene notes that if the interviewee stays in the army, then his abilities will be appreciated and he can even become his patron. The hero decides to find out if he wants to make friends with him. Eugene replies that he can say so. In addition, he emphasizes that if the hero takes it with him, he cannot worry that someone will find out his secret. Tenjin makes a blot, saying that he won't worry if he kills him. Then the scientist declares that the guy will not do it. This confidence intrigues the hero a little, so he decides to find out where its origins come from. Eugene explains that if he kills him, he will lose someone who can give him a new idea, so he must understand how important it is to him now. The scientist notes that they can't stay here too long, which is why it's worth moving out right now. The hero still decides to find out where they are going. The scholar replies that they are going to Tongmen, because they will be safe if they go through it, because most of the warriors are there. The hero also recalls that Tongmen is one of the most important cities of Feng on the eastern front. Outside of Tongmen are the lands for which the war is being waged. Through the city stretches a plain, along which you can go to the capital of Feng, Yangcheng. He thinks that there is no reliable defensive position there. Eugene says that from his observations, he realized that the partner is a beginner in the spiritual martial art, so he decides to find out what level he has reached. The hero explains that he can barely move for the light of the spirit. Tenjin specifies how the interlocutor understood this. The scientist explains that everything is very simple. The dark fire he used is a lethal discharge. If he's not mistaken, this is the first level of dark fire. The hero notices that he has now realized that Eugene does not understand anything about this. This turns the other person on, and they decide to show their knowledge, considering it a second chance. Dark fire has 3 levels. Pervy, deadly burning. With it, he can burn down any opponent and collect 50% of their Reiki. The second is spiritual burning. With it, he can collect 100% of the Reiki. And the third is absolute burning. With it, he can incinerate everything in this world and collect the Reiki of all living creatures. But after the incident in the martial arts world, no one has reached the 3rd level yet. Even now, there is almost no one who practices dark fire, so it is surprising that this happened to the interlocutor. Eugene laughs, amazed at how smart he is. The hero notices something strange. Tenjin shuts up the other person's mouth, demanding to be quiet. He lays him down on the ground, saying that he feels a murderous urge. He walks forward, asking me to follow him. Here, a bald, beefy man appears from the bushes, who tries to take advantage of the surprise effect, attacking the hero in flight with a battle pole. The dark-haired man sends the attacker to the ground with one powerful blow. The same person understands that he has met exactly the person he was looking for. A crowd of young men jump out of the bushes, shouting the name of their leader. His name is Ola Jang. Tenjin decides to ask if they are from Feng. The leader of the group stops his men, saying that they are all from Feng. One of the subordinates asks if this is the guy who saved them all. He exhales calmly, realizing they're all on the same side of the fence. It turns out that all these soldiers said a lot about the hero. He's glad he's still alive. Eugene also notes that it is very good that they are on their side. Ola Jang approaches the hero, apologizing for his attack, because he thought that he was from the Ning, who are chasing them. Tenjin notices that they don't look like they're running away from the chase, so he asks why they were hiding in the bushes instead. The leader explains that their people are exhausted, so they can't leave. Eugene states that if they don't want to die, they should go with brother Tenjin, because when the Ning get here, they will all die. These words amaze everyone, and the hero gets a little angry. Feeling this tense atmosphere, the scientist decides to explain to his friend that there is nothing wrong with the number, because the more they are, the safer it is. And if he leaves them alone, they will definitely die, because they are already barely standing on their feet. Tenjin is forced to agree to increase his group. Eugene then announces that his brother has agreed to take them with him. Merging with Yang Lai made Tenjin a ball and helped start a new life. This created a new legend for Feng. This story is just beginning. Eugene understands that they will hide here and wait until the Ning convoy passes, but he doesn't know how they will get the horses. The hero suggests simply stealing them. Ola Jang notices that this will be too dangerous, so you should think of something else. At this time, the horsemen of the enemy army gallop nearby, chasing the comrades of the Trinity. The leader of the group, seeing how his surviving comrades are killed, gets angry, but there is nothing he can do. Then a huge Ning soldier bursts into the crowd of Feng soldiers, who is practically unarmored. He uses a spear, which easily cuts off the limbs of enemies. Everyone is amazed at what they saw. Even Tenjin is a little tense from this. A unique fighter declares that all of them here must die. The surviving soldiers tremble in fear, falling off their feet in terror. A muscular enemy soldier raises his weapon to continue the carnage. Then one of the Feng soldiers starts sobbing, begging for someone to help them. Eugene urges his brother to be reasonable, because it will be too dangerous to interfere in this. But when he turns his head, the hero is no longer there. He notices that Tenjin has entered the battlefield again. With one powerful blow, he forced the bully to back away, but the muscle car did not fall, and even struck back, from which the hero dodged. The rest of the Ning riders stopped to watch such an unusual fight. Eugene was chastising his teammates for missing the guy. At the same time, Tenjin stood in front of a huge warrior, who began to grin at the sight of a strong opponent. They began to slowly draw closer to each other. The hero realized that he had absorbed the spirit of the fallen soldiers, and then collected them in his weapons to release them. This is a bad sign, because he can only control the flow of energy so far, but this does not mean that Tenjin will give up. After dodging several attacks from the enemy, the guy inflicts a wound on him, asking if he has ever heard of a game of cat and mouse. The hero quickly realizes that the enemy does not understand him. The goon runs his hand over a shallow wound on his torso, and his leader orders the arrogant boy to be killed. However, there are twinkles in the giant's eyes. He orders everyone to stop, stating that none of them will pass to him because this is his opponent. This time, Tenjin attacks first. He throws a jump punch with his sword. The goon takes it on his spear. Their auras collide with each other, figuring out who is stronger. It doesn't last even a moment, because the guy realizes that he is inferior in brute force to the enemy, so he stops the collision, soaring into the sky. The enemy's attack goes into the milk, and he also steps on his head, sticking his sword right in the back. The hero does not linger on the enemy, because he is still combat ready. He jumps away from it in time, moves away from the point of the spear, and then hits the enemy's head in the fall. The sword goes into the head, but the helmet dampens most of the impact. The muscle car gets angry, grabbing the hero by the throat and starting to squeeze. A bloody cough escapes from the guy's mouth, and the enemy prepares to kill him. The hero declares that he will not die here. The sword gets stuck in the head of the bully, so he reaches out with his hand to the head of the opponent, wanting to devour him to the last drop. The hero's eyes turn red, and the iris turns black. It reaches the enemy, starting to envelop him in black flames. The opponent asks you to stop, knowing what is going on. In an instant, the body of a huge, muscular soldier disappears into Tenjin's hand. His mouth is steaming, and his eyes are filled with an unquenchable thirst for blood. The Ning riders are confused, not quite sure what to do. Eugene commands a squad of soldiers, announcing that the leader of the enemy army has been killed, which means that it's time to attack. They break into battle. The bald commander demands that no one is allowed to leave, because they need their heads to get a reward. A battle begins, in which soldiers in black armor immediately begin to crowd the enemies, who are confused by what is happening. They haven't let go of what they've seen yet. The hero notices that everything is very interesting. He stands there and doesn't interfere with the carnage, just laughing at the whole thing. The Ning soldiers begin to run away in a panic, but they are blocked by a bald commander who notices that they have nowhere to run. With a couple of swings, he takes the life of cowards. Eugene approaches the hero, who states that he thinks these are the people he was looking for. The scientist asks his brother to try not to do this again, because he risks his life. The hero also notes that this should not concern him at all. Eugene claims that this was the case before, but not now, because his life directly depends on his. So while they are alive, we must cling to every opportunity. Here the scientist stops abruptly. Tenjin explains that he knows what needs to be done. He emphasizes that he is not a complete idiot, and then clarifies why the interlocutor fell silent. Eugene also picks up a strange thing from the ground. Recognizing it as a clerk, this is the sign of the commander of 1,000 people in the ancient Greek army. Eugene starts to cry, because this is their first achievement. The hero notices that the reward gives a head, but they don't have his head. The interlocutor says that it's okay, because the soldiers' badges will also come off. Besides, there were a lot of witnesses. Tenjin notices that he now understands why he collected the tokens. The scientist claims that he will do it himself. He orders his subordinates to collect all the heads so that they can exchange them for a reward. Night falls. My friends send me a head. The hero decides to find out how many people they have. Eugene says a little over 100. He divided them into 4 groups with their temporary captains, making Tenjin their leader and himself his deputy. The hero decides to clarify whether they are going to Tongmin or not. The interlocutor gives a positive answer, but Tenjin notes that they will need a huge number of horses in this case. Eugene suggests we take our time. He believes that you should first move at the fastest speed, and only later try to get the horses along the way. After that, the scientist changes the subject, wanting to introduce him to the 4 temporary captains. 4 soldiers come out of the bushes, after which Eugene asks them to introduce themselves to their leader. Their names are Yuhua, Zhangbao, Liu, and Zhonghun. The scientist says that now they can go to bed, because tomorrow they will have a difficult road. The hero notices that it will rain tomorrow. The next morning comes, and as the hero said, it's raining outside. He points out that if they keep moving at the same pace, they won't get to Tongmen in not only 3, but 10 days. Eugene says they've been through quite a lot, and people are exhausted and need a break. The hero allows them to take a little breath. Then the scientist first falls on his back, saying that he has been waiting for these words for a very long time. The guy calls Zhangbao to him. The hero notes that as soon as they stop to rest for a period of more than 5 minutes, he must send a soldier to patrol the territory in order to notice the enemy within a mile radius. A man doesn't know what 5 minutes is. The guy explains that this is the time it takes to burn a stick of sandalwood. The subordinate accepts the order. Eugene notices that Brother Tang is going a little overboard. The hero approaches him, stating that Tom needs to remember something. He says that it is better to protect yourself once again than to die because of carelessness. The other person accepts these words. Then one of the scouts comes running, shouting that he has an urgent message. It turns out that the enemies are right at the front. Eugene marvels that they've been caught up in such a short time. Tenjin also specifies how many of them there are. The subordinate admits that they are too far away to say exactly how many troops they have, but they have horses. These words make the leader smile, because everything is going very well for them. He orders everyone to take their places and put everything away so that they don't leave anything behind. Everyone is hiding in the bushes. There is a small army of the enemy. Eugene, looking at them from the bushes, doesn't understand how he didn't see them. Tenjin drags him into the bushes, telling him to keep a low profile. Here the scientist asks to wait. He manages to make out the girl at the beginning of the army. This is a beauty with purple hair. Her name is Ons. It is important for the hero whether they belong to Feng or not. Eugene explains that Feng includes the 4 strongest families, Zhang, Dance, and Liang. The girl belongs to the dance family. The hero comes out of the bushes, ordering everyone to follow him. He approaches the rider. Eugene asks him to come to his senses, because he does not understand what his brother is up to. Tenjin asks the brothers to come out, because the riders are on their side. The rider, who is approached by the hero, understands that it is embroidered from Feng. He decides to find out who is in charge here, because he will go with him to their general. The scientist decides to clarify something to the hero. He asks not to anger the dance family, because she has great power. Tenjin says that Eugene will go with him, and Eugene notices that accompanying dance can save their lives. They walk out of the crowd and are greeted by a purple-haired beauty on a horse. It specifies which regiment they belong to. Eugene, realizing that they are the leaders of the Feng Dens, bows his head, declaring that it is an honor for him to see the two Dens generals. He notices that his brother is not kneeling. The girl decides to find out if these are his people. The hero understands that he is communicating with a woman. Eugene asks his brother to kneel in a whisper, but he doesn't, claiming that they are just ordinary Feng warriors, and he was just leading them. The interlocutor becomes interested in this, and she asks his name. The hero calls his name. His subordinates, who have bowed their knees, are surprised by what is happening. They are afraid that their leader will bring down the girl's anger on them. The same notes that he is an interesting guy. The leader laughs, then announces that starting today, Tenjin and his group of deserters will obey her. The hero does not like that she called his subordinates deserters. Eugene asks his brother to calm down. The scholar bows his head, saying that they have fought countless battles with the Ning along the way, killing hundreds of their soldiers, including Hillark. The last word surprises the girl. The guy holds out a token, asking the general to check it out. The leader carefully studies it, then offers to see the Daning, because in her opinion it is authentic. The second girl says that it belonged to Zhao Yang. She wonders if Eugene killed him. The latter says that it was not he who did it, but his brother, who is a master of spiritual arts. This surprises both girls. The first one decides to find out what his rank is. The hero claims that he is an ordinary soldier. The girl can't understand how he can remain an ordinary soldier when he is a master of spiritual arts. She assumes that he didn't even attend the admissions office. She finds this very suspicious, so she decides to find out what's on his mind. The girl activates the recognition spell. Tenjin's aura strikes her to the core. She says he's one of the Dark Masters. These words strain everyone present. The smile also disappears from the hero's face. As a child, young Lai was bullied by his peers who wanted to beat him to death. His beloved intervened in the case, who often tried to stop the beating. They always threatened him with death if he continued to practice the dark martial art. One of them noted that the light school belongs to the fire element, and the dark school belongs to the water element, so he is not a match for them. They were telling him to stop studying the dark arts and leave Rainview. The hero takes a fighting stance. The iris becomes black, and the eyes themselves take on a scarlet hue. Subordinates are encouraged to stop it. He understands that there are probably two light masters here, so to survive, he will have to kill both of them. The soldiers draw their swords. Their leader calls for protecting the generals, but the girl already declares that Tenjin is not their enemy. She turns to the guy, asking if he didn't want them to know that he was one of the Dark Masters. The girl asks if the guy visited the admissions office. He freezes, not understanding what is being said. Eugene steps forward, saying that it's true. He asks his brother to calm down, because now he will not have to hide his power. He asks Tenjin to just nod at everything. The girl notices that this is a very resourceful guy who quickly resolved the situation. She clarifies whether the hero would not like to become her Hillard of the Third Corps. This proposal raises many questions for the second general. This suggestion shocks Eugene. He immediately drops to one knee, thanking the girl for the offer. He asks Tenjin to do the same. The latter thanks you for the offer. The beauty also notices that he deserves all this, because killing Zhao Yang and saving the surviving squad is entirely his merit. But now they are in a difficult situation, so she will not be able to give him a squad of thousands of soldiers while he has to be content with his own. Guys, let's get 800 likes and I will release a new part. Eugene congratulates his brother on his promotion, noting that he is now free to call him a Chiliarch. The hero claims that this title does not interest him. Then the friend jokingly says that he can apply for the rank of colonel or general, and then announces what exactly. He will be his assistant today, and tomorrow his general. The hero notices that he didn't say such a thing. Their conversation is interrupted by a girl. It encourages them to move in the same direction. Tenjin thinks about how he should get out of this situation. The guy decides to introduce himself to one of the riders. His name is Wui, and he is a colonel of the Third Corps. The man apologizes for the events that took place earlier, wishing give the hero a horse as an apology. The guy notes that there's nothing wrong with that. Happened and thanks for the space. The interviewee states that they are now on the same side. Therefore, there is no need to follow the formalities, because he is only a few years older than him. so he can call him Brother Wu. Tenjin climbs into the square, saying that respect is one of the most important things in the army. This causes Colonel Wu laughs. Eugene, on the other hand, knows in his mind that Brother Teng is doing a great job, and he's in a good mood. He didn't doubt it. Brother Wu informs them that they will rest in the evening, and then he will be given his badge and a new uniform, and there's nothing he can do about the warriors, because they've lost too many battles. Third and the Fourth Corps had more than 20,000 warriors, but no one was left. They also had 10 Chiliarchs are at the very beginning of the campaign, but 5 of them are already dead, and 2 more are deadly wounded. Only 3 of them can fight. Now they need more than just Chiliarchs. The colonel points out that, fortunately, both the ladies of dance were unharmed, so now they are being treated to the same treatment. The main task is to protect them. Tenjin falls a little behind the group to call Eugene over, from whom he decides to ask who the ladies of dance are. This causes a stupor in a scientist who does not know what to do. Understands how his brother might not know who they are. Eugene begins to explain. The one who gave him the rank, Wu Mei, General Dance. The other one is the same. This is Wu In, Jin's second daughter. The guy asks his brother to remain vigilant and give them appearances fool themselves, because they are cold-blooded, evil, cruel devils. This surprises Tenjin a little, but he still takes these words into account. Evening comes, and the army sets up camp. Brother Wu comes to the hero's tent, taking his new combat uniform with him and equipment. The guy takes a small sign, realizing that it is his token. Comrades are happy that the general kept his word, which is why Tenjin will now look like a real Chiliarch. The hero decides to find out if he can make Eugene his assistant. Brother Wu points out that it's all up to him. It is the Chiliarch who can decide who to appoint. After that, the colonel asks the hero to go with him to the generals because they have business with him. Tenjin asks if the other person knows what she wants from him. The man obviously knows, however, says he'll know when to meet her. The hero asks you to wait, deciding first. Try on a new form. Wu is waiting for the guy outside the tent. It doesn't take long for him to get out of it. A new uniform. The guards at the general's tent only let him pass because they want to. See you alone. He gets a suspicious premonition. He wants to apologize for what bothered him at such a late hour, but when he opens the curtain to the tent, he freezes because a representative of the fair sex lies in a very provocative pose, saying that she is very happy. See it? Tenjin asks right from the doorway why General Wu needed him at such a late hour. He looks away from me, so as not to be provoked. The girl laughs, saying that General Tenjin is as smart as he is brave, and this armor, they sit on it like a glove. The hero asks the interlocutor not to mock him. She ask him to sit down, and the hero fulfills this request, taking a samurai pose on his knees. A representative of the fair sex clarifies whether a weapon is suitable for a young person. That one gives a short answer, saying that this will do. She also says that her father gave this sword as a gift when she was 18 years old. At the same time, the girl crawls up to the interlocutor, touching then he looks directly into the guy's eyes, noting that he hopes that General Tenjin is a good guy. Stay with them. Tenjin thanks General Wu, claiming that she is very generous. The girl opens the map, saying that according to the latest data, the Ning army is located in this area, at a point on the only accessible road to Tongmen. There are more than 8,000 of them. Thus, will have to go back to Tongmen and fight off the attack. The hero understands that they are waiting for a hard job. General Wu says it's very difficult, but there's nothing you can do about it. The enemy's strength is great, but its units are dispersed. Having selected a selected squad, they attack in the center. Then both flanks of the enemy will move to the center to repel the attack. The girl notices that General Tenjin is like a dragon and a phoenix among people, so if she takes over the command of the unit that strikes in the center, she can be sure of success of the entire operation. The hero is silent, thinking about the situation. Representative. The fair sex believes that General Tenjin will not refuse to carry out this order. Guy declares that after the generosity shown to her, he has no choice but to take a chance with her life and do it. The girl understands that she was not mistaken in the interlocutor. She puts her arm around his shoulders, making sure he doesn't. If he wants to stay any longer, General Wu wants to kiss him, but the brunette abruptly breaks up, distance himself by pulling him to his feet and telling him that he was good at killing more people, not killing more people. Courtship. The hero turns around, claiming to have understood General Wu's plan, so he asks for permission. Leave it, noticing that he will wait for the order to move. With that, he leaves the tent. Girls. She also knows that she has stumbled upon a very interesting specimen. When he returns to his tent, he tells his friends what they are going to do. Eugene says it's certain death. Tenjin also notices that his brother once said that he had 5 carts of knowledge in his head. A small cart, which means he'll figure out a way for them to save their own skins. The scientist begins reflect on the situation. The hero says that they need a plan to break through deep enemy units to their commander-in-chief. He asks the other person to think about it while he sleeps. Eugene, on the other hand, understands that he has been given a great responsibility, so he starts analyzing it. After a while, he comes to the conclusion that if the brother, Tenjin, wants to get to their commander, there's only one way to do it. The next morning, at dawn, the hero gathers all his people. The order has already been received, so he won't be able to refuse. The guy says he doesn't want to put them in a difficult position, so if they want to go with him, he will be happy, and if they don't want to, he won't force them. He informs them that they can stay and follow General Wu. Zhang Bao first falls on me, stating that if it wasn't for brother Tenjin, he would have been killed by warrior Ning long ago, so his life is in the hands of his savior. Where brother Tenjin goes, so does he. The heads of the other squads fall to their knees, saying that they will follow brother Tenjin into the fire water. This triggers a battle cry from the soldiers, which increases morale. The hero decides to clarify that they might die if they follow him, so he asks if they are not afraid of death. The soldiers in one voice shout that with brother Tenjin they are not afraid of the devil himself. Then the guy gives the orders. Zhang Bao's men will have to change into Ning warriors' uniforms. The third squad will pretend to be prisoners. Eugene starts to say something, but the hero interrupts him, noting that this whole thing is extremely dangerous, so his deputy will remain here with the sisters. Wu. He orders the guy not to follow him into the heat of battle. The scientist specifies whether they will see each other. More of them. The brunette admits that he doesn't know, but he will try to come back. There's a man here who brought it to him yesterday. Reports that General Wu is ordering them to move out. The hero commands about the beginning. Operations. Soldiers during the march sing a song. When trouble came to the country, I went to war. I will die with honor or return with glory. At this time, second sister Deng says she doesn't know. Why did my sister choose this person? Because his Reiki is not so powerful. The girl is the same. He claims that he feels that everything will work out for him. The hero puts the point of the sword to the enemy's throat. He doesn't understand what's going on, because Tenjin has put his clothes on Ning's uniform. Everyone else turns around at this sight, and the hostage realizes that they have. A spy appeared in the rear. The guy cuts the enemy soldier's throat without any hesitation. Blood flows freely. One of the soldiers tries to inform the others about the enemy, demanding that they do not let him near them. To the prince, Tenjin also throws a sword at him, which plunges into the mouth, coming out from the back of the head. The man drops dead, and the guy warns that he will kill all those who stand in his way. The soldiers are ordered to kill the impudent man, but the hero calmly moves towards his goal by cutting. An ordinary warrior with his sword appears, a man with a beard and mustache, clad in golden armor. He demands that everyone leave his place. Roads. At the same time, a group of soldiers leading prisoners of war is stopped at the Ning checkpoint. They demand that you let them pass immediately, because this group of Feng prisoners may have important information. The soldier at the gate says that the head of Yu has just come with news that they will be able to. We'll have to wait. The interviewee states that since such circumstances have developed, they'll wait here. Soldier Ning notices that they are tired, so they can rest, because the head of Yu, it won't be free for a while yet. This forces a Feng soldier disguised in an enemy uniform tense up and ask why this is. The reason is the prince. Such a display of curiosity makes the guard tense. So he notices that the other person is asking too many questions for an ordinary soldier. At this point, the guy draws his sword. The guy plunges the point of the sword into the soldier's throat, and then uses it as a support too. They could jump on nearby Ning soldiers, one of whom wants to report the enemy, but already it's too late, because his head is flying off his shoulders. The other soldiers step forward, pointing at me. They surround the guy, trying to attack him from a decent distance and at the same time with the help of long spears, but he bends down in time, and then cuts off all of them with a sweeping movement. Opponent's legs. Those present are tense because of such unique skills of the guy. He's taking off his helmet, showing your face. This person turns out to be the hero. Zhang Bao asks Brother Teng, move forward, leaving the rest of the bastards to him. That's what he does. A commotion begins in the inner part of the camp. Higher ranks give orders, strengthen security, because if something happens, they're screwed. Tenjin understands that he needs to go faster, get to the main tent, because his guys won't last long. Then he hears a rustle, sides of the tent entrance. Soldier Ning comes to him and immediately points his sword at him, asking who he was and what he was doing here. The guy claims that the enemy is so strong that he decided to sit out here. Upon hearing this, the interviewee, he screams that he is a pathetic coward and that he will be court-martialed. Tenjin orders him, shut up. The hero draws his sword with a quick horizontal swing. The opponent dodges it, bending in time. He then concentrates the energy in his sword and strikes at the enemy, to the spy. But Tenjin dodges in time with a jump to the side. Soldier Ning cuts through the tent fabric, The general of the enemy army decides to find out whether the hero belongs to Feng Lai. The last one is confident, confirms it. Then the enemy, having evaluated the abilities of the guy and realizing that he is not an ordinary soldier, decides to find out his name. Tenjin introduces himself. The man notices that he has never heard this name. After that, the hero decides to find out the name. Your enemy. His name is Yongku. Tenjin responds with the same coin, stating that he has never heard of him. Yongku notices that he has slipped into his army, but now he can't escape. But if he does, if he surrenders now, then there is a chance that he will spare him. The hero declares that everything will be solved in the future, in combat, then adds to it by pointing the sword in the direction of the enemy and saying that there is a lot of excess from it. Noise level. A charge of energy passes through the man's hand, which he releases in the direction of the hero. The same is not. It moves from its place. Tenjin accepts the pressure not for himself, noting his strength. The other soldiers are Ning. They can't move from this pressure. Yongku doesn't wait for the guy to come to his senses and recover. He immediately attacks it. Tenjin manages to completely evade the attack. The enemy's spear stabs him in the side. He clutches at the wound, realizing that the case smells fried. The opponent says that the boy has chosen an enemy that is too tough for him. The hero isn't. I intend to just give up. He throws his sword at the opponent's face. Yongku says that this is a dirty trick, and then breaks the thing flying at him in mid-flight. The weapon is delivered in one precise and quick blow, but the guy is no longer there. On his arm, a tear went off, black fire, and he headed towards the crowd of Ning soldiers that surrounded them. With a few touches, Tenjin burns the carcasses of enemies, restoring his reserve of strength and healing the wound. His eyes change again, turning red with a black iris. The other enemies quickly realize that this is a dark art, noticing that his wounds are completely destroyed. They were healed. Yongku also lashes out at the hero, claiming that he will pay for this with his life. The enemy leader misses. His spear does not find its target, and Tenjin accelerates, killing even more of his soldiers and replenishing their energy reserves. This angers the man, so he lets go. Release your entire aura, covering yourself with a layer of energy. Tenjin feels the danger coming from the enemy. The same one shouts that it is the spear of the Soul Slayer. The next moment, energy arrows start raining down from the sky, killing the soldiers. Ning, the hero, hides behind the carcass of one of them, calmly waiting for this attack. The shelling continues, but the guy doesn't waste any time. He analyzes the situation, noticing that the tent is on the hill directly in front of him. He notices that the guards at the tent are too calm. When their battle is going on nearby, Tenjin understands that there is someone important in the tent. He realizes that Yongku Reiki is beyond his imagination, so he is definitely not a match for him. Here it is. He notices a young man peeking out of the tent, wondering what happened. He also says that he has heard that the killer is in the camp, so it is not clear to him why he has not yet been informed. They brought his head. One of the soldiers, addressing the guy as His Highness, reports that General Yang is currently fighting with the enemy, so he is sure that he will defeat him soon, but he asks the guy to return to the tent. The prince laughs, saying that they have so many warriors on their side, and the enemy is just an ordinary small one, a thief, so he has nothing to fear. At the same time, beauties hang on the guy, and in his hands he holds a golden glass. He orders the guards to disperse so that he can watch it. One of the subordinates again. He says that it is very dangerous, because he has heard that the enemy practices a dark martial art, so he asks him to go back to the tent. This, on the contrary, causes enthusiasm in the prince, because to him, I want to take a look at this dark art. At the same time, the hero continues to reduce. Distance yourself from the prince, killing his soldiers along the way. Tenjin's aura is becoming increasingly sinister. Black fire now envelops all of his bodies, allowing you to move so fast that ordinary soldiers simply cannot oppose anything. General Yang orders the worthless bastards to capture him immediately, because this is a game of cats. It should come to an end. The man is enveloped in a pall of red energy, and he breaks into follow the guy at an incredible speed. Tenjin deals with Ning soldiers with his bare hands, simply ripping off their heads and easily breaking through their armor. Yongku appears behind him, raising his loaded spear. Red energy for impact. General Yang's attack overtakes the guy, which is why he draws a strip of several meters with his carcass. The prince's guard notices that General Yang has taken him down, so there's no need to be afraid. Prince, he claims that he knew he was a weakling and that General Yang was unique. The hero raises his own. A glance, realizing that he and his target were only a few measly meters away. Tenjin gets to his feet, and the prince notices that the enemy is still alive, so he orders, kill him immediately. A huge number of copies surround the guy, but he does not even think to give up. While dodging the attacks of ordinary warriors, the hero uses dark flames to kill them, restore them, and save them. Use your powers and heal your wounds. However, the people who protect the prince are not Bass Zone. 2. The spears still reach the hero, piercing his stomach. He coughs up blood, then looks up and looks into the prince's eyes, smiling. The latter is annoyed by this, so he screams that he will tear him to pieces. At this point, the hero's aura becomes even more sinister. When the other soldiers are about to stab it from all sides, it disappears, starting with a bullet. Move at breakneck speed. He finds himself standing next to the prince, who drops his phone in shock. Glass. General Yang realizes that he has contacted the assassin in the shadows. He orders to protect the prince, but already, it's late. Tenjin is behind the prince, ready to break his neck at any moment. He orders no one to move, otherwise he will burn the hostage to ashes. Yang steps forward, declaring that Tom should stop. The hero also notices that if he wants to protect his, then he must first do something for the master. The man orders to say that the guy needs it, and if something happens to his highness, he will kill him. On the hand of General Yang, golden energy passes through. This causes laughter to Tenjin, who says that life is his own. The master is in his hands, so he should be prepared to negotiate. The guy also urges not to use spiritual pressure on him, because this will not surprise him. He also ensures that his dark flame kills the master faster than he can do anything else. Do it, and if he doesn't believe it, then he is ready to check. General Yang asks the hero not to be stupid and say what he wants. First, the guy demands to release his people. Yang is informed that this is not a problem, specifying what other requirements there will be. The hero tells him to do his first task. Requirement. For clarity, he squeezes the prince's throat tightly. The man asks to stop, promising to fulfill his request. Tenjin mentally understands that the situation is worse than ever. After all, he is surrounded by strong enemies, and the presence of their leader and hostages does not guarantee him survival. Besides, no one can help him because his people are too far away from him right now. Yang orders the hostages to be brought here. After a few minutes, the hero's people come to him. Zhang Bao reports that the others are dead. Tenjin orders you to stand around him and don't touch him. Let Ning's men get closer. As soon as the subordinates carry out this order, the guy says its second requirement. He orders 30 horses to be equipped immediately and give his people the swords. General Yang doesn't understand why Tom needs so many horses. The hero isn't. He does not intend to say so, but simply orders them to comply with this requirement, otherwise he will kill them. The master, the prince, asks not to be killed, and then orders Yang to do whatever he says. The man gives the order to equip the horses. When all Feng soldiers receive horses, the hero demands that the enemy soldiers let them pass. General Yang asks that he dismissed his highness. The guy also says that he will do it when he leaves and is in the hospital. And if he doesn't believe him, then there's nothing he can do about it, because his death, equivalent to the prince's death. The latter asks Yang to just give as he says. If something happens to him, he should go to his brother and tell him about it. Man orders the gate to be opened. The hero, along with his people, sends forward on horseback. He is being chased by General Yang So. With your own people, the hero demands that he order that no one dares to pursue them. The man tells the interlocutor to release his majesty first. The guy explains that he will only do this after they arrive in Tongmen, and before that, the prince will be with him. Yang is the same. He says that if he does, he won't let him leave. Tenjin informs his brothers that they are heading to the Ning checkpoint. Zhang Bao a little surprised by this decision, so he asks if they're not going back to Tongmen and where they will go. The hero explains that they will go to Wu Yume, because they cannot do without their help, because there are too few of them, and he thinks they won't make it to Tongmen. Zhang Bao, he notices that General Wu should have reached the checkpoint by now. General Yang also pursues the hero's squad with several subordinates. He commands them, speed up, because they must save his highness in any way possible. At the same time, someone destroys a soldier's armor in one hit. Tenjin orders his subordinates to stop, because there is a battle ahead. The Feng soldiers are looking at. They are at a loss. Zhang Bao doesn't understand why they look at them like that. Here the hero hears his own name and turns around in the direction of the voice. Wu Mei is walking towards him. He notices that two sisters, at their spiritual level of control, can combine a shield. Spiritual weapons combined. But to reach this level, you need at least an aura no weaker than Wu Mei's. After that, he pays attention to her sister, Wu Yong, realizing that she doesn't care at all. No weaker than my sister. Tenjin admits that they are very strong, and that the two sisters are not just like that. You've earned yourself such a reputation. Tenjin thinks that his brother can't be on the battlefield right now because he doesn't know what to do. He is proficient in martial arts. Then he hears the voice of Eugene, who is happy that the guy, alive, Soldier Ning, finally catches up with the hero's squad. He notices that these are the only survivors of the Feng, then realizes that it was stupid not to understand right away. He is preparing to fight back against his own An enemy. Tenjin grins at this. At the same time, the prince comes to his senses. The hero grabs him by the throat, demanding that he give the order. Let your men fall back. The rich man asks to be spared. The enemy soldier calls the guy trash, then orders to surround the Feng squad. General Yang intervenes. He orders us to stop. The two Feng soldiers that were fighting in this area, they are surprised at the appearance of such a significant person here. One of them reports Jan, who said that there are martial artists among the enemies and they have heavy losses, but they managed to surround your enemies. General Yang orders them to be released. General Wu decides to find out who Tenjin captured. She puts a gun to the prince's head, ordering you to speak. His name is Yu Sheng, and he is the third son of King Ning. It's not much, surprises the girl. The rich man notices a guy who says that since she already knows who he is, then she should better let him go. A representative of the fair sex laughs at this, mentally noting that the other person does not understand what position they are in. General Wu praises the hero, saying that she wasn't wrong about him and that he served her well this time. Once, after that, the girl turns to the enemy leader, asking if it is General Yang Ku. He gives a positive answer, asking with whom he has the honor to speak. It is presented after, whereupon the man declares that if she frees His Majesty, he will use his powers, make connections to help them avoid the consequences and leave safely. Representative. The fairer sex grins at this. Seeing this, Yang Ku clarifies that she doesn't believe him. The latter claims that now it is not available to anyone. He confides in her, then tells her that he will return to Tongmen with his men first, and only then. After that, she will release His Highness. General Yang asks if they have the ability to something to negotiate. The hero presses on the neck of the prince, who asks his subordinate agree because it hurts him. This makes the man give up, saying that while His Highness unharmed, they won't take any action. Upon hearing this, General Wu informs them that they are leaving General Yang. She commands to move out. Soldier Ning doesn't believe that they will just let them go. General Yang also notes that they are nothing. They can't help it, because they have His Highness as a hostage. The problem is that the probability that if you try to save the prince, he will die, and no one will want to be responsible for this responsibility. The man decides that it is impossible to hide the fact that one of the three princes was captured, so he orders to report it to the second prince. The prince cries, realizing that he was in a very unenviable position. The girl notes that this is the second trap that Tenjin has successfully circumvented. The latter declares that this is all thanks to General Wu's guidance, thoughtful planning, and great strategy. However, he hoped that next time the girl wouldn't dump so much on his head. Eugene, like any reasonable person, is aware that his brother has said a little too much, so he immediately asks if he is injured. The hero claims that he has only a small abrasion. General Wu tosses him a small container of liquid. The guy catches it, asking what it is. She also explains that this is a painkiller. Tenjin thanks her for this. General Wu hurries to ask him not to think about drinking it, because this medicine is applied to the wound. The hero takes these words into account. A second nurse appears from behind and clarifies how to. The guy managed to catch Yu Sheng. The prince says he used magic. This is surprising. Both girls ask again what the word magic means. The prisoner says that in that time, the guy was standing in front of him, and he didn't understand how the guy used magic, but after a moment, he did. I was right behind him, because otherwise he wouldn't have been able to grab him. Tenjin responds to the prince, a slap on the back of the head, saying that he doesn't need to open his mouth, because there's no need for anything. Explain. General Wu decides to find out what they will do with the prisoner, kill him or let him go. Eugene interrupts the conversation, stating that they can't leave him, so he suggests sending him to Tongmen after he kills him. He understands that although Feng has suffered a huge loss, and they being able to take one of the three princes of Ning, it can't be considered compensation. Hostage C. He is surprised to realize that they are going to kill him. Looking down on the enemy's camp from a hill, the scientist says there are at least 4 armies there. This, more than 400,000 people. The interviewee notices that even if this is not the case, they will soon be able to find out more. It will be exactly that much. Eugene doesn't know how to get through when there are so many enemies out there. Tenjin claims that they will pass between them using their majesty's importance to them. The hero offers to go further. General Wu doesn't understand where the guy is going. He informs them that they will be on their way to Tongmen. The interviewee asks him to wait for her. I could think through everything. Tenjin also notes that if they stay, they will find themselves in even greater dangers. The guy says that they should continue to move, because they become vulnerable when they stop, so you should skip very quickly. The second sister understands that even if they will kill Yu Sheng and stay put, this is the end for them, so she approves of the guy's plan, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity. After hearing the approval of a loved one, General Wu orders to raise the flag and start moving forward only. They are approaching a large gate at a large border post. Horses and ordinary people. The soldiers clearly cannot overcome such an obstacle in their path. The gate opens, and out of it, a man of aristocratic appearance appears, who immediately clarifies who their leader is. The hero asks a counter question about who he is. He introduces himself. His name is Yujia. General Wu reports that this is His Highness, the second prince. She's a little surprised that they will be held by the prince's personal order. He just wants to know where his brother is. In that, the moment a hostage shows his voice, asking his brother to save him, Yujia demands that the hero release his brother. General Wu doesn't understand why he's angry. After all, they only want to go to Tongmen, and then they will let His Highness go. The second prince sets its own conditions. He wants his brother released first, and then he'll let them go. Pass is its only condition. General Wu stands his ground, unwilling to give in. Yujia understands that they will not come to an agreement. The hero intervenes in the conversation, noting that they are not. They talk about his conditions, but his brother's life is in his hands. The second prince declares that if even one hair falls from the hostage's head, he will kill the guy. Tenjin pulls off the third prince's ear with a confident movement, saying that this is just the beginning. The prisoner screams as if he is being slaughtered like a pig. All Ning soldiers point their weapons at the hero. Even the second prince is getting ready to bear your sword. General Wu doesn't understand what this guy is trying to achieve. The hero is looming over us, the body of the hostage, clarifying who dared to move. Such an action causes Yujia to recover from his anger. He asks not to touch his brother, but the hero notices that this request will be granted if only he passes them. The second prince agrees to this if the interlocutors promise not to hurt their brother again and let him go. General Wu says she has already promised that once they reach Tongmen, she will give him to leave. Hearing this, Yujia orders the soldiers to disperse to let the enemies pass. Subordinates doubt this. Then the aristocrat reminds that he is higher in status from why everyone has to accept this truth. Feng's squad is allowed to pass through the checkpoint. On the way, General Wu decides to find out why Tenjin was like this. I'm sure Yujia will give up. The guy explains that it's just human nature. He draws an analogy with the fact that if Wu Ying was in captivity, the interlocutor would have done the same. Hearing this, the leader rushes to find out where the hero's family is now. The guy points to the sky with his finger, and the girl understands that his family is in the sky. The hero is the same, notices it so that it's better not to appear there. General Wu decides to find out what the guy was doing before joining the army. Tenjin gives a simple answer: killed. It's a little unsettling. So the guy explains that this means that he is a murderer. She looks him up and down carefully. Feeling the scrutinizing gaze on him, Tenjin clarifies that he doesn't look like the killer. The girl admits that she can't believe it, because he doesn't seem to. So, she asks if he's a killer. How many lives did he take? The guy replies that countless of them. At this point, the group is approaching the city, the gate to which they're closing it. The second prince orders them to stop, because they promise to let him go. My brother when they get to Tongmen. The hero also says that it is too early for this. Yujia rushes to find out what Tenjin is up to, but the latter does not have time to answer Tom, because an arrow is driven into the ground in front of his horse. The archers on the walls say not to come so close. The girl presents, demanding an audience with the local general. A man in a different combat uniform looks out from the wall. The rest of them. General Wu recognizes him as General Zhencheng, whom she interviewed recently. She asks if he recognizes her. When she doesn't get an answer, she asks again if they want to let her and them in. Man notifies that the city gates are already closed, so the only way to get inside is by climbing up ropes that throw the squad off the walls. The Feng soldiers begin to climb up, and the girl decides to find out what the hero is waiting for. Tenjin rushes to find out what they will do with the hostage. General Wu states that there is no point about. Don't worry. She informs one of the soldiers that he can pick it up when they enter the building. City. The hero specifies whether the interlocutor wants to kill him. The girl notices that the guy will not give. The third prince should leave. Tenjin also says that, in his opinion, people should keep their word. The girl does not believe her ears, because Tenjin wants to entrust them to the enemies. This sounds like crazy. She puts her hand on his shoulder, insisting that they won't argue about this, so he needs to follow her. The guy also asks the girl to climb first, and he will stay. A representative of the fair sex does not understand what he wants to do. The hero also notices that if she didn't keep her word, then he couldn't do that. General Wu stresses that Yu Sheng is the Prince of Ning, and that he is their enemy, so they can't let him go. Eugene intervenes in the conversation, saying that the murder of the third Prince Nai, it will not affect anything, and they will only make more evil Nings for themselves, which is not very good for them. Realizing that this is a very good argument, to which she has nothing to answer, the girl reports that This is the last time she follows his advice. The scientist also asks that the brother not join the marriage. Conflict with General Wu over Yu Sheng. The hero thanks his friend for his help, and then he orders us to climb. A small argument begins between Eugene and Tenjin because the former does not want to leave his brother. 1. The hero declares that if he dies, then he is not to blame. At this point to them, a cavalry detachment is approaching. The second prince asks when they will finally let his brother go. The hero, noticing that almost everything, his men are already in, and he throws the hostage at the other man's feet. The second prince is angry at this treatment of his loved one. He takes off. 2 guys with their squad. The hero also asks Eugene to hurry up and climb the wall. General Wu commands the archers to shoot in such a way as to protect General Tang. Several arrows hit the second prince's escort, but the latter dodges them. After that, a golden armor of energy appears on it. The third prince intervenes. He asks not to catch up with Tenjin. This surprises my brother a little, which tries the reason for such a request. Then the former hostage explains that let Tenjin in. Hurt him, but he saved him. This confuses him. Intervenes in the conversation. General Yang, who reveals that Wu Mei wanted to kill him, but Tenjin stopped her to save his life. At this moment, the hero had almost reached the walls. While Eugene was climbing up on the ledge itself, the boy, he looked at the Ning people. The second prince stated that the next time they met, one of them would be definitely going to die. General Wu points out that the guy trusts his enemies, but they don't trust him, so he shouldn't do it anymore. Doing something so stupid. The hero notices that he simply does not want his conscience to torment him, and the actions of others are their concern. After that, the girl introduces the guy to the man who let them in. In the city, Eugene says that his brother should be thanked. The girl remembers all of it. He deserved it, knowing that he had behaved very bravely. He caught Yu Sheng, saved her, and saved all of them. She ponders whether there is a suitable reward for him. While she's thinking, the man introduces himself. He is the head of the Guangzhou clan. It states that defending Tongmen and capturing an enemy prince among numerous enemies shows that the guy is a real hero. Tenjin says that he was just very lucky. Interlocutor takes it for modesty. After that, the man turns to General Wu, asking him to enter the hall. For a vacation, after all, she made a very grueling journey. The girl also asks that too. Tired soldiers were also treated accordingly. A representative of the fair sex asks Tenjin to go after her, after which she appeals to General Guangzhou, wanting to learn more about Tongmen. She specifies how many soldiers are there. The man says less than 20,000. Because of the Ning, many men from Tongmen were defeated or missing, so the city is in big trouble. Mei changes the subject, deciding to find out what the other person knows about General Ziyang. The same one tells that Ziyang has returned to Yangcheng with a defeat, which greatly angered the king, because of which the general's life hangs in the balance. This would not only have a bad effect on his entire family in the future, but also not on the Wu family. The girl is the same. She says her family won't be involved. General Wu clarifies whether 10,000 Tongmen soldiers will be able to provide protection, because Ningyi, they are outnumbered, so they can't guarantee victory. For this reason, the girl asks if there will be reinforcements from Yangcheng. The man declares that the king has already sent a corps of soldiers. Mi wondered who was leading them. Their leader is Wang Kai. This is the name. Surprises the fair sex. General Wu notes that if you move quickly, the journey from Yangcheng to Tongmen will take 5 days. Therefore, it can be said that Yangcheng's troops will arrive soon. General Guangzhou states that Liang Kai, it took him 7 days to move, and that he had sent men several times to hurry him, but that he had not been able to do so. Makes excuses and avoids it. It's obvious to the man that the Liang family doesn't want to join the war to save your soldiers. The girl understands that without the support of soldiers, Tongmen will definitely fall. Evening comes. The hero was given a separate room. He hears a knock on the door, and then allows you to log in. Eugene and a middle-aged man enter the room. The scientist explains that General Zhang Zheng sent this doctor to see his brother. Tenjin also notices that he has only minor injuries. Eugene puts the emphasis on the fact that they don't know when the Ning soldiers will surround them, so to his brother, you should heal your body as soon as possible. The doctor also notes that if minor injuries occur, if injuries are not treated in time, they may soon lead to death. Wise, the person also says that it is better not to act recklessly, because if the wounds worsen, even if they are injured, the general doctor will not be able to cure him. After this, Tenjin simply can't refuse from treatment. When it's all over, he thanks the doctor for his help. Eugene asks for his brother. Listen to what the doctor said about his injuries. Realizing that you need to take care of your health, the hero gives a positive answer. Eugene is the same. Decides to get down to business when the doctor leaves them. It tells that the relationship between General Zhang Zheng and the Wu family aren't exactly natural, so he's afraid that General Zhang Zheng won't go to Yangcheng and General Wu might risk his life to help him. Tenjin becomes curious about what happened to Yongcheng and Liang Kai in the past. The scientist is the same, notices that this is a long story. Feng has 4 houses: Is Young's house, Liang's house, Wu's house, and Zhang's house. These 4 houses manage more than half of Feng's strength. The eldest son of the Yang family, Yang Haochun, is the most important. General Feng has a noble rank and controls 15 battalions of soldiers. This, more than 150,000 people. Yang Zhenkun is the head of the Liang family, which is located in the east. Besides, he's also a noble. Yang Zhenkun controls 10 battalions of soldiers. Wu Yuguan is the head of the Wu family, which is located in the west. He has a noble title and controls 8 battalions of soldiers, including the 2nd and 3rd legions. Zhang Tian the head. The Chun Tian family, the best Feng commander, has a noble rank and controls 6 battalions of soldiers, which means that the 4 families control almost 400,000 soldiers. In addition, the royal family controls 200,000. Each of the local forces has 200,000. That is the total number of Feng forces. In this war with the Ning, the royal family was directly involved with 6. By the battalions, the Zai Yang family sent 10 and the Wu family laid out. But no one expected Ning. They will be ready before them and will have 400,000 soldiers on the Eastern River. Feng army. It was suddenly surrounded from the north by the Eastern River. Along the Eastern River, both sides entered into a war. A decisive battle in the mountain plains, with 400,000 Ningxia soldiers. Feng was defeated. This happened before Tenjin and Eugene met. The hero realizes that this means that the Ning will come here after they win. Eugene notices that the Ning army is well prepared, because in just 2 days it destroyed 200,000 men of their strongest army and took control of Tongami. He's afraid of what's next. Yancheng will fall. The scholar even dares to say that there is a spy from Ning among them, who is bothering them. Reports everything to the enemy. Tenjin asks if his brother is sure of these words. The latter explains that it takes several steps, months to gather 400,000 soldiers and provide for all the needs of the army, so Ning. They were ready and waiting for an attack, which looks very suspicious. Hero notices that this is not something they should care about right now, because at the moment there is only one problem, one thing that is urgent. Eugene asks with interest what his brother means by that. Phew, Tenjin claims that this is a dream. He asks the scientist to leave the room and not disturb him. The hero wakes up in the morning. He doesn't know where his clothes are. In his room it turns out. Girl, she turns out to be Xiao Yu's maid in this building. General Zheng Yizeng has already ordered new clothes and breakfast to make it ready. Tenjin asks the maid to leave her clothes and leave his room. The girl says that she couldn't leave because she'd been told to help him change. The guy is already more aggressive. He demands that she leave the room because he wants to change himself. The maid stops me on the way out of the room, not understanding what I did wrong because I upset the general with something. The hero explains that he just isn't used to it. After that, Xiao Yu is removed. The guy starts to eat when General Wu's voice interrupts him, suggesting that he go to the next meal. Other important things. She puts her hand on his shoulder, insisting that they won't stay in Tongmen for a long time. The girl wants them to go out to the square on the day Yongcheng arrives. The hero declares that he is not interested in this. May also notes that she did not ask for his opinion. The brunette clarifies what she wants. A representative of the fair sex replies that she has come just to say hello. Tenjin mockingly notices that the girl does not show proper respect for her leader. These words make me angry. She draws her sword, holding the blade to her throat. The other person. The hero says that he thinks Miss Wu has no shortage of soldiers. The girl doesn't understands what the guy is driving at. The dark-haired man grabs the girl's sword with his chopsticks, saying only one word, friend. This a little surprises the girl, so she rushes to clarify in order to accurately understand the intentions of the guy. If he wants to be her friend. In her mind's eye, Mi is glad that the other person said he wanted to be her friend. At this moment, Tenjin says he can let her be his friend. This makes the girl laugh, so she decides. Find out if the guy knows who she is. The brunette reveals that she is the eldest daughter of the Wu family, one of nobles, and is responsible for the 2nd and 3rd platoons. Guys, let's get 800 likes and I will release a new part. The hero admits that at the moment he has few friends, but he is proud of what they have. He has it, and when one of them faces difficulties, he will always help them and they will do it. Do your best to help him. This kind of relationship is exactly what he can accept. Therefore, he will sincerely help her. He's not someone who can afford to satisfy the desires of others. He wasn't used to listening to someone's orders, especially if it was someone else's. An arrogant person who criticizes everyone and rules unfairly. Mi decides to find out if Eugene is his friend. Tenjin gives a positive answer. The interviewee notices that earlier, when she sent him to the Ning checkpoint as bait, he asked, leave it. The hero explains that it was for his protection. The girl claims that she is going to be his friend, but she wants him to promise her something. She wants to occupy his heart, a lot more space than Eugene. The guy looks at the interlocutor with an unreadable look. He clearly doesn't like this attitude. General Wu smiles back. The hero never gives her an answer. After some time between, the two guys start a conversation. The scientist rushes to find out what his brother wants to find in the armory. The store. Tenjin explains that he wants to order a special weapon for himself. It offers the other person should go with him if he is free. Eugene asks what kind of weapon we're talking about, and does it exist in the army? The hero explains that there are no similar weapons that he wants in the game. The army, so he needs to order it. The brothers set out on their journey. Walking through the streets of the city, Eugene asks if his brother has any money. For this, it turns out that the guy was given money by General Wu. The scientist praises the hero for the fact that he can even receive money from the ladies of the Wu family. The same one orders him to be silent. They pass one of the buildings, which Eugene recognizes as a blacksmith shop. Hero comes forward, asking if there is a manager there. A gray-haired man answers his question, smoking a cigarette. His one eye is covered with a blindfold, and one leg and one arm are mechanical. He asks if Sir wants to order a gun. Chapter 1-28. Tenjin throws a bag of money at the blacksmith. The same one, not seeing the object flying at it, catches it. The hero bends over it, showing images of the blade. He is willing to pay all his money, so that the blacksmith can do the job. The old man grins, saying that this weapon looks very unusual, so you will need some time at the ready. Estimating the weight of the bag, he notes that it is quite large, the amount he can live on for the rest of his life, so he will personally let you know when it will finish its work. There's a rumble nearby. Something slammed into the protective wall. Tenjin orders his brother to go for cover because the Ning army has begun a siege, and he is going to go check the situation. The Feng soldiers on the walls are suffering greatly from the catapult barrage. The Ning army has come close to the walls of the city. On the surface, it is not just preparing for a siege, but launching a full-scale assault. At the same time, one of the soldiers on the walls informs the others that the enemy has begun a siege, so he calls on archers to prepare their arrows and be ready to dodge the enemy's arrows. The text. At this point, one of the boulders hits the speaker, turning him into a bloodstain. General Guangzhou urges everyone to listen to his orders. He gives the order that the archers, they took their seats. As soon as this happens, he gives the command to start firing. Several hundred arrows are sent out towards the attackers. Some of the catapults got too close, so the Ning soldiers that charge them suffer from the arrows of the defenders of the city. The archers hide, taking a short break. One of the soldiers notices that the number of enemy troops outnumber them, and the enemy is already under the city walls. Indeed, the Ning soldiers are breaking through to the city walls. They've already put up the walls and are climbing the stairs. Nim, intending to break through another bulwark of defense, defenders of the city fiercely. They resist by throwing stones and boulders at the attackers, thereby trying to slow down their rise. The man leading the Ning soldier commands to release arrows. Several dozen arrows. They overtake the defenders of the walls. Seeing this, General Guangzhou urges his subordinates to put on their armor. Pay close attention to enemy arrows. Tenjin runs up to one of the soldiers, wanting to borrow his sword for a while. General Wu, noticing that the guy came here without armor, encourages him to go quickly to the shelter. The hero declares that he is not going to sit on the sidelines because the city was attacked. Mei thinks he's gone mad. She doesn't understand what he's going to do since he's not wearing any armor, and he still hadn't recovered from his injuries. Eugene, however, says that the only way to heal his brother's wounds is to go to the hospital. Battle. The scientist explains that the brother is a master of the dark flame, so the battle is stimulating. His cells will regenerate, so he will heal his wounds. The girl notes that even if this is so, how can he go to such a dangerous place right now? Eugene also claims that Tenjin simply has no one to stop, and a representative of the fair sex declares that it will help him. The hero at this time climbed the wall, where the battle is already in full swing with the soldiers of Ning, who almost managed to break through. Using dark fire, he burns a couple of them, healing their wounds. After that, he turns to face the rest of the enemies, noticing that the battlefield is the best a place for him. The hero breaks forward. On the battlefield, he is free. He can do whatever he likes. Anything. This place is not for good people. Success feels different here. Dealing with enemies. The guy understands that only here he can be so fast, get unlimited power, because he is someone who lives only for and for himself. After using dark fire on the body, the hero decides to try to transfer its power to the sword. His two soldiers attack at once, but with one blow, he cuts their weapons, after which he lengthens them. Blade your own blade with the dark flame. Continuation of the weapon wags from side to side, obeying the will of the owner. Standing on the mountain of enemy corpses, Tenjin takes a deep breath, absorbing more and more Energy consumption. The Ning soldiers begin to fear him, calling him a monster. In the next instant, the inevitable happens. The sword in the hero's hands simply turns into an oski, unable to withstand the release of spiritual pressure. Noticing the fallen soldier's weapon nearby, the hero throws it up with a deft movement of his foot. Then he catches it by the handle. The guy notices that now he just has a monstrous volume. Spiritual power. He decides to try something. New weapons are covered with a thick layer. A dark flame. Tenjin aims his sword at the enemies, then swings his weapon. Ning soldiers see that a wave of spiritual energy is flying at them, but they can't do anything because of their bodies, shackled from the pressure of spiritual power. At the last moment, a dark wave of energy stops the white flash, saving the soldiers. The hero's attack was stopped by a guy with white hair and bright armor. He orders his allies to withdraw and leave the dark martial artist behind. Thank you to him. The opponent's face has a helmet that hides the upper part of it. He recognizes the K-hero as a master, Dark Flame, then realizes that he has encountered the same person who wounded the third prince. He takes off, bringing the spear behind his back with the desire to blow off Tenjin's head. The brunette jumps out of the way in time, avoiding the enemy's attack. After that, he will counterattack, taking advantage of the white-haired man's opening. The hero's blade sweeps a couple of centimeters from his face. The enemy, after which the latter goes on the attack. Tenjin parries this attack with his sword covered in dark flames. The white-haired master focuses on the onslaught of the opponent, for which the next moment is paid. Hero. She gives him a kick to the face, forcing him to step back. Soldier Ning slows down his slide with the tip of his spear, then focuses his energy on its tip, extending the weapon towards the sky. The gravitational force lifts cobblestones into the sky. Tenjin, after which the opponent clenches his fist. All objects that are lifted into the air start to move, gather in one ball. The hero, using his power, breaks out of this gravitational barrier. Fields. Once behind the enemy's back, he puts his hand on the shoulder, covered with a dark flame. Tenjin gets a bad feeling. Soldier Ning also clenches his teeth, then turns around, stabs a guy with a spear. The tip of his weapon plunges into the hero's flesh, sending him flying. A flight of 10 meters. The hero coughs up blood, trying to recover. The enemy appears in front of him, declaring that he wants to use his dark fire, but he can't, so today will be his day. Death. Tenjin wants to know the name of the person who wants to kill him. The same one leans over the guy, saying that his name is Wu Kui, and he is a general of the Ning army, so he should remember well who he is. After that, the white-haired man raises his spear, intending to kill the enemy, but he is in the middle of a fight. An arrow strikes my shoulder. Wu Kui pulls the arrows out of his armor, then turns around and asks who fired them. An arrow in his back. It turns out that Eugene, along with 2 soldiers, came to the rescue of his brother. The scholar asks if Brother Tang is okay. The hero decides to take this chance and heal with the help of a dark aura. General, however, Ning tightens his grip on his spear, then asks who dared meddle in his affairs, and whether they even need their lives. At this point, his armor, it is being restored. The 2 guys who came with Eugene notice that their enemy doesn't know what to do. He looks normal, and besides, he fought with Brother Tan. The swordsman breaks into battle. He confidently closes the distance, and then strikes a vertical blow. Strike with your weapon. Wu Kui blocks this attack with his spear. Onslaught of the Ning army general. It is difficult to withstand, so the swordsman has to retreat, but the white-haired man does not intend to kill him. Release it. He is about to finish off the guy, but an arrow again arrives in his armor, forcing him to stop now. This angers Wu Kui, because the archer again intervenes in his battle. The Ning soldiers, noticing that Tenjin is not moving, think that he is very weak, so this is why. The perfect opportunity to kill him. The hero plays along with them, hiding his face with his hands. One of the enemies believes that the Dark Flame Master is simply afraid to look death in the eye, so he attacks him. Tenjin also opens his eyes at the last moment, after which the first strikes. The hero kills a small group of enemy soldiers, after which his dark flame consumes him from the ground, from head to toe. He starts laughing like a madman, holding his head. Wu Kui notices that the aura behind him has changed. He is surprised to realize that Tenjin is for such a short period of time was able to heal his wounds. Army General Ning directs, use your weapon towards the hero, stating that he is his opponent, so he will let him have a taste. Your power. The archer and swordsman notice that this person's strength is unusual. Wu Kui puts the spiritual spear forward, aiming it at the guy and concentrating the energy on his body. The tips. In the next instant, a stream of yellow energy shoots out in his direction. Tenjin. He looks over his shoulder at it, grinning. Army General Ning felt that the enemy had decided to end this battle so ridiculously. However, after a moment, his face changed. The carcass of one of his dogs was flying at him. Subordinates who asked him to save them. The man cut the fool into 2 pieces without hesitation. But from behind Soldier Ning's troop, a hero wrapped in dark flames immediately appeared. Tenjin deals a direct blow to the opponent's torso, releasing a small cloud of dark smoke from his fist. The flame, Wu Kui slows down the momentum after hitting, then calls the enemy to stop. Use dark fire because it's useless. At this moment, a swordsman attacks him from behind. The man jumps out of the way, dodging a sword strike. An archer's arrow hits Kui in the back, and he notices that he shouldn't be ignored, but Tenjin then appears behind the general of the Ning army, delivering a powerful blow to the place where she was. Armor destroyed. The hero's attack does not penetrate the enemy's defense. This surprises him a little, which makes him break up. Distance yourself by getting close to the swordsman. Army General Ning doesn't understand how such a fool can be. Like him, maybe trying to kill him altogether. It encourages you to try to do this via 10 years of training while swinging your spear and releasing a wave of energy at your enemies. The hero jumps, avoiding the attack, and the swordsman crouches in time. Tenjin decides what is needed. Attack from both sides, so he encourages an ally to attack from the front while he is on his own. Attack from behind. The swordsman takes note of this as he charges forward. Wu Kui also mentally. He notices that the black fire cannot harm him, so Tenjin is not dangerous to him. For this, I think he's going to kill the guy with the sword first. Tenjin quickly analyzes the situation. His enemy's spiritual energy is great, and his defense, it recovers too quickly. The guy with the sword may look strong, but he can be defeated very easily. The hero's dark flame cannot penetrate the enemy's defenses. At the same time, the sword guy's attack is met with another Ning army general's block, which is easy, overpowers his onslaught, making a retaliatory attack and injuring the guy. The hero pays attention to the second ally. He notices that the archer's aura is insignificant, but he is strong because his arrows can break through the enemy's defenses, which is exactly what he is going for. Use it. One of the arrows just goes to the back of Kui, who is engaged in a fight with. He is a swordsman, so Tenjin plans to strike with dark flame immediately after he is killed. The guy's arrow will break through his defense. However, at the last moment, the hero changes his plan. He puts his hand right in front of his head, move the enemy's arrow so that the ally's arrow passes through it. With this action, he manages to get rid of the general Ning army spiritual protection. The arrow plunges into the back of the man's head and exits through his mouth. Wu Kui's spear falls to the ground, and the great warrior himself falls to his knees. The hero also begins to absorb the power of a true general with its dark flames. The other soldiers of the Ning army realize with horror that the enemy has defeated their leader. Eugene notices that his brother was able to gain a spiritual shield. The hero's allies are also straining because the aura coming from Tenjin terrifies them. The latter picks up the fallen man's spear from the ground. The hero is enveloped in a veil of dark fire, and the spear is transformed into a scythe. The swordsman does not understand how this is possible, and then it comes to him because their leader is a master. A dark flame. Eugene asks not to jump to conclusions, because Army General Ning is already dead. In his mind, he understands that Brother Tang has absorbed Wu Kui's energy and his current spiritual energy. It was just huge. The archer notices that a terrifying aura is emanating from the Tenjin scientist. He also realizes that right now the spiritual energy is being amplified in the guy's body, and if his willpower is not strong enough, he will not be able to do it. If he does, he'll lose control. At this point, the hero releases a huge amount of energy with a wave of the scythe. The guy kills everyone. Soldier Ning, who is able to climb the walls, then throws the ladders away. One of the attackers report the death of General Wu Kui. The rest of the people are in fear, calling the guy a real monster. The allies are also hurt by Tenjin's rage. When it's all over, Eugene gets up from the ground. He sees his brother among the corpses of his enemies. It no longer has the cover of dark flame on it, so he asks if he's all right. The hero doesn't have the strength to respond. His eyes close, and he says, "It starts to fall." Before losing consciousness, Tenjin sees his friend running towards him. The hero opened his eyes in a safe place. He was woken up by me, who went straight to the bathroom. Questions about his state of health. It was obvious that she was worried about him. The guy admitted that he feels pretty good on the whole, but he's used up all his spiritual energy, so he can't help it. It will take some time to recover, and then he decides to find out what the current situation is. The moment has developed. Eugene reveals that the Ning army has temporarily retreated, and General Wu arrived in time to save them. He notices that General Zhongsheng can no longer defend Tongmen, so despite these conditions, he can go with them, because he does not need to force himself in such a situation. The man declares that in this case he will have to wait until the king punishes him for not doing his job, because he was the one who left the protection from the very beginning. Ting Meng left him because he trusted him, so he must live up to the king's trust. The words move the girl. And General Zhang Zheng claims that every 100 years in the ranks of the Feng army, in total, there is a general who dies in battle. He says that the enemies are already close, so he will die with. With Tongmin's soldiers, he wouldn't be able to insult his country. Everyone bows their heads, respecting the brave general's decision. The latter also notes that he only has one request for General Wu. He hopes that it will deliver to his family. Message when he returns to Yancheng. Night falls. General Wu's squad is sent to the capital. The hero decides to get acquainted with an archer and a swordsman. The first is called Le Tian, and the second is called Gu Yu. He notices that he knows that they are not comfortable right now, but they should not think that it is noble to fight without fear of death. Tenjin emphasizes that there are many people in this world who fight without fear of death. However, to die without meaning is stupid. The martial artist says that death is as heavy as a huge mountain, but during the battle, it is difficult to survive. The deaths of people feel an unprecedented ease, but if they decide to, then it won't stop. He notices that there is a place near Tongmen, so they can go there. The swordsman thanks the leader for this opportunity, realizing that he has managed to convince 2 of his allies. He invites them to follow him. The swordsman, he says that even though they are grateful to him, he should not think that he will continue to work with it. Tenjin says that if they find a better place, he doesn't mind if they leave. These words make the swordsman angry. Then Eugene intervenes in the conversation, which emphasizes that in this situation, it is better for them to unite. After that, the scientist passes the 2 guys a bottle with a medicine that can stop the bleeding and pain. He says it's from his brother, adding that this medicine is specially from General Wu for them because Brother Tang is worried about him. The guy notices that Tenjin is the one he wants to follow. The archer is mentally understands that he has a dark spirit. On the battlefield, it looked scary and even scared him, but now he is attentive to others. Some time passes. The detachment continues to move to Yancheng. Eugene decides to find out what Brother Tang plans to do something when they get to the city. The same one declares that he doesn't want anything, so he'll get some sleep first. In her mind's eye, Mi realizes that it's been 3 days since they left Tongmen, so she doesn't know how things are with General Zhang Zheng now. At this point, one of the riders stops in front of her, starting to report. As expected, the Ning army started laying siege to the city again. This time, Ning army attacked in. With full force, General Zhang Zheng was forced to retreat. The enemy army occupied Tongmen territory. But at that moment, 100,000 Feng soldiers suddenly appeared at the head of General Lion. They killed hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the Ning army, and now went to Tongmen City. Mei admits that bastard Liang Kai is really good. After all, he deliberately delayed to force 20,000 defenders to deal damage to the enemy, which is why most of them died, then appeared to defeat the weakened enemy. Eugene notices that there are 100,000 soldiers, but Ning suffered more casualties because they behaved too much. Reckless, General Wu decides to continue on to Yancheng. The girl decides to find out if Tenjin's wounds have healed during this time. The hero reports that he completely healthy. Mi notices that even the king has granted him the title of noble viscount for killing the general of the Ning army and capturing the 3rd prince is really unusual. The guy notices that most likely General Wu came up to him in order to say this. The interlocutor notices that now he is the commander of the 2nd Corps, so he will have to reform the Corps, so it specifies whether it is interested in choosing subordinates. After receiving a positive response from Tenjin, the girl asks if he needs advice. Hero says he just needs to take a look first. Mei reveals that there will be a banquet for the Wu family tonight, and her father would like to see it. Tenjin notices that he is not interested in the banquet, but he will take a look. The girl says that her father is friendly, so he shouldn't be nervous. The guy claims that he is not at all. He's nervous. This amuses the interlocutor. A trio of guys are coming from behind. The swordsman decides to find out if there is anything between General Wu and General Tan. Eugene tells him not to think about anything strange, because General Wu just appreciates Brother Tan. The swordsman also notices that their leader uses the power of the dark spirit. The scientist does not understand what is wrong with the dark spirit, and then declares that General Wu appreciates his brother Tana as a person. The other person thinks about this, and then the archer asks Gu Yu not to worry about it, because it doesn't concern him. The latter, on the contrary, believes that this concerns him because he will work with the general. Tanum, the friend, notices that he accepted this as a fact. Eugene insists that Brother Tang is not. It will disappoint them. The squad passes through the gate, then goes on foot, going to the tent. There are several dozen armored soldiers who greet General Wu with respect. With a bow, the girl points out that they don't have to do this, and then she turns to the hero, informing him that these are candidates from newly recruited soldiers, from which he can choose. Add people to your squad. Tenjin is presented as the commander of the 2nd Infantry Corps, after which announces that he will select several of them today. The recruits did not recognize the hero because the fame of his achievements has not yet spread around the district. One of the soldiers remarked that he had never heard his name before. Another stated that it looks like too young to be a corps commander. After hearing all this gossip, expressing distrustful of himself, Tenjin decides to clear up the situation by asking everyone if there is anyone who reached the spiritual Yuan level. Those present are surprised by this question because there aren't many people in the Feng army, so there are no such masters among them. Then the hero asks if someone has a mutated spirit. The expression on the faces of the new recruits makes it clear that no. Then the guy asks those who have reached the spirit of destruction stage before the age of 20 to come forward. 5 years, because during training, only once every 3 or 4 years do they appear forward. 4 people come out. Tenjin states that he chooses them. Mei is hesitant, because as leaders they should have qualifications and be hired by management. She has big doubts. He is dark, claims to take care of the features, so the rest will depend on them. General Wu says that Tenjin can do as he pleases and can take them as long as he wants. There is a corpus of it. The hero also declares that in just 3 months the second building will return to its original site, previous location. The girl smiles, noticing that she will wait to see it. After that, Tenjin leaves with the new recruits, leaving the fair sex in a state of disarray. The tent, because she has something to finish. Returning to his house, the hero asks the 4 to introduce themselves. New recruits have the following names: Lai Wai, Liu Zongxing, Chen Fan, Ai Jia. The guy notices that the last one is girl. The trio of new recruits are amazed at this because they thought she was a guy, so they ask, why didn't she tell them she was a girl? The latter appeals to General Tang not to, understanding why he'd even asked. Tenjin also says that he does not care, a man, she or a woman, and if she's not as good as the others, he'll just replace her. Ai Jia, I like this approach, when it is treated the same as everyone else. This answer pleases the hero, so he says that it should be the best for him, after which he is aware of his principle: the strongest survives and weaklings die. New recruits incline heads, declaring that they will do whatever it takes. Tenjin says that in the future they will be his trusted assistants, so he appoints Tu Yu as the first commander of the second corps. This assignment strikes a swordsman to the core. Seeing the hesitation in the eyes of the subordinate, the hero clarifies whether he agrees to this position. Guy immediately shows respect, thanking General Tang for such an honor and agreeing to this one. The hero continues to issue an assignment. This way, Le Tan will be the second in command, Lai Wai will be third, Liu Zong will be fourth, Chen Fang will be fifth, Ai Jia will be sixth, and Eugene will be his son. Deputy. The scientist mentally rejoices so much that he freezes for a few moments, after which he bows to his brother, thanking him for such a position. Tenjin notes to himself that only thanks to him, he now has an army. In the evening, the 2 brothers go to a banquet. Eugene reveals that the Wu family is on the front line. However, the hero notices that there are quite a lot of people here. Scholar Yi recalls that the Wu family, one of the 4 noble families in Feng, so most of the visitors came because of them. Forces. Tenjin is amused that in the capital they calmly arrange a banquet for the entire corps. At the entrance, the friends are stopped by a guard, demanding to show an invitation. Ni comes out to them, claiming they were her guests. The guards are a little surprised by this development, so they beg my lady's pardon, remarking that they did not know. The girl asks the hero to go inside with her. Tenjin asks her not to worry about it, calling her a friend. This my lady. The interlocutor notes that today the hero speaks very beautifully. When is Trinity? As he enters the banquet hall, many of the guests bow their heads, greeting Wu Mei with respect. Tenjin says it's very popular. General Wu nervously replies that this is normal, after which she leads the boy to her father. Approaching an older man with a beard and mustache, the girl draws his attention to herself, after which represents General Tang. The guy, realizing that he is referring to the head of the Wu family, bows his head in a respectful bow, expressing my deepest respect. The man notices that General Tang doesn't seem to be at all familiar, such as they say about him, because he is a person who naturally attracts attention. The guy says he doesn't deserve such praise. The leader of the Wu family states that if General Tang didn't show up, then his daughter was still in prison, trapped. The guy claims that it's all thanks to General Wu's plan, which he just carried out. Mi knows in her mind that he's still upset because she made him a decoy. The interlocutor also notices that Tenjin is so young, but at the same time very modest. And this is really true, a rarity in their time. The guy replies that he was just following orders. The head of the Wu family requests, so that General Tang wouldn't be so formal. He asks for forgiveness, because he needs to leave early, and if the boy needs anything, all he has to do is tell the servants. Tenjin accepts it. As her father leaves, Mi turns to the boy, determined to find out what he meant by that. He says he was just praising her. The girl notices that the interlocutor believes that she. Funny, the hero notices that it was she who said this, and not he. He calls him an idiot. Then Tenjin starts laughing. When the two brothers return home, Eugene shares his thoughts, saying that he thinks that Brother Tang shouldn't be too close to Wu Mei. The hero decides to find out what the other person has in mind. Hugh, the scientist, says that Wu Mei is noble and beautiful, and if he gets too close to her, then people can get jealous and a disaster can happen. Tenjin asks what should he do if he wants her to be his, and then asks another question, what's his name? A woman can allow others to interfere in their relationship. After hearing this, Eugene he asks his brother to be careful. The hero understands everything perfectly. Morning comes. The hero gathers his people around him. He narrates that General Wu chose 4 people with experience, and if they have ideas for rebuilding the building, then they should put forward your own assumptions. A guy steps forward. He claims that everything is very organized. Good. Tenjin also notes that he will not ask for the training of new recruits, but he wants to, so that soldiers can ride horses and practice archery. General Tang asks if they can do it. The subordinate considers this inappropriate, because he does not understand why the 2nd Infantry Corps should be taught similar things. The hero emphasizes that he only asked if he could do it, or not. Tenjin says that if none of them can, then there is no need for them to stay in his house. The building. Recruits bow their heads in respect, knowing they have no other options. The experienced soldiers thought that he just got a place depending on his relationship with Wu Mei. Another believes that the recruits will escape in a few days. Only one thinks that once the leader, if he says so, then they should do what he wants. The 4 simultaneously declare that they will obey the general's orders. After this conversation, the hero went to see Mei. The other one couldn't believe her ears, not understanding. Why does her friend need 10,000 horses? So she decides to find out what he's up to. The same explains that he wants to conduct horse riding training. The girl perceives these words as if the guy decided to switch from the infantry corps to the knight corps, which she can't handle. To agree, Tenjin notes that he simply asked if she could give him horses. General Wu is trying to figure out why they need to ride. The hero decides to explain his plan. He comes in from a distance, asking if she knows what scares the knight. After receiving a negative response, the guy goes on to say that only the knight is aware of his weakness, so he won't know how to react when encountering enemy knights on the battlefield. The girl notices that this should be a big problem. Tenjin also emphasizes that apparently Miss Wu told him, doesn't trust me. The hero starts to leave, but the girl asks him to wait, saying that he will get 10,000 rubles. Horses are too difficult, but she can only provide 5,000. The guy's right there. He notices that they agreed on 5,000 horses. Mei gets the feeling that she's not going anywhere. Tricked, but she quickly comes to her senses, asking if he has some time. Tenjin replies that he was waiting to get his blades. This surprises her a little, so she hurries to clarify what it is about. The brunette tells what he actually asked for. Make 2 blades in Tongmen. But then the siege began, and they were not finished in time. However, the blacksmith went back to Yancheng, so he had to finish them. Mi says she's going to go crazy, because she would have liked to see what the blades were like before he came to her with a specific request. They're on their way. While walking down the street, Miss Wu decides to ask what the guy's plans are for future. The same person claims that he has nothing concrete. Then the girl clarifies, did not think whether he wants to get married and have children. The brunette notices that someone like him is not suitable for marriage and children, and no one ever. She won't love him. A representative of the fair sex asks him not to talk like that, because he, a good man. At that moment, she wants to take his hand, but Tenjin abruptly points his finger to the blacksmith shop. A young blacksmith holds out an order box. The old blacksmith notices that he has invested everything. Use your skills to craft these blades. The hero opens the box and a smile appears on his face. He pulls out both blades, feeling that they are very good. The old man asks the employer to try out the blade. He throws a rock in his direction. Tenjin covers the blades with dark flames, and then with a single swipe cuts through the flying sword. Object. Mei also realizes that this stage is a mutation of spiritual energy, and that the guy's strength is incredible. Tenjin sends a dense stream of energy through the blades. Their blades are drawn out, after which it connects their handles, transforming the blades into a spear. This demonstration amazes the smiths. Miss Wu asks how he was able to do this. The hero extinguishes the flame, returning the weapon to its original state. Initial state in 2 blades. He clarifies what she means. The girl explains that it's about the mutation stage of spiritual energy. The guy thinks that it doesn't matter, because he has excellent control over his spiritual life. Energy. He puts his blades back in their scabbards, after which Mei suggests that he go home. He also notes that he can't find any reasons why his skills are getting better and better. They are developing faster and faster. Tenjin thanks the blacksmiths for their work. The old man asks him to take care of himself, mentally noting that he is seeing the second stage of spiritual mutation for the first time. Energy consumption. A representative of the fair sex offers to eat something. The brunette agrees, emphasizing that he will pay. The girl asks if he has any money. The guy says that the last time she'd given him 10 gold pieces, he'd used 8 of them for his blades, so he had 2 gold pieces left. Mi points out that he doesn't need to save money because she can give him money if he doesn't have it. The hero abruptly stops, stating that he does not. He was going to use the woman's money, so he would return the 10 gold coins to her. Later, Miss Wu doesn't understand what's going on or why he's refusing. After that, Tenjin turns around, stating that he was going home and would eat alone. She says he is still a child. After, she exhales, smiling and grabbing his hand, insisting that she won't talk about it again. That's why she suggests we eat in private. The events unfold in the official residence of Tenjin. The hero adjusts his armor. When his friends approach him, he doesn't understand why they're still here today. Holiday. The hero also decides to find out if they feel tired after training for a long time. Half a month. The swordsman states that he is still weak. As long as he is able to follow Brother Tan, he is confident that he will be able to become stronger than ordinary soldiers. So he believes that this training makes him stronger. The basis of sustainable development. He also apologizes if they bother him. Tenjin also notes that they do a lot of work for it and also they are willing to learn. It basically needs to perform as a mentor, so there is no need to apologize because compared to the usual during the day, there is no need to put in much effort today. Archer and swordsman fall to their knees, asking them to teach new things. 2 guys simultaneously attack the hero from the back. Eugene watches from the sidelines. He, totally relaxed. Tenjin doesn't move from his seat. When the blows are almost upon him, it just disappears, moving at such a speed that it leaves its image blurry from the impact of the students. The swordsman requires repetition. The guy carries out a series of strikes, but General Tang calmly evades all attacks, holding hands behind your back. He's completely relaxed. Even an archer's attack in flight doesn't take him by surprise. Half a day passes. The students were exhausted. It turns out that they couldn't touch the mentor for all this time, even though it was an unreal fight. They want to know how he trained his body. The hero claims that it was very painful training. As a child, he lived deep in the mountains and forests. He wanted to keep his body warm so that he wouldn't die from the cold on top of the mountain. So he gathered wood every day with his clothes torn because he didn't have any other clothes. With every day in the forest, his speed, strength, and reaction time were getting better and better. Eugene wonders inwardly because he never expected Brother Tang to live like this. The 2 students finally understand the secret of their mentor's power. The scientist is the same, notices to himself that his appearance is bright and elegant. But in fact he has a history of suffering and poverty. What Eugene and the others don't understand is all because of the light shadows, because of which Tenjin appeared. His clothes were torn and he was mercilessly beaten by him, a master, and this left scars on the body and of course, a dark and terrible childhood. After moving into a cozy room and sitting down in the armchairs, Tenjin decides to ask if he knows Eugene anything about the situation in Tengmei. My brother tells me that the soldiers of Ning have left the city and Liang Kai is leading 20 units into the city to defend it, so they're at a dead end. The swordsman notices that he has heard that Liang Kai wanted to kill them, but now he won't be able to get out of it. Tengmei. Eugene notices that defending against the attack of Ning's soldiers has always been a problem. Liam family forces, but did not pose a threat to Liang Kai due to the fact that the king sent reinforcement, from which he received benefits in the form of fame, so the results double. The interlocutor notices that Liang Kai is very cunning, if this is the case. The scientist believes that the case, not even this guy, it's more like the Liang family head's plan. The swordsman understands that the Liang family wants to be the only one in power after all. Eugene's here. He draws attention to Tenjin, who didn't seem to be listening to them at all. Then a man bursts in with a report. He turns to General Tan, saying that Commander Den wants to see him. Tenjin even wonders what Deng Mai Yan wants. He orders me to let him in. Through. A few moments later, a battered soldier enters the room. Eugene laughs with the 2 guys, thinking that Commander Den was beaten up by someone or begged for money. The hero also smiles, asking if the subordinate looks like this because of their method. Training sessions. Den drops to his knees. The situation changes in seconds. It turns out that they were attacked by the 8th and 9th Infantry units. The Corps and AI Jia was apprehended by them. The laughter turns to surprise. The hero becomes serious. Tenjin decides to find out the details of how this happened. Commander Den narrates that this afternoon, the other leaders and he went out for a drink, and there they encountered the commanders of the 8th. and the Ninth Corps and their leaders. Since they are indestructible, they began to argue with them, but in the end, they did not agree with them. As a result, they were unable to defeat them, and Aijia is currently in their custody. The hero decides, find out who the leader of the 8th and 9th Infantry is. Eugene replies that if he is not mistaken, then Liang Yuan and Wu Lixing. They are both subordinates of the emperor. The scientist emphasizes that Liang Yuan is also a member of the Liang family. In Tenjin's head, it starts. A picture is emerging. Commander Deng says they said General Tang was promoted only because of his relationship with General Wu. As it is, he only relies on his appearance and doesn't have a lot of money. There were such qualities as they had. The hero just smiles at this, asking where these people are now. The subordinate says they should be at the bar. Then Tenjin asks him to take him away. There, Commander Den agrees, though he notices to himself that General Tenjin isn't smiling, emits an evil aura. He gets a premonition that something is going to happen. The archer and swordsman want to go with Brother Tan, but Eugene stops them, stating that there will be. It was too dangerous, so the two of them should go to General Wu and tell him everything. Boys, they accept the order. At this time, a group of people continues to drink in a dilapidated bar from a fight. Among them are Aijia, who is there clearly not of her own volition, as shown by her displeased face and torn clothes. One of those present notices that she is still stubborn. The other one asks for help. To this gentleman, the first one claims that the commander of their unit is just a dummy, so right now, he's so scared that he doesn't even dare show up. The crowd laughs at these words. Then Tenjin enters the bar, offering the guy to visit the brothel if they want to be served. A woman instead of hitting his boyfriends. One of those present clarifies who he is. The hero introduces himself, after which the interlocutor. He notices that this is a charming guy who is dating Wu Mei. His associates. They laugh, but Tenjin just grins. Then someone else intervenes, saying that Liang Yuan, going too far. Then the big man gets up from the table, asking who the hell he is to insult their leader. Behind, these are the words the goon is ready to destroy him with. The guy with the long tongue continues to provoke, pitching, going to him, and the hero also orders his people to stay in their places. Tenjin blocks the way of the terrible soldiers, asking them not to go too far, because they are all on the road. One side. The same person does not understand who is on the same side as the other person. The goon states that he's the second Chiliarch of the 8th Corps, so he can't even call him brother. Pretty boy. The hero also clarifies, unless a simple Chiliarch can talk to the head like this. Buildings. The big guy shouts that the guy is not the head of the corps at all, but a piece of shit. It attacks the hero. Tenjin intercepts the huge palm of the opponent, taking it aside, and then with a light, he bends it with emotion. An unpleasant crunch from breaking bones spreads around the environment. Hero, but it doesn't stop there. He strikes the enemy's neck with his foot, breaking the bones. The big guy who falls to the floor. Everyone falls into a stupor from this, and the hero turns to the general, Liang, noticing that his subordinate didn't understand the rules, so he taught him something instead. Tenjin asks if General Liang has any objections. The latter orders his subordinates, beat up the guy. The same crowd pounces on the hero, wanting to kill. The first opponent tries, strike with a stool. The hero also breaks it with a kick, after which he grabs wooden ones, shrapnel from it, sticking it in the head of the attacker and offering enemies not to waste his time in vain. Attack him en masse. Soldiers grab their swords, attacking the hero in a crowd. The latter also dodges attacks, each of them, and then notices that it's his turn. In a few seconds, it lowers all opponents to their knees. He leans over one of them, telling them not to let him go. Blamed him for not taking pity on him, because he should blame the leader of his unit, who didn't teach them proper manners. As soon as all the attackers lose consciousness, Tenjin asks General Liang to return them to him, a person who belongs to him right now. Otherwise he will have to invite General Wu also participate. At this point, Commander Den realizes that their leader is very strong. Here to the throat, Aijia put their swords up, telling everyone not to move. Guys, let's get 800 likes and I will release a new part. Chapter 1-48. The hero continues to put pressure on a couple of young people who took Aijia hostage. One of them still fails. His inner coward is revealed. The weapon drops from his hands to the floor, and the guy himself falls on the 5th point, asking for forgiveness and trembling with fear. Tenjin also notes that he's a useless fool. The hero also clarifies whether Captain Wu wants to try to kill his subordinate. Of course that one. He is very tense, fearing for his life. Tenjin calmly approaches him and pulls the blade away, a sword from the throat of a subordinate, asking her to step aside. Aijia nods as he obeys the order. Captain Wu also asks what else the hero needs from him, because they have already released the girl. Tenjin, however, he notices that no matter how skilled he is, he won't have the strength to defeat him. Therefore, he has no choice but to use spiritual martial arts. The obvious provocation angers Captain Wu. Eugene also realizes that this has gone too far, and his brother wants to get their power. Hero. He licks his lips, not understanding what the other person is waiting for because he wants to kill him. Captain Wu. He bows his head, trembling with suppressed anger and fear. After that, Tenjin addresses all of Captain Wu's subordinates, calling them brainless and stupid, provoking a fight. It really works. Others attack him. Someone even uses her own spiritual martial arts. The scientist gets nervous, but the hero does the opposite. He rejoices in what is happening, releasing his sinister aura. Tenjin pulls out his blades, waiting for the enemy to attack. Weapons are covered with a dense layer of dark fire. The soldiers would have died if it hadn't been for me, who arrived at the bar just in time for the meeting. Conflict resolution. Captain Wu immediately falls to his knees in front of the girl, telling her that General Tang killed a few of their people just because of small problems. Eugene chimes in, stating that Captain Wu is very good at lying, because in fact, they were the ones who accused General Tang. They attacked first. The scientist also notes that they used weapons and combat skills until General Tang was only defending himself, and they came here because they were harassing their man. Captain Wu tries to find an excuse. At the same time, the second captain is shaking from the experience, terrified, unable to utter a single word. Mi is informed that she will sort this out, so they need to leave, and if she finds out about another group battle or the use of combat skills, then they will be severely punished. Tenjin just starts walking away. Eugene asks him to wait, after which he tells Miss Wu that they'll be the first to leave. She sighs heavily, realizing that now she will have to deal with this situation. Porridge. One of the captains decided to complain to his uncle, thinking that he should stand up for him. After all, Tenjin had killed 4 of his nephew's subordinates. The man also notices that a relative turned out to be an irresponsible leader because he watched how they killed him. A subordinate in front of him. The guy tries to justify himself, but gets a powerful beam from the clan leader who calls him useless trash because he started the job without even studying the opponent. Thereafter, the man makes it clear to the relative that the position of general is approved by the king, and if Tenjin got to his position through connections, then this means that the officials were stupid to choose it. It sounds like an insult to the king. The guy admits that he was wrong, but he did not want to speak badly about the officials. The clan leader is the same. He notices that Tenjin is very cunning. And even that day he was very eloquent because he started blame him, but put all the blame on his subordinate. The young captain thinks that this time, Tenjin decided to let him go. The man explains that the hero actually set a trap for them, because if he continued dealing with this murder case, he would definitely kill the captain. It turns out that he can't. Nothing to do with it or save the guy, because he can also be judged by defending a relative. The captain gets angry, claiming that he will call his brothers and they will finish him off. Chapter. Klana orders the guy to shut up, because he just finished talking about it, and he doesn't say anything. Continues. The man reminds that the captain belongs to the Liang family, and if this case comes up, that would affect their entire family, so he wouldn't let it destroy his family. Man, he says never to mention it again. The young man does not believe his ears, because it all sounds like the clan leader decided to just leave it as it is. The latter understands that it will be impossible to forget about it. Events take place in a military camp. Tenjin specifies whether there are any movements in the family. Eugene gives a negative answer, noting that the Liang family also does not want to do this. However, because it will not benefit anyone, he then notes that now the Liang family, he builds up his strength, and they don't want to be shaken by anything, but he asks his brother to be there. Be careful with the Liang family, because they can harm him from the shadows. The hero replies that he knows this. The scientist says that the mission this time was a huge success, so General Wu wanted to praise him. Tenjin sheaths his blades and goes to Mei. The girl declares that then the issue is resolved, since he knows exactly what needs to be done, so they don't have to do it. I need her father's help. The hero also notes that if it were not for the help of General Wu, General Liang with his attitude definitely wouldn't let this matter be resolved so easily, so the guy claims it's all thanks to Miss Wu. Mi notices that she doesn't dare accept the honor, although her lips break into a smile at the praise. Tenjin clarifies that Miss Wu wouldn't have come here to tell him just that. Interviewee. He replies that she is not free enough to come to him for radium. Mei came to give his army's first assignment. The hero immediately asks what task is in question. Begins a short story on behalf of General Wu, as different countries are in a state of after the war. The emperor sent a man to stop it. This person is the princess. Their mission is to go to the borders of Feng and make sure that the princess is safe. He arrived at Yan City. Tenjin decides to ask if there is a need to mobilize the whole army. An army to protect one person. The girl notes that the mobilization of an entire army. It shows how important this issue is for the country. And if the princess was injured, it would not be Not only him, but the heads of everyone from the Wu family will also roll, so the mission this time is very important. The hero understands that he has been assigned a very important task. He doesn't even know what his name is. To support. When she's gone, he wonders what his position will be if he doesn't have her. They'll give you a promotion. Eugene assumes that Brother Tan will be able to manage when promoted. 2 or 3 armies. Tenjin notices that then he is not interested in it. He opens the doors, asking his subordinates if they are ready. After receiving a positive response, he orders everyone to set out. Looking at the map, Eugene realizes that they are going to Biguan, which is located not far from Feng Shui borders. After hearing this, the hero decides to ask how much his brother knows about Biguan. The scientist has just a general idea. Biguan is a small rural town located to the north from the main Feng forces. The city manager is called Yinbu. Then Tenjin wants to know how much it will take some time to reach Biguan. Eugene explains that they will have to pass through the city, Wan, Giant City and Chun City, so the journey to Biguan will take about 7 days. Then the hero asks his deputy to pass the order to everyone that they should speed up the pace. At the same time, in Biguan, the leader of the city, standing on the protective wall, thinks about when he will be able to leave this damned place. Then he sees the army approaching. After that, go to it. A subordinate runs up, saying that the capital has sent people and that this is the second army of the Wu family, the leader of which is called Tenjin, and their number is 500 units. The man is happy that they are here to accompany the princess. Tenjin meets at the gate with General Yin. The latter welcomes everyone, noting that he has been here for a long time. He had heard of General Tang's name, and now that he saw it, he was convinced that he was definitely very. They are courageous. The hero replies that the man is too polite. Eugene reports that they are. They have arrived to accompany the princess, so he is in a hurry to find out when she will arrive in Biguan. General Yin states that it will take approximately 2 days. Tenjin clings to the word roughly, deciding to clarify. Did the princess in the other capital not send people to inform them? The mayor says that they still have no information. The hero decides to wait 2 days and then deal with this issue. The interlocutor offers him to go inside because he has already prepared a place to live for him. When Tenjin is alone with his brother and begins to eat, he notices that Yinbu doesn't look like a normal person. Very good. Eugene says that Yinbu is quite unhappy because without the king's approval, he can't leave here, so he has to guard this place for the whole year, and he's here. It's been 10 years. Tenjin puts the chopsticks on the table, asking his brother to cook more meat and wine so that he can go and find Yinbu to have a drink. The scientist accepts the order. The hero comes to the house of Yinbu. The man is preparing his sword for battle when the guy enters the room. Tenjin puts a jug of wine and a plate of tea on the table, offering a snack and a drink with it. General Yin doesn't understand why he's doing this. The man takes a bite of meat, then is going to drink wine from the thicket, but does not do it, asking if General Tang was checking him out, since they weren't allowed to drink in the camp. The hero pours it out, alcohol to himself, stating that he will drink to it first. Tenjin drinks the thicket, after which the interlocutor repeats after him, who, having emptied the container, he claims that this wine is really good, even though he hasn't drunk wine in 3 years. The hero is the same, decides that this time they will drink themselves to death. After drinking 2 bottles, General Yin reveals that he envies the fact that a drinking buddy works and, well, he hadn't been home in years. Tenjin doesn't understand why not send request to the king. Yinbu explains that he sends almost every month, but there is always no response. The man admits that at times he would like another country to attack, because then he would have been killed. He was relieved of his position, but he would still be worried about his own people. Pouring another bowl. However, Tenjin noticed that he is a really good general, so he offers to drink it down. Their sorrows. The interlocutor understands that this is very well said. In the morning, everyone is roused to their feet, announcing that the country's army has been spotted moving through the city, in the direction of the city, so all units need to prepare for defense. Buyan sees that this army has the king's flag in the center, so it's probably the army defending the princess. A horseman comes forward from the army. He loudly announces his name and the purpose of the visit. This is General Liu Gan from the land of Mo. He is accompanying the princess here, so he asks their general to come out to them for a conversation. Tenjin says that he will go out and meet the princess himself, and General Yin should stay ready. The latter takes note of this, asking the guy below to wait a bit. He clicks nervously at this, but he has nothing to do. The gate opens, after which the hero comes out of the city on a horse on the bridge. With it, a small group of subordinates is moving. He decides to find out who is standing in front of him. The hero explains that he is the commander of the second armies of the country of Feng, Tenjin. The interlocutor laughs at this, saying that he is only an army officer, leader, so it's obvious that Feng is losing the Ning War badly since they sent a pitiful one. The warlord will accompany the princess. The hero also claims that the army leader, enough to keep the princess safe, and if they want to mobilize more, it will show that the Mo country does not want peace. The interlocutor states that this is blatant disrespect to the princess. Tenjin notices that respect for the princess is not expressed through his speech and, especially, not through its rehearsed lines. After that, it highlights that it can have many free time, but because of it, the hero cannot allow the princess to enter the city. The blonde man grits his teeth, but then gestures an order. Princess escort is moving forward. The cart stops in front of the hero, who blocks its path. Two girls leading her and, dressed in knight's armor, they start a conversation with a dark-haired man. Tenjin decides to find out if it's okay. How does the princess feel when traveling? Security guards claim that the road was closed, tiring, so the princess is resting. The hero also asks to open the cart so that he can open it. Checked it out. The girls think this is a very bold act, because he does not have the right to do this, and this, insulting the princess. Tenjin also explains that he must make sure that there is a real princess, otherwise he wouldn't let them pass. The guard calls the guy very brave, and then draws a sword, demanding that I was leaving immediately. This action surprises the hero's subordinates, and the blonde who spoke before, this one with Tenjin, smiles during it. The archer draws the bowstring, preparing to fire a shot, and the swordsman draws his sword, preparing to start battle. The hero calls them to stop with a hand gesture. He insists on seeing the princess. This angers her, but a voice from the cart asks Xiaoming to step back, because if that's what he wants, then let him check it out. The princess emphasizes that no one wants to become an enemy of the royal family, so they definitely won't hurt her. Tenjin recognizes this voice. The guard puts her sword back in its scabbard, stating that the guy will regret it. The latter bows his head, saying that he is convinced that the princess in the cart. The hero orders his men to accompany the princess, after which he thanks the blonde for helping to accompany the royal highness. He replies that it's not worth it. The blonde man pulls out his spear, pointing it at the other man. He offers to fight. Once fate had brought them together here. The hero shakes his head. The guy takes it so that Tenjin was afraid of a fight with him, but he explains that they are from different countries, so if there was an accident, it would affect the relations between their countries, which it could lead to war. The blonde man doesn't understand how some pathetic chiliarch dares to be so arrogant. He smiles sharply. Subordinates ask the hero to pay attention to the interlocutor. The rider raises the spear over the ground, head first, ready to strike, and not understanding how the other dared twist his words. He wants teach him doom today. And in his mind's eye, no one will believe the pathetic hierarch, and it wouldn't change anything if he killed him. But the blonde's hopes were being dashed before his eyes. Blade. His spear cracks and then breaks before it hits. Those present do not understand how the general's blade could have broken, because Tenjin did not even know what to do. He moved. Only Eugene realizes that Brother Tang has used his trick. The hero also notices that even the blonde's weapon doesn't want war, and then he says goodbye to it. The guy doesn't believe in what was happening, because he hadn't even noticed what had happened. It starts analyzing what happened in my head. The blonde man is aware that he feels a slight squeezing sensation, which it comes from a dark-haired man, but he's just a pathetic chiliarch. The guy realizes that he doesn't even have evidence against him. When Tenjin enters the city, the bridge rises. General Yin immediately asks if everything is in order. I'm fine with it. The hero assures that everything is fine. Eugene also realizes that if they had started a battle, it would ruin their plans and cause a lot of trouble, and if he wasn't mistaken, Brother Tang decided not to waste any time on it, as he wouldn't be able to absorb it now. But Brother Tang used a shadow clone, meaning he used some spiritual energy to make the clone's body. It wasn't real. When the shadow and the halberd touched each other, Brother Tang used his power on it, thereby causing it to crack. The scientist notices that his brother is very strong, since he needs to manage to fix this awkward situation, although it was expected from the person on whom equals Eugene. Tenjin informs that he has to accompany the princess back, so he sets off immediately. Yinbu had hoped that this day would never come, but he wondered when they will meet again next time. The hero also notices that if fate allows, they will meet again, and he also wants Brother Yin to go back to his city so they can have another drink. General Yin asks Brother Tang to be careful on the road and take care of himself. The guy asks for the same thing. Your friend. After a while, Tenjin asks Eugene to go ahead and tell Guyu and the others to. We stopped for a rest stop. The scientist accepts the order, and after a few minutes, the squad does a bus stop. The princess asks Xiaoming when they will reach the next city. Girl reports that it's late afternoon. The hero doesn't understand why this voice sounds so familiar. His thoughts are torn out by the security guard, saying that the princess wants to ask him something. Tenjin approaches the carriage, stating that her subordinate is here and asking what the princess orders are for him. She also asks if he can go out and take a break. This request introduces the hero to confusion. Seeing this, Xiaoming explains that the princess has been in the carriage all this time, not daring to leave. Tenjin does not understand these words, mockingly emphasizing that there were no monsters outside. The girl asks General Tang to watch his words in front of the princess. The guy states that if the princess wants to, then she can go out and take a break. Even if the monsters are really bad, they will appear. Her subordinate will deal with them. The royal person gets out of the carriage. Tenjin freezes from what is happening. The pupils of his eyes narrow in disbelief. The first person to notice something is Xiaoming, who asks what's wrong. Hero. He also asks if Shui Jing is standing in front of him. The princess doesn't understand the question. In that, the moment something goes off in the guy's head, the guard is trying to figure out if General Tan is okay. The same one asks why she. That's what I did to him. It is controlled for a few moments by the spirit that controls it. He asks questions. Why did she betray him? Why did she hurt him? Are all these vows really true? They were lies. The princess doesn't understand what's going on with Chiliarch Tan. Xiaoming stands between the princess and the hero, telling him not to come any closer. At that time, Eugene walks through the crowd, wanting to know what happened. Chapter 1-56. Tenjin tries to resist the power of the spirit, but he can't do it. Eugene I realizes that General Tang has become possessed, so he orders the others to quickly stop. His subordinates attack the hero. The spirit screams that he will definitely kill her, but the next moment it turns out that he is not going to kill her. It is located in the subconscious. Tenjin turns up behind him, telling him that this has already happened 500 years ago, so the feud between them was already over, and Shui Jing and Xuanchun had already. The hero admits that he hates his attempts to influence him, because he just a memory, so it will no longer obey it. Tenjin covers his hand with dark flames, and then stabs the spirit, which dissolves after that. At this time, the crowd piled on top of their leader. Eugene commands them, calling to stop Chiliarch Tang. A powerful burst of energy throws everyone present in different directions. The hero gets up on his feet. Legs. Xiaoming is surprised by what just happened. The scientist tries to justify himself by saying, "What is it? Accident." Tenjin falls to one knee, asking the princess not to take it personally. What just happened? She accepts this, claiming that everything is fine. Tenjin is about to leave, but the princess wants to know who Shui Jing is for the Chiliarch. Tenjin. The hero declares that they can consider him a beloved woman. The squad gets to the city. Tenjin gives out instructions. 4 of them he orders to take the men and keep an eye on the north, south, west, and east while Aijia protects the princess. Eugene tells him that Mr. Li wants to see him. When the subordinates leave, the hero decides, ask your brother if he knows the reason. He gives a negative answer. After visiting Mr. Lai, Tenjin immediately gets down to business. It turns out that the man, he has prepared a banquet to be held tonight, so he wonders if he will come. Princess. The hero notices that she is currently resting after the road, so she will not be able to attend his banquet. The man gets upset about this, asking if he will come then. General Tang. It is clear that the guy wants to refuse, but Eugene intervenes, stating that Chiliarch Tang will be there today. Mr. Li declares that they will celebrate his arrival. After that, he leaves, and Tenjin immediately. He asks who allowed his brother to answer for him. Eugene explains that although the rank is urban, Brother Tang should be present. There's no need to insult him. The hero accepts these words, deciding that it is worth seeing this banquet. Evening comes. Eugene. He waits for his friend at the entrance to his room, noting that it's almost time for the banquet. Tenjin exits from his room in luxurious clothes. The brothers go to a banquet. At the same time, a squad of people. The masked man notices that the man named Tenjin is gone. They're going to take advantage of this. For now, Tenjin decides to step aside to take a break from the formal event that is currently taking place. Much to his annoyance, Eugene answers the guests' questions. All questions relate to the princess. What's interesting is what she looks like, how she behaves, and what she looks like when she talks. Scientist. She puts everything on the shelves, telling us that Her Majesty speaks innocently and elegantly. Leads. He behaves politely and intelligently, and communicates courteously. The hero is glad that a friend helps him with this, but at heart, his alarm appeared. He begins to guess what might be causing this. At the same time, a masked man attacks Wen Chenzin. He uses the spiritual, a martial art of quickly and effortlessly removing guards. Xiaoming orders to protect the princess. Another attacker notices that such garbage is not even worth the effort. Have to. He stretches out a hand covered in spiritual energy, declaring that they will all die. Today, the armored soldiers step back. One of the soldiers flies out of the window. At the same time, the first assassin counts the number of people he has killed. There are already more than 6 of them. He snaps back at his friend, noticing that they are all having fun while he was restraining them all this time using spiritual energy. Jumped out from the window, he replies that all this is nonsense, because he can kill in the next mission. The first one claims it's so easy that it's like slicing vegetables. Here the swordsman attacks one arrogant fool. He approaches him from behind, intending to stick a sword in my back. The second assassin rushes to the aid of a friend. Using energy control, he manages to come to the aid of a colleague in time. A powerful blow with a knee in the gut, he sends the subordinate Tenjin a dozen meters back from the guy's mouth. Blood starts spurting, and he tries to get up from his knees. The assassin slowly approaches him, noticing that the enemy is still able to move under him. That kind of pressure, so it's pretty good for a commander of 1,000. After that, the killer. He raises his sword over his head, saying that the bad thing is that he is following the wrong leader. The swordsman already has. There is no strength to resist. But the attacker's attack is taken on the block by the hero who is on time. Appeared. The assassin is surprised that a Tenjin can use shadow movement. Tenjin does not stand still, waiting for the enemy to attack. He immediately throws a kick, forcing the opponent to stop him. The assassin must retreat. The attack passes close to the enemy's head, but the hero takes advantage of this by sending a message. The last one to fly. The carcass of a friend knocks down the second attacker. The pressure of spiritual energy decreases. The soldiers feel it, because now they can do a little more. Move. One of the assassins reports that he will no longer be able to restrain them with his energy. He wants to tell the leader about what happened, but Tenjin interrupts him, ordering him to go to the police station. Ai Jai is with her to protect the princess if he can move, and he'll sort it out here. The swordsman accepts the boss's order. At the same time, one of the assassins offers to kill the hero. Together, he is stopped by a friend, demanding to use spiritual pressure again. It turns out that the attacker decided to deal with Tenjin alone, only asking his comrades help him control his spiritual pressure. Masochist sends several waves to the hero. Spiritual energy with a swing of your sword. Tenjin calmly passes through the wave, closing in on the enemy. Their collision is carried around the world. Kill with the clang of weapons touching. The killer slides backward, slowing down the force of the impact. With your feet and a sword stuck in the ground. He admits that he underestimated the hero because he stayed just as agile, so it will let him see his trump card. The attacker uses wind clones, creating multiple doppelgangers. Tenjin has 6 enemies to kill. He realizes that he will have to kill everyone. 6 clones, but his first attack fails to reach its target. This is becoming a problem. After all these clones are just shadows, and he doesn't have time for this, so he decides to take the risk. The hero sticks his blades into the ground, from which dark flames emanate, simply provoking the enemy to attack. The latter perceives this as a sign of the enemy's surrender, so he plunges into them. Tenjin shows his weapon, saying that he doesn't care if he surrenders or not. It scares the guards. The hero also grabs the enemy's weapon, starting to pull it out of his body. It envelops him. Dark flames, and a smile appears on the face, which terrifies even experienced warriors. Guyu receives a powerful punch to the face, which causes him to fall to one knee. Aijia strongly. She's worried about her friend, even though she's also hurt. The swordsman declares that he will not let the enemy get close to the princess, even if it costs him his life. The girl also notes that the enemy is too strong, and they are no match for him, so they need to stall for time and wait for their brother. Tana. The killer says he's had enough fun with them, so it's time to get it over with. By this, it releases its spiritual power, covering the body with armor. Xiaoming suggests attacking everyone. Together, they must stop him. The enemy declares that they will not allow them to meet with death. At the same time, outside, Tenjin impales himself on the enemy's sword, gradually approaching him. The opponent thinks that the guy is just impatient to commit suicide. But the next time, for a moment, the hero's hand falls on his face. The hero completely absorbs the arrogant killer with the help of a dark flame. This forces. After that, Tenjin pulls the huge sword of the absorbed enemy out of his body, falling to the ground. The guards rush to his aid, believing that the Chiliarch was severely weakened. In front of the hero, an exact copy of him is formed from black energy. Murderers don't understand how to do this. Manage to create a spiritual warrior from the energy of darkness. The comrade declares that it is only a matter of time. A simple clone, so he confidently goes out to battle with it. The copy's hand is covered in a dark flame, but the opponent emphasizes that he will not be intimidated. A normal clone, but the same clone pierces the upstart's body with his hand. The last of the attackers on the street realizes that it smells like burning, because just a clone is not capable of killing people. At the same time, the clone of the hero turns to the last victim. Not understanding the enemy's capabilities and fearing his strength, the guy decides to take a strategic approach. A retreat, but that's just not fast enough to go far. The hero catches up with him in a couple of seconds, for a few moments, until he had run 10 meters. The third assassin's scream echoes through the area. The guards realize that they are all dead. They are also struck by the terrifying and powerful energy of the Chiliarch. At the same time, the original gets up from his knees, merging with the copy. The guard decides to address him. They accept the order, after which it is sent to building. At this time, inside, the princess defenders were defeated. Xiaoming asks the lady to run away, but she doesn't even think about it. The last killer notices that the princess should take care of herself, because there is no one else who could protect her. He raises his weapon over the girl's head, intending to drive it into her body. The attacker freezes for a few moments, admitting that he's a little sorry to kill such a woman. A beauty. In the next second, his body is pierced by the blade of Tenjin, who arrived in time for the attack. Help! His blades are already combined into a scythe, with the help of which he throws the enemy out, away from the princess, after which he apologizes for being late. The last attacker admits that he was too careless. He folds his hands in a strange gesture. Then it disappears from its place, ending up behind the princess. Tenjin reacts instantly, grabbing the princess by the waist and taking the enemy's blow on the blade of his scythe. The confrontation lasts for several seconds. The hero confidently wins it using only one card, throwing the assassin out of the way. When the enemy flies away, he gathers his strength to make a dash for a new attack. However, Tenjin doesn't allow you to do this. The blade of the scythe is extended with dark energy, causing damage to a blow to the killer. He even understands before hitting that this is not good. And when the hero's attack overtakes, then his weapons and armor are shattered. He himself falls to his knees, not understanding how simple it is. A Chiliarch can have such powerful spiritual power. He decides that he must leave this place. But no one will let him do it. Tenjin appears in front of him. He swings the scythe above him, then strikes, but stops it when the blade is almost gone. It touched the attacker's face. The hero decides to find out who he is and who sent him here, emphasizing that if he told him, he would let him go. The killer only laughs at this, claiming that Tenjin is just a simple man, a dog, and his days will soon be over. The hero does not hold back, demolishing the head of an obvious provocateur. Several soldiers are running down the stairs. In the corridors, they are met by the corpses of comrades who were ruthlessly killed by the attackers. The archer runs up to the leader with his companions, asking if the princess is all right. Hero. He tells her that everything is fine with her, but he doesn't understand why they came just now. Guy. He bows his head in a respectful bow, asking the Haliarch not to get angry because they were able to move only after he destroyed the spiritual pressure. The hero also remembers that these four. I wasn't alone. Tenjin gives out orders. He wants Latan and Lai Wai to take Guyu and Ai Jia to the doctor, and Deng Mingquan brought Lai Zion to him. If he resists, then he can use it. Power. Subordinates begin to follow his orders. When Mr. Li falls to his knees in front of the hero, Eugene tries to understand what happened. Before, the scientist has heard rumors that the princess was attacked, but it is important for him to know what really happened. Tenjin tells his brother to ask Lai Zion everything. The latter claims that he is. It has nothing to do with this incident. After all, he was just drinking wine in the palace. The suspect emphasizes that Eugene was present there. The hero makes it clear that as soon as he went to the banquet, an assassination attempt was made, so it doesn't seem like an accident. He asks who ordered the suspect to do this, or if he did not do it. There is a culprit. Mr. Li insists to the end that this is just a misunderstanding. The man states that even if he gave him the men to do it, he wouldn't dare kill the princess, and if he did, he wanted to die. He still has a family waiting for him at home. Tenjin claims that he forced him to tell the truth, then remind him that as a city lord, he should be familiar with pain. During the torture, Mr. Li says that he is not guilty, crying while doing so. Then the guy orders. Eugene points out that this may not be related to Lai Zhang, because he was a city boy, a lord for over 10 years, not to mention timid. In addition, the scientist emphasizes that he had behaved perfectly normally during the banquet, and in this state of affairs, it was unlikely that he would have. He could have been so carefree. The hero notices that the fact is that the enemy was ready, and if Mr. Lai is not involved in this, why did it happen right after he left? Eugene understands that this is a good argument. After that, it dawns on the guy. He suggests that Lai Zion may have simply used it because someone could just ask him to hold a banquet. Tenjin realizes that he doesn't. I thought about it. At this point, the two brothers' conversation is interrupted by Xiaoming. The girl says that the princess wants to see him. The hero replies that he will approach her now. After that, he turns to Eugene, wanting him to go and interrogate Lai Zion because they don't know what to do. They can just leave this case because someone must be held accountable. The scientist asks, "Don't worry, he already knows what to do." When the brother leaves, the hero starts a conversation with a beaten girl. He's a little surprised that she can move now. The same says that she used spiritual arts to heal herself while she was escorting him. Take the princess home. He thanks the guy for coming then. Tenjin mockingly thanks her for her gratitude. It makes her angry because she doesn't understand. Why shouldn't she have thanked him? In the next instant, Xiaoming opens the door to the princess's chambers, which is already waiting for the hero. The two security guards in the room are startled by the guy's appearance. The princess also remembers how Tenjin saved her during the killer's attack. She is embarrassed by those memories. The girl decides to ask if Chiliarch Tenjin is injured, because all his clothes are stained with blood. Hero. She lowers her gaze, realizing it's true, and then he thanks her for bothering him, telling him he's fine. Tenjin notices that he should go and freshen up, after which he asks the princess not to worry, considering that there will be no accidents today. The other person stutters in mid-sentence, not knowing how to ask for something important. The guy decides to find out if the princess wants anything. The latter clarifies whether it can stay the night here. This is a little confusing for the hero, but he quickly comes to his senses. Tenjin states that he will immediately go and change his clothes, after which he will protect her. Being outside the door, the girl thanks Chiliarch Tenjin for this, and he notes that he is not here. Nothing special. After that, he takes his leave. After a while, the hero is already at the entrance to the princess's chambers, guarding her. I changed my clothes and washed. He is approached by Eugene, who tells him that they have just met. The interrogation ended, and it turned out that Li Zion was actually being used. Tenjin decides to find out what his brother means. The same one explains that today's banquet wasn't Li's idea, Zion, and someone asked him to do it. This person is a merchant passing by. Cities of Van. That merchant said he wanted to see the princess, so he paid Li Zhang for holding a banquet. The scientist thinks they plan to strike there. Eugene notices that he has already sent people to find the merchant's location, but he has already escaped. The hero shares his thoughts. He realizes that the reason for killing the princess is to stop conclusion of a truce between the Ning and Mo countries. This leads him to believe that in the palace there were rats. Tenjin decides to ask his brother if the assassins arrived because of the rat's order. Then, who is this person? Eugene doesn't know the answer because anyone can be a mole. Exclude not even the 4 powerful families from Fang country. The hero thinks for a few seconds. After a few moments, he says that this case is not something they can handle, so all they need to do is take care of it. What you need to do is protect the princess. Tenjin understands that Li Zion will not be able to escape from responsibility, so what they need to do is get him to the palace. Hero. He tells her that he will protect the princess tonight, and that his brother will help her deal with the others. Eugene makes this decision. Left alone, the hero reflects on the situation. He remembers what the Feng army suffered. Great losses fighting against the Ning troops. He understands what is behind all this, and the appearance of the rats must have a reason. Tenjin notices to himself that it is not profitable for Feng to stop. This war, however, may be just the tip of a huge conspiracy. The hero is important to understand who they are like this and what is their ultimate goal. Then the sound of a door opening echoes down the hall. The princess looks out of the room, addressing the guard. Tenjin decides to ask why she is still awake. The girl comes out, handing him a blanket and saying that it was cold tonight, so she brought him something to hide in. Tenjin thanks the princess, but the princess says that it's not worth it. There is an awkward pause when they are being held back. Our eyes collide. The girl wishes him a good night as she goes to her chambers. Hero. The guy sits down on the floor, covering himself with a blanket, a representative of the fair sex. He leans on the other side of the wall, pressing his fist to his heart. On her face appears a good-natured smile. The night passes quickly. Tenjin wakes up to the sun shining in his eyes. She folds the blanket carefully as she goes about her business. Eugene is already on his feet. He's a little surprised to see his brother. The hero immediately asks what? Did they sleep all last night? And are they still investigating the murderers who attacked yesterday? The scientist admits that they did not sleep, but they did not find anything. The guy explains that I gathered all the leaders to divide into 5 groups and search the city, but the mercenaries disappeared. Therefore, they couldn't find the ringleader after searching all night. Tenjin. He admits that he expected something like this, because they came quite prepared. Eugene reveals that he sent Guyu to organize an army while his brother was guarding the princess. Ming informs the princess that they will soon arrive in Yan City. The hero together with they lead the squad. The gates to the city open and a small squad appears from them. Tenjin notices that the army has raised a flag, which means that King Feng is meeting the princess personally. Indeed, on a small pedestal, at the head of which are 2 coachmen, sits a man with blue hair and a matching beard. This is King Feng Chen Hua. Tenjin dismounts, then greets the king, bowing his head in a respectful bow. He considers it an honor to meet him in person. He also introduces himself as the leader of the second corps, Tang Yin. The king notes that such work must be difficult for the Tang Yin Chiliarch, Tenjin, but he says that the king overestimates him because he, as his subordinate, hardly did his job. Work. The man decides to find out if everything is all right with the princess. The hero thanks for His Majesty is concerned, adding that the princess is fine. Realizing that the guy did a good job, the king informs that he will be awarded a large award. Rewards for protecting the princess. He also notices that the task of accompanying the princess, it must have been burdensome, so he and his companions can rest by leaving. Everything else is for them. Tenjin thanks His Highness for this. The king orders his soldiers to form up to greet the princess. Country of origin. Very respectful of the princess, the king not only received everyone, but even arranged a feast in the palace. This shows that he represents the royal family, gathered for the feast. Many people of noble origin from all over the Fen kingdom. This technique is rare. You can even see it in the four most influential families in the country of Feng. Meanwhile, Mi is having a conversation with her sister. The latter tells us that although there was one accident, they still got here safely. The girl notes that Tang Yin is quite patient. Mi takes a sip of her tea and reminds me that this is natural, because he is a leader who was personally appointed by her. My sister asks me to stop. Boast. General Wu looks up at the moon. She's mentally glad they made it here. It was safe, but for some reason, she felt a slight sense of unease. The Feng bigwigs meeting begins. The head of Wu suggests raising the Chiliarch to the rank of General Zhengxi and give him the ability to manage 3 armies. He opposes this idea. The head of the Liang family, claiming that Tang Yin is still young and unable to handle this situation. A duty and definitely not suitable for being a Zhengxi general. King. He notices that they can't judge him solely by his age. The head of state declares that I've already made my decision. Chiliarch Tang Yin will be promoted to General Zhengxi because he can't do something else, so Assistant Liang can stop. The head of the Liang family decides to nominate another suggestion that is much better. He recommends changing the name slightly. This, immediately annoying the head of the Wu family. The man with the blue curls keeps talking. This country is in the Tanyuan region from the Pingyuan district is often attacked and harassed by the Morphe gang. In the last time their forces are not there enough to hold off the onslaught of the enemy, causing their country to suffer big losses. The head of Liang proposes to assign the rank of General Zhengxi to Chiliarch Tang Yin, and if they send him to that region, General Tang Yin will definitely be able to stabilize him there. Their position. Chief Wu intervenes, noting that General Tang Yin has a rare talent, and if they will place it there, it is equivalent to burying talent. Chapter Zhang addresses this argument against the interlocutor, clarifying whether Wu Zhang considers his northern region useless or can. The situation in the northern region seems very stable to him. Mei's father is forced to accept defeat in this verbal altercation, which is stopped. A king who understands both of their suggestions, but decides to do exactly what he suggested. Head of Liang, announcing that today he will order the appointment of Tenjin to Pingyuan County, conferring on him the rank of General Zhengxi. A man with blue curls makes excuses to Wu. Zhang is saying that he is not going against him, but simply that he is doing everything possible for the sake of his country. Head Wu states that Assistant Liang's actions make him really admire her. That, however, he notices that the other person is flattering him. The king notices that Tang Yin's position has been determined. However, at the moment, it's already quite late, so he suggests we leave it at that. Meeting. Wu Zhang is not happy with the results of this meeting, unlike the head of Liang. Coming home, head of Wu, seething with anger, because all his efforts invested in Tang Yin have gone to waste. Daughters try it. Come. Mei asks him not to worry, because it may affect his health. Man. He sits down in a chair. And while the younger sister gives her father tea, the older sister guesses that the old one is a good girl. The fox had thought of this whole plan to separate his father and Tang Yin. Guys, subscribe to the channel and let's get 500 likes and I will release a new part. The man asks the guy to focus because he has something important to report. Tenjin also emphasizes that he will try his best. Minister Wu began by saying that he told me about the king's decree, according to which the hero will be appointed general of Zhengbei. After that, the head of the house of Wu notices that the first order that the king gave the guy, take a seat in Pingyuan district. Tenjin is mentally surprised by this development of events, because he doesn't quite understand why he was assigned there. The man gets up from his seat and leaves accompanied by the youngest daughter, leaving the young genius with the eldest daughter. In private, Mei immediately decides to clarify what Tang Yin thinks about this appointment. The same notes that if it's the king's order, then he can't do anything about it, because he can't have the right. Based on your own opinion, the girl does not believe that the interlocutor wants to go voluntarily there, because if he didn't want to, she could talk to her father. The hero says so, that this is not necessary. because there is a war going on, so it does not matter where to fight. Mei also says that not everything is so simple. She wants to warn him about something important, but Tenjin, he believes that it is unlikely that anyone but him will be able to cope with this. The other person starts counting that the guy was out of his mind. The girl says that she has not the slightest desire to see, like him, who died for the country. They are being sent back to the city. The hero is surprised by these words, and then smiles. Tenjin is sure that he will not die so easily. After hearing this, Mei sets the condition that if he insists, he will have to leave the second building. The hero calmly agrees to this, telling about his only request. He wants to. He was allowed to choose several chili arcs. The girl says that if he accepted the final decision, then so be it. Tenjin says goodbye to the girl, leaving her. Deep evening sets in. Eugene quickly analyzed the new information. He is aware that sending them to Pingyuan District is a pretty dirty ploy against Brother Tang. But in this case, it's not a big deal. The old fox is round. Liang Xing definitely screwed up. In the morning, the scientist says that this time the situation is favorable for Brother Tan. The hero decides to find out why he thinks so. Eugene explains that the city has already become a place where the four great powers, families are fighting for their own benefit. And since the rats have not yet been detected, it's best to leave if he doesn't want to become a victim of other clans. Pingyuan region is located in very far away, and he was also assigned the role of protector and given the rank of General of Zhengbei. Therefore, according to the scientist, such a simple task as protecting the area should not become a priority, an obstacle for Brother Tan. Besides, he thinks that such a hectic life is more. It is suitable for its development. If one day there will be internal disagreements in the country again, Brother Tang can just hide and avoid unnecessary trouble. The interlocutor emphasizes that the conditions there are really harsh, so they should also be wary of Morpheus Gang. Hero, however, he points out that he definitely wouldn't want to go there if it was peaceful place. Just then, someone calls Tang Yin from outside the house. Outside the house, Tenjin runs into his subordinates. It doesn't understand why each of them looks very sad. He points out that each of them should already know that her job needs to be completed. They are positioned in the Pingyuan area. Tang Yin says that on this trip to Pingyuan District, the second corps will stay here, and the leader of the first corps will also be replaced. He asks if anyone is ready to follow him, with the caveat that he never forces. The archer and swordsman are the first to agree that helped the hero in a recent battle with an enemy general. Eugene notes to himself that it's a pretty good decision to take them with you, because they are loyal to him. 4 new recruits are also ready to follow him, but experienced soldiers are in no hurry to answer, clearly doubting such a decision. Tenjin, noticing their mood, says that there is no need for them to force themselves, since all of them are in the same mood. The families are in Yang City, so it would be too cruel to ask them to follow him. Hero, he claims that they all have different responsibilities, but that they have made a big contribution in his eyes, and he very grateful and hope that everyone succeeds after he leaves. One of the men says he's organizing a feast later, and today he's offering to have a drink with friends. Noticing that people are still gloomy, Tang Yin states that he is going to Pingyuan for a position, not a job. Moreover, he was awarded the rank of General Zhengbei, so it seems to him that they should be happy for him. Those present congratulate their leader on his promotion in unison, and then the feast begins in the center of the city. Honor of this event, those present drink wine and enjoy each other's company. The foursome recognizes you as a veteran, that they wanted to follow General Tang Yin. The man notices that even though the leader tried, I was hard on them not to show my concern, but they still felt it, and since General Tang Yin killed Liang Yuanmo's subordinates, and he decided to follow him to the end. The man claims that General Tang Yin can laugh at them, but now he is his son, a subordinate, so in the future he will also remain one and follow his orders, regardless of what they will be. Other soldiers support the speech of a comrade. Tenjin is the same. Getting up from his seat, he notices that if you believe his words, then he blindly accepted him as a brother. The hero gets up from his seat, saying that it doesn't matter if they follow him to the Pingyuan region or not. He hopes that everyone gets what they want. The guy notes that for him also, it's a huge honor to talk to all of them, so today they won't stop until they've drained everything. Wine stocks. The next morning, the hero is going to leave. General Wu walks into his room. Tenjin immediately asks if she has something to say to him. He gives it her all as it is. She urges him to be more careful when he arrives in the area. Pingyuan, Morpheus Gang is not only good in battle, but also treacherous and especially dangerous riders. Dragons. But don't worry too much about it. Princess getting out of her carriage. I was personally able to stop them. Heiress Wu expects the war to come soon. It would be over, and then she would try to visit him and help him get back. The hero is the same. She notices that she doesn't have to worry about him. The guy thinks that there is no need to exaggerate everything so much because Pingyuan district is not so bad, so he'll probably get used to it quickly. He also asks that the interlocutor still. He remembered her words, even though it should be fine with his potential. The girl also. He notices that she has prepared a gift for him, so Wu suggests that he go out and look at it. The hero is a little surprised by the mystery of the gift that they want to give him. By this, the gift is a horse. Mei tells me that the horse's name is Xu Yang, and that it is a thoroughbred steed of Wulong, and she bought it in Mo country 2 years ago. She notes that the guy will need it more than her, so how he's going to Pingyuan district. The hero thanks the interlocutor for such care. The girl is the same. It's amazing that the other person is still so polite to her. The girl abruptly hugs the hero, saying that he should not die. It is clear that she is sincere. She wants him to return safely to her. Tears are running down her cheeks. He declares that they will meet again soon, and before that, they will not be able to meet again. But he must live. A gust of wind blows a girl's hair in the wind. Tenjin still strokes her long hair. He tries to calm her down, even though it's obvious that he's doing it clumsily and hesitantly. His hands are shaking with excitement. The next morning, the sky was clear. Tang Yin was already about to head to Pingyuan district. Then he was followed by 6 chosen chiliarchs and some soldiers. There were a lot of people, those who saw him off. Almost all of them were from the second building. Only Wu Mei didn't show up. Tang Yin felt a little disappointed. He wished he hadn't. I managed to say goodbye to Yin Ru. All the soldiers asked the general to take care of himself and wished him a happy journey with tears in their eyes. Tenjin did not understand why they were all crying, because he was not going to die at all, and if he allows it, they will meet again. Eugene points out that after stopping at Shun, they will reach the city tomorrow afternoon. Pingyuan County, however, there are no villages nearby to make a stopover. The scientist decides, find out if Brother Tang rejected Yu He's personal invitation. After all, if this is the case, then he definitely will be hostile to him. Tenjin says that as a high-ranking official in Tian District, all he does is, he amuses himself, and he has never been interested in what is happening in the territory of his power. The hero thinks they must be the person who used connections to get it, the place he's at now, and he doesn't think there's any need to worry about it. Then he notices that it's starting to get dark, so the hero decides to find a spacious place along the way and set up camp to spend the night. Then someone stops Tang Yin's group. 2 big men who are very similar to each other claim that all these trees were planted by them, and this road is paved by them, so if they want to pass, they have to pay. Brothers, they offer to leave half of the riches of travelers, and then they will miss them, and if they do not have enough money, they will not be able to do it. If they dare to be bold, they will die. The swordsman is about to draw his sword, not understanding how they had the guts to even think about it. Robbing the army. Tang Yin stops the subordinate. The hero recognizes the twin brothers in owners of the road. He decides to find out why they are stealing and if they know who he is. One of the brothers says that Tom should not worry. They believe that their interlocutor, just one of those people who just dresses beautifully, but they still ask who he is. You think so? Tenjin introduces himself as the newly appointed general of Pingyuan district. He pulls out his own blades and breaks into battle under Eugene's surprised gaze. It quickly turns out to be next to one of the brothers, then strikes with a blade. The enemy manages to react by substituting. The handcuff is under attack. The guy breaks the distance, mentally noticing that the speed of manifestation and the strength of his spirit, pretty good, so the opponent should be at least at the origin level. Souls. Twin brothers cover their bodies with spiritual armor. One of them says that the spiritual art is pretty good, but his morals are too low. What is he talking about? Can judge after seeing a dastardly attack. Tang Yin covers his body with armor, startled that the 2 robbers dared to say something to him about morals. Moreover, they must have heard words that all means are good in war. Their weapons collide, causing a flash of light. Both the brothers want to kill General Tang Yin. The battle begins. The hero confronts 2 strong opponents at once. It combines its own scythe blades to gain a small advantage in attack range. Twin brothers. They attack from different directions, trying to catch Tenjin off guard. Tang Yin deflects the enemy's attack with a wave-like attack with his power. Those fly off too. He stood to one side, somehow staying on his feet. The brothers slow down their fall, after which they again break down to the hero. My friends want to help them. However, it is obvious that they are not at the level to be able to do anything against a spiritual master. Martial arts. The hero understands that both opponents are on the origin of the soul, so he's not at all surprised that their powers are equal. The brothers stab the guy's body, but no blood spurts. In all directions, the brothers are angry that the enemy is running away from them. Then they look back and see that the army, together with a group of the enemy, they had already come to his aid. They decide to back down, stating that Tenjin was just lucky. A group of horsemen runs up to Tang Yin. Their leader jumps down from his horse, ordering his subordinates, "Stop now." It turns out that this is the Chiliarch of the Pingyuan District 1st Army, Zhang Zhu. Assumes that Lord Tang Yin's guards are standing in front of him. The hero steps forward and introduces himself. Zhang Zhu then apologizes for being late. "So let's hope that Lord Tang can forgive him for his mistake." Tenjin assures that everything is fine. The hero notices that he is new here and is not very familiar with the Pingyuan area, so he would like to ask Chiliarch Zhang a few questions. The latter allows you to ask. Tenjin noticed that there were more bandits here, but for some reason, the Chiliarch Zhang didn't take the army and destroy them. The hero also noticed that the uniforms of the soldiers are very expensive, light and worn, although winter is approaching. The guy assumes that the man has appropriated. "Keep the money for yourself." Zhang Zhu insists that his subordinate is trying to root out the bandits, but they will not be able to stop them. "Each time I manage to get away," which is to blame for him and his lack of abilities, and as for embezzlement of money, then he would never have done it. It is important for the hero to know where the money is then. The Chiliarch hesitates, because he is not sure whether to tell him unconfirmed information. Tenjin gives his go-ahead. It turns out that they haven't been sent any armor for 3 years, and even food is almost non-existent. That remained. They survived only thanks to donations from local residents. The hero decides, take an army and go to Shun to demand money immediately. Chiliarch Zhang doubts whether this is acceptable in their position. The guy points out that if he dares mention this word in his presence, then he will make it so that it will roll on the floor. Chapter 1-74. A plump man watches as a beautiful girl prepares to please him. He asks her how long it will take her to prepare. A representative of the fair sex, pulling out. She puts her hair clip on the table and laughs and asks if he thinks she wants to run away. At this time, the army led by Tenjin is trying to enter the city. The guard tells them that if you have, General Tang Yin doesn't have a document or letter, so they can't let him enter the city. The hero is the same, claims that he needs to find Lord Yu to formally resolve the matter. Tang Yin, this situation is starting to get annoying, so he warns that if the guard continues, he will not be able to stop himself. If you don't, then he'll deal with it. The guy also thinks that General Tang Yin knows a lot about himself. You think so? After that, Tenjin orders Guyu to get the guy out of the way and execute him. At this time, the beauty, who has already prepared herself for an intimate relationship with a man, decides. He asked why Lord Yu was so blank today. The guard also believes that General Tang Yin has no right to kill him. Tenjin is the same, declares that if any of them dare to stop him, he will also kill him. The swordsman demolishes the head of the arrogant boy, and the rest of the guards in fear make way for the army. The hero. After some time, the hero together with Eugene gets to the official residence. The assistant to the mayor informs that the latter is currently resting. In addition, it notices that Lord Tang Yin can't barge in like that, even if he wants to. Meet the Lord. He asks the guy to at least let him log in first to report it. His visit. Tenjin stresses that this is not necessary. The brunette grabs the other man's arm, his hand, wanting him to just show him where Lord Yu's room was. The man says that Lord Yu's room is the last one down the hall. At this time, in the most, and the girl asks Lord Yu to give her some space. The fat man offers partner to climb on top of him. That's what she does. A representative of the fair sex leans towards the client's face, saying that he can forget everything, unpleasant things that happened to him today, because tonight he will be fine. Served. The next moment, the doors to the room open abruptly. Tenjin stands in the doorway, together with several people. It was he who kicked the door off his foot. Tang Yin thanks Lord Yu for his hard work. Fat man, being under the impression of. Still, he decides to find out why he's here. The girl at this time hides behind him. The hero is the same. He notices that there is no reason to be nervous, because he came here to tell him just one thing. The guy took a chair to be on a level with the other person. The hero decides to ask, seeing Lord Yui's lavish life, if he has noticed that winter is coming, and soldiers should wear normal clothing in the Pingyuan area. In addition to the hero, I wonder why also more than 300 soldiers don't get even half of what they need. Power supply. The man tries to justify himself by saying that they have already started producing a large number of clothing, and in terms of rations, Pingyuan has 3 armies, and they all go to war as a result, which kills a lot of soldiers. Tenjin picks up on his thought, realizing that the other person has reduced the size of the image. The amount doubled, which is why he has not paid extra soldiers for 3 years. Now everything falls into places, because their army is unable to defend against bandits because of Lord Yu. Hero. He emphasizes that he must inform the emperor about this, that he saw that, regardless of the fact that, as far as his support is strong, everything will be useless. Tenjin states that they can also discuss everything peacefully. Lord Yu also claims that it's not that he doesn't want to hand over the money, but rather that he doesn't want to give it away. that they are facing financial difficulties. He asks the other person to leave first. Tang Ying takes these words in such a way that it is not part of the interlocutor's plans to cooperate with him, so he pulls out his blade. This causes fear in the fat man, who does not understand that the guy, "I've got it planned." He assumes that Tenjin is going to kill him. The hero, putting a man to the throat, blade, declares that he will not stoop to the baseness of killing him. Tang Yin orders him to immediately prepare rations and money for 50,000 rubles. A soldier, otherwise he would have to invite him back to the city, or he would take his head to Yancheng to meet the emperor. Lord Yu immediately realizes that he is in a very sad situation. Therefore, he says that he will prepare everything right away and tell his people everything right now. Prepare. After some time, the hero sits on a horse. It asks if the payment has been sent to the account. General Zhang. The man replies that resources have already been sent to the 3 armies. Eugene and the swordsman finish their report to General Tang. The latter also thanks his subordinates for hard work, then turns to the fat man, saying that since they already have all the products, he won't interfere with Mr. Yu. As soon as the hero leaves, the Lord clenches his fists, believing that no one will want the scoundrel Tang Yin to see after this. The man wants him to die in Pingyuan district. The fat man states that no one can know what happened here today, and if anyone tells you about it, they will kill you. The Chatterbox. Pingyuan district is located in the northernmost part of Feng country, extending for several kilometers, thousands of kilometers from Yancheng. We can assume that this area is middle class, although outwardly Heian. It looks busy, but the streets here are almost deserted. There are shops on both sides of the street as well, closed. All this gives the impression that the city is abandoned. Second leader Bai Yun personally met Tang Yin, and also informed him of what was going on for him so far. The third army is unavailable. The meeting was attended by a large number of officials and merchants. Tang Yin also learned more about the pastoral tribe from Bai Yun. Just as Wu Mei had said, thieves and Morpheus gang took over and ran most of the cities. Bay City is one of the most popular cities in the world, the largest bandit cities. There are many strong people here, not only disagreements in the army. They are the reason why Pingyuan lost in wars. Tang Yin ordered his men to set up camp. He also said that he will submit a request for placement. 2 armies in the Pingyuan area and wrote a petition to the emperor about it. Of course, before, the letter was handed over to the emperor and placed in Wu Mei's hands for review. After some time, then she sent out a response, trying to notify each city that the recruitment of soldiers was underway. Everything was excellent. Sure enough, as an official, Tang Yin lived in a feudal manner. The territory was huge. Since he had no family, Tang Yin allowed Eugene and the rest of the leaders to live there. This made communication easier. A conversation begins between several people. One notices that they have a strong enemy. The Pingyuan area is already in chaos, and they should eliminate groups of bandits. The interlocutor replies that his subordinate will pass on the order. The hero notices that the guy looks bad, so he suggests putting it off for later. The same person says that this is true, but the leaders of these bandits are called Shangu and Yuan Wu and Shan Jiguan, Yuan Biao. These are 2 of the 4 Shanguan brothers, people who always give everything they have. Their name is Shangong Yuanji. And there are also 2 older brothers. The oldest brother, Shanguan Yuanji's brother, is the most famous and well-to-do person, despite the fact that the nature of his abilities, he was outstanding. Pingyuan district soldiers have a hard life, and the older brother donated money and food to them without asking for a reward, so he got the trust of most people. The second big brother is Shanguan Yuanrang, and he is the most mysterious of the 4. They say that he has a strong physique, has a talent for the art of materialization, and conducts more time on the battlefields than the rest of the experts, but still not once lost. His cultivation had reached an unimaginable level. The third and fourth brothers, Shangul Yuanwu and Shanguan Yuan Bao, are twins. They have been restless since childhood. These guys have been in many dangerous situations and become robbers, but they rarely kill their victims. All they care about is robbing the merchants, and they only take half of it. To myself, Tenjin suggests that the older brother, Shang Guan, is engaged in supplying a huge amount of food for the army, and the third and fourth are ordinary bandits, which is strange. Eugene, he understands that this is really very unusual. The hero also notes that this is a sponsorship. Shangguan Yuanji is on credit, so they can't allow this kind of behavior from Shangguan Yuanwu and Shangguan Yuan Bao. The subordinate asks to be allowed to express his opinion, if Lord Tang doesn't mind. At this time, Tang Yin's group reviews the equipment, recognizing that it looks very expensive. A young boy asks the leader to take a look at a horse from Basie City. Hero with a jump. It turns out to be an animal, mentally noticing that it is more than a horse from the country of Fen. After Tang Yin gets off the horse, the subordinate asks him to pay attention to the armor and weapons. The hero comes up and picks up the helmet. He immediately notices that it is made of pure steel. And it's pretty solid, too. It is unlikely to be able to break through or break it without using spiritual weapons. Then Tang Yin abruptly lets go of the head guard. A thing with a loud sound falls to the ground. The hero immediately asks Chiliarch Bai whether it will be difficult for soldiers to wear such clothes. Interlocutor admits that it will be difficult because they usually wear light uniforms. Enter a conversation. One of Tang Yin's loyal men interrupts. He believes that the soldiers will not be able to move in these conditions. The armor. Bai understands that the brutes who wear this heavy armor never leave their own horses, so they don't need to walk. Tenjin notes that such armor is not worth it. Use it, so it calls for putting it back in its place. Then he asks his subordinates to come over to him because he has something to say. The hero notes that while they have postponed this case, the problem with the bandits should be solved. After all, no matter who they are, he will not allow such behavior on his territory. He decides that they need to choose the best warriors from the 1st and 2nd armies to be ready tomorrow morning. Move to the enemy base. Subordinates accept the order. Tang Yin lets everyone go. Rest, but reminds them not to forget to prepare thoroughly. When the subordinates leave, the two brothers are left alone, and the scientist decides to ask what is tomorrow. Brother Tan will wear it. The latter decides to find out the opinion of a friend on this issue. Eugene explains that these two are masters of the art of war, so the best plan would be replace them both and then catch them without killing them. It is important that Shangguan Yunji is considered good, a politician, and they're missing someone like him in the political department. He thinks they can use the two younger brothers to capture Shangguan Yuanji. That sounds incredible, but Brother Tang is quite capable of it, and he believes that Yuanzi will want to follow his brother. Tenjin decides to act on this plan. Eugene, on the other hand, makes a mental note that his strong point is to create plans and strategies and follow them, but he is not so strong in politics, and this way, he will be able to relieve himself of some responsibilities. The next morning, the hero tells the plan to his subordinates. On collects them from a small stone on which he lays out the map. He will lead Chiliarch Gu, Chiliarch Lai, and part of the army. They will rise up and lure the Shangguan brothers. Subsequently, Chiliarch Zhang and his troops immediately. They'll come up and attack them. It indicates where everyone, with the exception of Chiliarch Zhang, will be waiting to set up an ambush. The hero decides to find out the opinion of Chiliarch Bai. The same one expresses doubts. According to this plan, considering that Lord Tang Yin is the commander, so should not be exposed to danger is so easy. It turns out that the young boy wants to replace Tenjin in the plan, because he knows both brothers. Shangguan is like 5 fingers, so it will be easier for him to become a bait for them. Eugene thinks that this is a good idea. Tang Yin accepts this, deciding to replace himself with Chiliarch Bai. Thereafter, they are encouraged to follow the rules and be careful. The hero declares that this time they will definitely get rid of the bandits once and for all. Bai, along with a small detachment of soldiers, goes to the place. He hears the sound of horses. From afar, I thought to myself who it was. The two brothers immediately recognize Chiliarch Bai. One of them decides to find out what brought him here. Guy. He admits that he turned a blind eye to this behavior because of their older brother, but if they dared to rob Lord Tang, they can't let them escape, so they followed them. With them, to conquer this county. One of the bandit brothers takes it as a joke because the interviewee is still too inexperienced if he has gone on a crusade against them. The goon admits that Bai has become quite famous in this area, but he is unlikely to be able to achieve anything in the future. There is no such army in the future, so the man offers to leave it and join them. Chiliarch Bai notes that in the past, they would have been able to convince him, but now everything has changed. After all, Lord Tang is a very talented general. Thanks to being here in Pingyuan region, it is being transformed. So instead he wants to advise you to give up the life of a gangster. Follow Lord Tang because it will benefit them. The brothers count all these words bullshit because in their opinion, General Tang is incompetent because his soldiers will die. First, because their team was sent here to die. The second brother thinks so. That the other person is overpraising the new general, so he calls Bai either hear his advice or die at their hands. A young guy declares that if they continue to be bandits, then their descendants will also become so, and the face of the Shangguan family was disgraced by the two of them. The guy doesn't understand how, living such a vicious life, they dare talk such nonsense. One of the brothers breaks into battle because his benevolent advice. They took it as nonsense. It hurt his pride a lot, so if the guy wants to die like that, then he will grant his wish. Bai pulls out his sword, covering it with spiritual power and saying that because of the two of them, he is ashamed. To brother Yuanji, the attacker also notices that it's okay if you failed as an attacker, a human, but he also damaged his brother Yuanji's reputation. Bai also notes that if he would have hit his head on the wall and died right here because he's just a disgrace, dishonor. My own brother, Bai knocks off opponents. It deflects the first blow, however. The second blow is already incredibly difficult to deflect, so the guy has to block it with the edge of his sword. Both brothers are seething with anger, realizing that they are being bullied, so they want to kill the offender. The swordsman already wants to intervene in the fight, because a 2-1 fight is not very fair, but the archer, she stops him, noticing that Chiliarch Bai is catching his breath. The latter does not understand that brothers for people who mock the weak. He will climb on a horse, claiming that today he will let them go, but tomorrow they will fight. One of the brothers breaks down in pursuit of Bai, surprised that the guy just runs away. He is called upon to stop, because his bravado simply frightened them, frozen in place. The swordsman, he orders the soldiers to give chase. At this time, Chiliarch Bai, who is running away from the two brothers, notices that the same place is ahead, and that everything is going according to plan. He stands on a horse and then accidentally falls off it. Stalker, she laughs at him, calling him useless. He's going to jump and deliver a fatal blow to finish off the impudent man right here and now. The second brother nervously asks the first to turn around. From behind the swinging warrior appears Tenjin, who already has his scythe in his hands, charged with dark energy. A powerful kick in the back hits exactly the target. The first brother flies out of the way. The second brother becomes enraged, calling Tang Yin a bastard and snapping at him. It's blocked by the way of the swordsman and Chiliarch Bai. The trio exchange a series of blows, from which it becomes clear that the second brother is superior. Their strength and spiritual energy. He is already about to launch a decisive offensive, but which stops it? The experienced warrior's intuition works perfectly, so he jumps back, noticing in time. A person on high ground when the battle takes place in a canyon. Archer forces second brother retreat, but his arrows do not reach the opponent. At this time, the hero puts the scythe blade to the neck of the first brother. He orders you to bind him. A captured bandit. The girl first twists the rope, then sends it to the side. The bandit. When the first brother is tied up, Tenjin explains that there is no point in resisting him, because this special rope is made so that even the strongest master cannot run away. The captured man calls Tang Yin to fight him one-on-one if he has the guts, not Tonka, for he can attack like a snake. Commander Tan also asks you to shut him up, because it's too much. Noisily, he goes to the second brother, while the first brother declares that if it wasn't for him, if he was careless, then it would have been different, because if he was wearing his spiritual armor, then he wouldn't have been able to. It's so easy to grab it. The big guy who was caught says that from what he just saw, General Tang doesn't have the right to call yourself the defender of the district. He wants to say something else, but they put a cloth over his mouth. Tenjin says that Chiliarch AI will stay here and watch over him, and the rest of the people will stay here. Will follow him. Tang Yin is the first to break into battle, swinging his scythe. The hero sends a powerful wave of spiritual energy into the back of the second brother. The latter must somehow to get out of it, because in front of him, Chiliarch Bai and swordsman are straining. The spiritual arts master reacts to Tang Yin's attack. He puts his hands forward in the form of a cross, releasing a stream of spiritual energy from the body. The defense is stronger than the attack. In the next instant, the scythe blade collides with second brother's spear. The hero abruptly retreats back, but the enemy is not allowed to descend. The onslaught of the swordsman falls on him from different directions and Chiliarch Bai, the bandit, has a hard time. Moments later, he is surrounded by Tang Yin's subordinates. They confidently attack him from all sides, not giving him time to rest. Archer doesn't either. He stays on the sidelines, straining the warrior all the time. Tenjin, having picked up the perfect moment, attacks the second brother from the back when the latter. I have to block Chiliarch Bai's attack. A powerful blow from the hero slams the second brother into the ground, causing significant damage. His subordinates are beginning to rejoice that they caught him. After placing the two bound brothers in the cart, the swordsman notices that if Lord Tang hadn't restrained them, he might have been able to stop them. If it was him, they would never have been able to catch the two brothers. Second brother doesn't understand who the people around them are imagining themselves, because if they want to catch the older one, they must first catch the older one. They will step over their dead bodies. Tenjin wants to talk to Eugene, but they are interrupted from the meeting. This is Chiliarch Bai, who reports that Chiliarch Zhang has arrived. The subordinate reports to their leader that they have successfully destroyed the camp. Bandits. They also caught a lot of bandits and even found some gold. This news is encouraging. The hero then asks the brothers to wait until they reach the city of Han, where they are staying. They will pay for all their crimes. Tenjin gives the order to return to the city. The news that the robbers had been completely suppressed spread throughout Han City. Officials and the merchants have already visited the city guard, not forgetting to flatter and present various gifts to Lord Tang Yin to express his gratitude. But citizens, in addition to officials and Merchants remained indifferent, forgetting about the kindness of the authorities. They even had, indifferent to what had happened, as if it had nothing to do with them. This did not escape the attentive hero, so he summoned Chili Archang to find out why ordinary people do not celebrate the suppression of robbers. It turns out that the Shanguan brothers, they stole exclusively from merchants, not from peasants, so the common people have no grudge against them. At the same time, a very aristocratic person passes along the city street. Two girls finds out the young man Shanguan Yuanji, who came to see the city guards because that his brothers had been arrested. One of the fair sex thinks that the new city guards now want to accumulate achievements and have come for local robbers, as they are afraid to fight with soldiers. A friend supports this idea because the Shanguan brothers robbed only the rich, but just people were not touched, although the soldiers should protect them, and they were only caught in order to stand out. One of his subordinates informs him that Shanguan Yuanzi is requesting an audience with Lord Tang. Eugene suggests that he finally lost his patience, deciding to visit their city. Tenjin, he orders me to take him to the main hall. Yuanji greets Lord Tang, mentally noting that the city guards are too young. During this time, Tenjin makes a mental note that the other person looks much younger than he is. He imagined it. He expected the decision-maker in the city to be an experienced middle-aged man. The hero declares that he has heard about the exploits of his older brother, Shanguan. He's even a little surprised that the man found the time to see him. He admits that he came here because of his incompetent brothers. Yuanji tells us that Yuan Wu and Yuan Bao naturally love fighting, but they are not bad people, so hopefully, Lord Tang Yin could be so merciful as to give them a second chance. The hero points out that honest people don't beat around the bush, so he decides to speak directly about that brother Shanguan has always given his camp a huge amount of support, for which they sincerely thank him. He is grateful, but his brothers blocked roads and robbed people, causing harm. Tenjin decides, ask if the other person tried to stop it, or turned a blind eye to what his brothers were doing. Yuanji replies that he didn't turn a blind eye to what was happening, and it's just that they didn't. They listened to his advice and stubbornly insisted on their own. Tang Yin claims that by letting them go, he allowed them to. The tiger is free to roam around, so in order to prevent this from happening in the future, he will personally execute them tomorrow in public. The hero warns that the interlocutor should no longer begging for mercy on my own behalf for those two. Yuanji also asks the guy to reconsider his decisions. After all, he made donations to the army without asking for anything in return, and now he dares to brazenly ask him to show mercy and let them go. The interviewee claims that if they do this again, he will personally arrest them and bring them to justice. To Lord Thane, the guy understands that the hero may not believe him, so he is ready to guarantee. This is with the help of a contract, where he will put his head. Tenjin's lips twitch in a small smile. He notes that the seriousness of Shanguan's attitude can be seen, so he promises to reconsider a decision about his brothers, but he has a condition. The interlocutor assures that if it will be in its power, then it will fulfill any condition. It turns out that Tang Yin is planning to appoint two people to the city guards. One will manage military affairs, the other political. He represents Eugene, who is his right-hand man. The scientist is a specialist in the field of strategic plans, and he will be happy to make him responsible in the field of military affairs. But as for the person in charge of this case, he's not very sure. Yuanji still decides to clarify what Lord Tang means. The hero believes that the city guard responsible for political affairs should be Brother Shanguan. Chapter 1-82. This sentence is a little unsettling to the other person. Tenjin gives Tom 3 minutes to think, noting that this is its only condition. Moreover, if Brother Shanguan vouches that they would not escape, he would give him up his brothers this very hour. These words calm Yuanji down a little. Eugene doubts this decision, so he decides to check if Brother Tan is sure about it. But he asks him not to worry, because even if their acquaintance with Brother Shanguan barely took place, but he is sure that he is a man of his word. Yuanzi promises that the next 3 days will be spent with Yuan Wu and Yuan Bao. They will not leave the Bai estate. Then whatever his decision regarding his condition, he will send them back to his mercy. These words please the hero, because behind the words of a gentleman, drastic action follows, so he orders Shanguan, Yuan Wu and Yuan Bao to be brought in. After that, a small squad meeting begins. The swordsman is a little surprised at the leader. He released 2 brothers. Bai also notes that this pair was not easy to catch. Chili Archang supports this opinion. It can be seen that he is afraid that these 2 will then return to them in order to take revenge. Bai also believes that Brother Yuanji doesn't control his brothers. Otherwise, none of them would be able to do this. There are no robbers. Tenjin himself knows that Yuanji won't be able to hold them back. But if he didn't let them go, then Yuanji wouldn't negotiate, and the hero couldn't use them in any way. Otherwise, the brothers. The people want to continue discussing this conversation, but Tenjin suggests leaving this topic. The topic, because they have a conversation that is more important. We are talking about the situation in Manban. As soon as he gets back, General Bai, they need to start training the scouting steeds and conscientiously so that they can. They survived in difficult conditions. Subordinates accept this order, but this is not all that is wanted. This guy, Tang Yin, wants to create a separate intelligence unit that will. They will take Ai Jia and Latian under their command. Tenjin decides that so far the unit will have 500 fighters. Commanders can lead from any units. When they choose a person, they just need to inform their superiors, and they will not be able to do this. You don't have to report it. The general calls to convince those with anything, because everything that is in his power, he can do. It will provide them. His last request, he needs 2 trained elite scouting squads in the shortest possible time at any cost. Subordinates accept the order of their leader. Night falls. The full moon is shining in the sky. Guards guard the heroes' homes. The 2 brothers are the same. Calmly pass by them unnoticed. They make their way to the guy's bedroom, and then they attack him, believing that Tenjin has no way to defend himself. One of the brothers apologizes, saying that Lord Tang asked for this. At this time, the voice with Patakonica notices that they used such a powerful spiritual tool for his sake alone. The attackers turn around, spotting Tang Yin unharmed. The guy was sprawled out in the window, noticing that by his mercy he spared their lives, and they decided to kill him while he was sleeping. This, very ungrateful. The brothers break off in the direction of the hero, wanting to impale him on their spiritual weapons. Both of them alone. They believe that a cunning fox should not talk about honor, but rather prepare for death. Tenjin jumps off the window, redirecting the enemy's paired attack to the floor with his weapon. The guy takes a blow on the blade of his scythe, but the enemy's strength throws him out from the house through the window. The Tenjin slides on its back on the ground, and its opponent jumps to launch an attack on it. A hero only smiles at this. When the spearheads touch the ground, the guy is no longer there. Both brothers realize that something has gone wrong. They ended up in a crater with Decent, a place that is not so easy to get out of. They quickly realize that they have been trapped. The hero, standing on top, declares that with them, it doesn't always work. In the next instant, several torches covered with a black cloth fly into the pit. By fire, the attackers are surprised to realize that the entire pit is covered in tar, because in a moment all of their enemies are trapped in the pit. The environment is on fire. They are screaming in pain, in Tenjin along with their subordinates. Watching them, the 2 brothers were covered in flames. They screamed in pain. Eugene was even beginning to doubt that they were. They will survive. Tenjin reassured him, saying that they could manage in the standing of the spiritual essence. After a while, the screams stopped. The hero ordered to put out the fire and carry ropes. 2. The brothers were taken out of the pit and tied up on their knees. Tang Yin points out that if it wasn't for their brother, they would be dead, but they wanted revenge. After that, the hero orders to smear the attacked eyes with a burn remedy. Eugene accepts this. One of the killers still decides to find out what their punishment will be. The guy is willing to let them go for Yuanji, but he gives them a choice. They can come back later, if they don't like it, or they can stay, because he will need a great guard, and they are suitable. This role, the brothers decide to find out if he is afraid that they will try to kill him. Tenjin also notes that, even if they don't want to go to the front lines, with their talents, they are bound to be the defenders of the weak as well. They've become robbers, so there's still the question of which one of them is the fox. The brothers admit that Tang Yin is stronger than them, but it is important for them to know what they will get for their service. The hero can't promise that they will live to gray hair, but it will definitely be a glorious life. They won't be rich, but all of it will be theirs. He doesn't promise them a place at the top, but he will. Anything he can do. He only expects loyalty from them, and then he can recognize them as brothers and become a brother to them yourself. The brothers get up from the ground on shaky legs. They decide to go after the guy if it's, perhaps, Chapter 1-85. Eugene and Tenjin were visited by the older brother of the couple who attacked them last night. He begged for them. He apologized, thinking that his unscrupulous brothers had insulted him again, and that he had betrayed his trust. A source of unprecedented energy, a figure descends. 2 guys are waiting at the bottom of it, but they don't have time to react to the movement. A guy with brown hair, deep yellow eyes, and aristocratic features takes out his opponents in an instant. He curses under his breath, noting that his wound has reopened. On the neck of the hero is a decoration of emerald color. He recalls that he recently read a letter saying that if he didn't show up between noon tomorrow, then he should wait for the corpse of his student. The blonde man grabs the amulet, remembering the events of the past. He once sat on a throne and held on to this ornament as well. It was given to him by a disciple, but the hero did not understand the etiquette of worldly life, so he asked to take it back. The disciple, on her knees and clasping her hands in a prayer gesture, only noted that she was extremely lucky to become a personal disciple of the Celestial. She also explained that this is an offering for the invitation of the mentor, which expresses all the wishes of the student. The hero, after such words, got up from his throne and approached the girl, saying that she only needed to diligently learn from him the art of becoming a celestial, and the reward for her was to become a god. It will eventually become immortal. Events are returned in real time. The student is chained to a tall black pillar, along which scarlet cracks radiate in a chaotic manner. She has thick chains on her hands, and she quietly calls out to her mentor for help. There are many creatures at the bottom of this object. The hero lands on a rock nearby. He assesses the situation and does not rush into battle headlong. Downstairs, two people are talking to each other. One asks if Luo Wuji really will appear. The interlocutor only emphasizes that if the goal does not come, then in any case they will have a beautiful student on their hands with whom they can have a good time. The white-haired man realizes that he can't let his student die. He rushes into the crowd of enemies, shouting that they have wounded his student. Everyone present is shocked by Luo Wuji's unexpected appearance. They reach for their weapons, but it's too late. The hero gets rid of everyone at an incredible speed. The disciple continues to call for help, and the celestial asks her to hold on. He takes a careless step forward, and then a strange string of symbols radiates from his foot, which turns into a circle. Luo Wuji realizes that these are most likely the 10 violent arrays. A drop of water runs down his face, cold sweat, and in the next instant, a sinister energy pierces through him, causing him to spit out a blood clot. He falls to his knees, leaning on his sword, and the student's face changes. From a poor rabbit that needed to be saved, she turns into a creature that laughs hysterically. The chains that bound her all this time disappear. Luo Wuji holds onto his heart, already understanding what happened. The girl suggests that the mentor give his mantle to her. She points out that he has a cold personality, and he never valued the friendship between them, so he has driven himself into this trap that can only be used by others. It would be nice to see through it. The representative of the fair sex admits that she expected that for the sake of saving the student, he would fight despite severe injuries and show such extreme inattention. It really touched her. Luo Wuji decides to find out what she's up to after all. A golden bundle of energy forms at the tips of the interlocutor's fingers. In a split second, it appears at the forehead of a hero who can't move. The student asks to give her the heavenly cannon. In this case, it will give the mentor an easy death. The girl grabs a jet of blue energy, which shackles the guy's actions. She points out that otherwise, he shouldn't blame his student for not caring about the feelings between mentor and student. A red trickle trails from the boy's lips, and memories of how he spent time with a student are etched into his memory. This is what motivates him to take action. With a confident movement, he splits the gift of jewelry on his chest. The veins on his body are bulging. I am, and my eyes light up with rage. He tells her not to dream about it, and then Luo Wuji gets to his feet, releasing his power. This repels the girl, who falls to the 5th point in surprise. To herself, a representative of the fair sex notices that her affairs are bad, because even if the mentor is seriously injured, but he still has unsurpassed strength. Suddenly, a purple ball appears in the sky. Several rays of energy fly out of it, which are directed to the blonde. The guy does not have time to do anything, because the attack was from the back. The attack catches up with him, causing blood to come out of his mouth again. The hero still does not fall to the ground, remaining on his knees only thanks to his sword. He's panting and coughing, trying to get his bearings. A voice from behind asks him not to fight so hard. Luo Wuji looks around, noticing 2 male figures behind him. He's obviously familiar with them, so he's a little surprised that they would also betray him for the sake of the heavenly cannon. One of the unknown notes that under such circumstances, the hero does not need to persist in the desire to die. It is better to pass on the heavenly cannon with dignity, and they still remember the feelings of the old days, so they will leave the corpse undivided. The second one claims that they and his female students will take good care of him, so he doesn't have to worry. Luo Wuji coughs up blood and clutches at his heart. His whole body is shaking, but he tries to get to his feet. The student scoffs at the mentor's attempts to get up. She thinks he's going to get down on his knees and beg for her forgiveness. Seeing that her words did not hurt her mentor in the least, the girl draws her sword, declaring that she is not as merciful as he is. She points the weapon towards the hero, releasing her aura and saying that since he doesn't agree to hand over the heavenly cannon, then all she has to do is slice off his flesh bit by bit and search for him on her own. A grin appears on Luo Wuji's face. Energy flows are directed towards it, starting to close it in the likeness of a red ball. This puts traitors in a stupor. The guys jump out of their seats, realizing that this is some kind of secret technique to protect the heavenly cannon. They rush to suppress the hero's power, feeling that the situation is getting worse by the second. Luo Wuji notices that since the disciple is so eager to receive the heavenly cannon, she will have to take it from the underworld. With that, he folds a one-handed seal. The girl also realizes that it's bad. A representative of the fair sex shouts that the mentor wants to self-destruct. But it's too late. No one present has time to react to the explosion, which destroys the entire environment within a radius of several hundred kilometers, and a powerful beam of energy rushes into space. From Earth, you can clearly see a bright flash somewhere behind Jupiter, but it is not clear what this phenomenon is. The hero opens his eyes. Everything is floating in front of him. He hears a voice that appeals to all passengers, asking them not to forget their belongings. The same voice says that the next station is Tongju City. After blinking a few times, the guy comes to his senses. He looks down at his left hand, realizing that he is not dead at all, but reborn. He looks out the window, marveling at the endless sea. Chapter 1-2. Inwardly, he notes that the inner cultivation has completely dissipated, but the heavenly canon has been preserved. He realizes that these are not hallucinations. Luo Wuji admits that he did not expect to be able to return to Earth again, and even at the age of 20. The hero quickly understands what he needs to do next. All he has to do is restore his internal organs, lay a solid foundation, and find some amazing magic seeds hidden in different parts of the world, and then there will be no one in the whole world who can compare with him. Luo Wuji reminisces about his students, noting that he is very much looking forward to their meeting. Then something starts vibrating, distracting him from his thoughts. The brunette pulls out his phone, which is being called by an unknown number. He picks up the phone. He gets a call from a girl named Zhang Xiaoman. The girl says that she took the phone of her Amma because it's discharged. She calls the guy by his first name. His name is now Luo Chen. It is clear that the girl's mother is dissatisfied with this behavior of her daughter. The woman coughs nervously into her fist, as if hinting to her daughter that the conversation needs to end. The girl also informs the hero that he should write a message when he will drive up, so that his mother and she come to the station and pick him up. After that, Luo Chen hangs up the phone. He remembers the girl's name, noting that he still has a score to settle with her. A grin appears on his face, and to avoid attracting the attention of the other passengers, he coughs into his fist. This action attracts the attention of a girl from the next row. She storms off, loudly asking him what he means. The dark-haired man inquiringly he looks at her, not understanding what she's talking about. Then the representative of the fair sex, folding her hands on her chest, declares that the guy is a real rude and that he should not pretend because she saw how he stared at their picture and then grinned. The girl's neighbor is a man with gray hair and a neat beard and mustache. He wears a black robe and looks a bit like a priest. The interlocutor continues to stand on her own. She wants to know what the guy understands, since he dares to grin. The girl hurries to explain that this is a rare piece of painting and calligraphy of the highest quality. Level up, so it's unlikely he's seen anything like this. The man asks his companion not to be so rude. He calls her by her first name. Her name is Schuinger. A representative of the fair sex bites her tongue, drilling a hole in the guy with her eyes. She waits for an answer, even though she's seething with anger. Then the old man decides to clarify the opinion of the brunette about this picture. Luo Chen makes a mental note that this girl seems to have a delusion of persecution. The hero exhales heavily, claiming that this is a fake. This makes Schuinger will get even angrier. The old man gets up from his seat, noting that you can eat anything, but you can't say anything at all. He explains that the authenticity of this scroll has been established by several great professionals in this field. These words only cause a grin from the hero, who declares that if he says that this is a fake, then it must be true. The girl nods even harder in anger. She doesn't know who the guy thinks he is if he thinks everything he's said is absolutely true. She attacks the hero in anger, trying to throw a punch, but the attack does not catch up with Luo Chen. An invisible yellow barrier stops the opponent's fist even before it reaches the hero. This confuses the fairer sex, and the old man notices to himself that the inner strength has manifested itself from the outside. The white-haired man steps forward, asking for Schuinger stop quickly. These actions make the girl think. The man bows his head, asking for forgiveness for showing his bad manners. He notes that a high-ranking person forgives the mistakes of people below him, so the guy should not attach importance to what happened. This puts the girl in a stupor, who does not understand why her grandfather apologizes to him. The old man understands that a person who can outwardly show inner strength among warriors, he is at least a great master. He also realizes that if this man harbored a desire to kill, he would kill both him and his granddaughter in an instant. An old man hits his granddaughter on the head, forcing her to bowing her head and saying that it was enough idle chatter and she should quickly apologize to the master. Luo Chen notices in his mind that this elderly gentleman is quite interesting. Schuinger apologizes. The guy accepts them, noticing that in the future this will not happen. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. She is outraged by what is happening, because from her birth to this moment, no one could force her grandfather to show such respect. Her discontent makes her wonder who this scoundrel is. The old man thanks the master for showing leniency. After that, he carefully asks for the guy's name. Hero P. Red is represented by the name Luo Chen. The gray-haired man is in no hurry to fall behind. He hands the scroll to the hero, apologizing in advance for the rudeness and asking him to provide proof that this drawing is a fake. The dark-haired man takes the scroll, unfolds it, declaring that he will now prove everything to them. Yuo Chen puts his hand on the scroll, after which the last one is torn apart. This causes confusion in the granddaughter and grandfather. They watch in surprise as the guy catches a few pieces of paper and puts them on the table. The old man hurries to find out what it is. The brunette also asks the interlocutors what is the difference between these three ink signs. The granddaughter and grandfather bend over them, beginning to study them carefully. After a few moments, the older man claims that there is no difference between these three signs, so he asks Mr. Luo to explain them in more detail. Yuo Chen explains that there are two ink strokes, one of which has been overlapped by others, but the man can see that the ink mark is still the same, so he specifies what kind of drawing it is. Grandpa understands that this is a high-precision inkjet printer. The man was fooled. He gives the scroll to his bodyguard, asking him to take it away. Privately, he notices that this kind of high-precision seal, if it wasn't torn apart and placed in front of his eyes, even the best experts wouldn't be able to notice it. The old man understands that Mr. Luo was able to see this seal at a glance and provided proof. This only shows that he is definitely not an ordinary master. Yuo Chen intercepts one of the bodyguards who is carrying a wooden box. The old man immediately understands that the guy liked this box. Grandpa is so ready to stand out in the eyes of the interlocutor that he is going to give the contents of the box to him just like that. This is a little surprising to the hero, who notes to himself that the interlocutor most likely does not know that inside this wooden box there is an object that can improve the quality of magic seeds. Yuo Chen understands that the old man should clearly know that this thing is one of a kind. The guy quickly comes to the conclusion that the other person wants to get his favor. The brunette admits that inside this wooden box is an object that he needs, but he is not a person who likes to stay in debt, so he is ready to perform any service of the old man. The older man decides to be blunt. He pushes his daughter forward, asking Mr. Luo to take her as a disciple. The girl is at a loss. She doesn't understand why Grandpa does this, because she doesn't want to become his disciple. The guy also remembers the image of his student, looking at this representative of the fair sex. Yuo Chen releases his sinister aura. He does not want to repeat his mistakes at all, so he asks the interlocutor to choose someone else, because if it is her, then he will not be able to fulfill his request. The older man immediately recalls the words of the brunette that he just promised him. The hero's words turn against him, falling on his head. Yuo Chen wonders if it's possible for him, a reborn saint, to return his promise. Deciding not to take any chances, he decides to get out of the situation differently. It puts a condition that they should never refer to it as master, enough she will call him teacher. The old man slaps his granddaughter on the back, demanding that she quickly pay her respects to her teacher. A member of the fair sex seethes with rage, but still pays tribute to the teacher. Yuo Chen realizes that he is just digging a grave for himself. The voice alerts all train passengers that they have arrived at Tongju Station. The hero gets off the train, and the old man waves him goodbye, asking him to stay in touch. This irritates my granddaughter. Xiunger speaks loudly to her grandfather, who abruptly grabs her wrist, saying that he has already told her many times that a girl should not behave like this in public. The girl is in a hurry to find out why her grandfather behaved like this. She doesn't understand why he suggested it. He accepted her as a disciple of the guy, because before that, there are countless masters who did not stop begging him to become their disciple, but he refused them all. An elderly man gently hits his granddaughter on the head, calling her a stupid child who did not understand anything. He explains that they are now establishing ties. Then the gray-haired man becomes serious. He stresses that he will not blame her for anything, because it is normal that she does not understand some things yet. The old man decides to ask if the girl remembers the Lin Huolong he was talking about earlier. Xiunger asks if we are talking about the same person who was listed on the Tianlong list and called a mad beast. The interlocutor confirms that it is about him. This person was the one who, on the battlefield abroad, single-handedly destroyed the entire group of the enemy's armed forces, which included hundreds of people. Since then, he has become very famous as a great martial artist. The girl decides to ask if she understood her grandfather correctly, that this scoundrel may become as famous a figure as Lin Huolong in the future. An old man beats his granddaughter for instructive purposes, noting that she should not speak so much about her teacher. It turns out that he was trying to convey to her the idea that Mr. Luo's strength already surpasses Lin Huolong's. These words make a representative of the fair sex swallow nervously. Grandpa asks her to make sure that she doesn't make any more mistakes by winning his favor during his stay in Tongju. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaomin is waiting with the hero's mother. The mother is annoyed that they are already waiting for about 5 minutes. She notes that she recently underwent a course of treatment, so she should not sunbathe again. The girl says that the guy will come soon, so there is no need to be nervous. A dark-haired man walks along a crowded Tongju street. Unpleasant memories of being beaten up in this city come back to him. He was lying on the asphalt, asking for help, and unknown people kicked him. Their leader also said that an apple doesn't fall far from an apple tree, but compared to him, it was much more fun to play with his father until his death. These unpleasant memories make the guy's heart beat faster. He involuntarily clenches his fingers into fists, trying to come to his senses. The hero finally finds Zhao Ziamen and her mother. The girl quietly asks to greet her mother first, but the guy ignores this. The woman is dissatisfied with what is happening. She is mentally amazed that such a poor man would want to become her son-in-law. She does not understand what her daughter sees in him, because in appearance and qualifications, the son of the Chen family with Tor is much better than him. Liu Chen finally greets the woman, who pointedly turns away, saying that the young people of their time really have no manners. After all, she was patiently waiting for him, burning under the sun, and he didn't even bother to greet her senior in the first place. The daughter grabs the woman's hand, trying to understand why she is acting like this, but the woman only asks her to get in the car quickly so that they can go home. Sitting in the car, the fairer woman gets the impression that Liu Chen has changed a lot. A conversation ensues between the daughter and the mother. The woman pays attention to beautiful houses by the sea, noting that she wants to enjoy a quiet life, but she will not demand much from her daughter, so it will be enough for her to buy a townhouse. She dreams about it. The girl also understands that the cost of 1 square meter there for 70,000 yuan. The woman draws attention to the fact that this is really a large amount, but the daughter should not worry about this, because it will be taken on her shoulders by a young man in whom she believes. She emphasizes that if they take the townhouse on a mortgage, then the girl should not tell anyone that she is her daughter. These words hurt Zhao Ziamen a lot. Her phone beeps. She takes it and reads a message from a dark-haired man who refuses to do anything like that. After a while, the trio gets home. The girl immediately informs her father that Liu Chen has returned. The man comes out to the guy and greets him, noting that he has become taller. The brunette is also happy to meet, although he does not show it, but the woman does not let them talk. She demands to stop talking in vain. The woman urges her husband to hurry up and cook something, because he is like a woman in this apron all day. The man doesn't know what to say to that, and Liu Chen puts a hand on his back, pushing him forward and telling him that he will help. While the man starts cooking, the woman decides to scold my daughter. She encourages Ziamen to raise her standards for the opposite sex. She demands it because she believes that she herself has married a man who is good for nothing. The woman draws a parallel with Liu Chen, who, as soon as he returned, immediately went to the kitchen. It seems to her that he will be just as useless as her father. It hurts a little, but she's used to it. In addition, she is saved from answering the doorbell. Ziamen goes to open the door, wondering who could have come at such a time. The guest turns out to be a young man in formal clothes and black glasses. He is happy that he found Ziamen at home. The unknown person immediately asks why she did not answer the phone. It looks like a formal question, but then he says he's got a date at the movie theater, so they can go now. Ziamen is shocked that this person showed up at such an inopportune moment. The girl tries to nervously close the door and gently kick the guy out, saying that she will have to refuse his offer because she is very busy today. The guest gets stuck in the doorway, asking to wait 1 minute. My mother intervenes in the case, who opens the door for little Chen. She is amazed that he has come, so she immediately asks what brings him here, and immediately after that, she suggests that he go inside so as not to stand on the threshold. Ziamen tries to do something to stop her mother, whispering in her ear that they already have Liu Chen at home. Little Chen hands the gift to the woman. This is a perfume set that a friend brought him from France. The guy is always ready to bring such sets if she likes it. My mother claims that she likes it, although she is ready to accept anything if it is from him. Abruptly, little Chen's gaze becomes irritable. The two guys lock eyes. Liu Chen is completely calm, but the guest is very annoyed by the arrival of another guy next to the girl. The latter nervously asks who is standing in front of him. In his mind's eye, he's struck by the guy's strong aura. The mother claims that this is a friend of Ziamen's from college. According to her, their fathers are friends, and the hero himself came to Tongju from the village to find a job. Little Chen exhales calmly, starting to think of the guy as an ordinary unemployed loser. He holds out his hand, wanting to meet him, but the hero looks back at Uncle Zhang, who asked him for help. Liu Chen immediately says that she'll help him now. Even Ziamen resents this kind of ignoring of the guest, so she hints to the guy that they are actually talking to him. Little Chen is shaking with suppressed anger, because he knows very well that he is being forced to lose face in front of everyone. The hero goes to help the man without speaking to the guest. Then the rich man notices an important detail that if he wants to succeed in Tongju, then he should start by finding friends so they can help each other. Noticing that the other person has stopped, he corrects his words, saying that even though Tongju City is quite large, he will help him if he suddenly has any problems. All of this little Chen says with a carefree smile to get his face back in front of the others. Luo Chen notes that this is his promise. The guy understands that he was outplayed, so he turns to the girl. He believes that the hero should get a job in his company, because currently things are going well, although they just do not have enough employees. Xiaomin doesn't know what's on. This is the reason why my mother intervenes in the conversation. She is amazed that the guy has already started a company at such a young age, and still works as a teacher at an elite school while taking care of her daughter in every possible way. The woman then turns to Luo Chen, saying that he has a lot to learn from little Chen. A grin appears on the hero's face at these words. Energy passes through his hand without anyone noticing. Everyone sits down at the table, but the girl notices the strange behavior of her boyfriend, who goes somewhere. Luo Chen hides in the room while the rich man grins, thinking that the trash left so quickly because he couldn't keep his face anymore. At this time, a strange scarlet energy passes through the guy's collar, which the hero released before. Chapter 1-6. The hero goes outside. He takes out a cigarette and lights it with a lighter. Xiaomin goes after him. What she's trying to say is that this is all a misunderstanding and that she and Chen Kao are just good friends. The guy only gives a short answer of consent. There's a look of indifference on his face that strikes her as odd. She notices in her mind that Luo Chen doesn't usually talk to her like this. A representative of the fair sex decides to lay out the whole situation on him. She emphasizes that she perfectly understands the sincerity of her boyfriend's feelings. But in their world this is not enough. It turns out that Chen's father Kao is a deputy chief executive of Tongju, who is also a major shareholder in the listed company. Xiaomin admits that he doesn't expect the same heights from the other person, but he should be able to at least buy a house in Tongju so that they can have a place to stay with the whole family. A representative of the fair sex abruptly snuggles up to the hero's hand. It turns out that she was encouraged by her mother, who told her that if Luo Chen sold his father's factory for $300,000, he would have enough money for a mortgage loan for the house. Looking at the girl, Luo Chen remembers what will happen in this scenario. He had signed a commercial lease agreement with Zhang Xiaomin. He was so in love with her that he was willing to do something like that back then. But when he got home, he found his girlfriend with little Chen. He was severely beaten, and then he realized that the girl had deceived him, and he was a fool who had spent all the money that his father had saved all his life. Xiaomin's voice snaps him out of his memories. The girl invites the interlocutor to discuss this event with his father. The brunette also notices that they have nowhere to hurry, so he thinks that they should wait a little longer. With that, he pulls his hand out of the girl's grasp. Meanwhile, the girl's mother is very angry that Luo Chen has no manners because he ran away before eating, and her daughter followed him. Little Chen tries to calm the woman down. He invites her to look at his gift so that she can smell the perfume. He gives her his word that she will definitely like them. His mother immediately begins to praise him, considering him kind, generous, and with a very meticulous way of thinking. She also scolds Luo Chen's gift for only giving her 2 tea bags. The rich man only agrees to this, calling the hero a very stingy person since he gave only some 2 bags. Then something dawns on little Chen. His stomach starts to rumble sharply. The woman had already taken out a bottle of perfume, noting that she had never used a high-end perfume in her life. She points out that if her friends saw them, they would probably die of envy. The guy is twisting so hard that he can't hold back anymore. Mom inhales the perfume, wanting to savor it, but instead he can smell the stink of little Chen's fart. The woman vomits right on the floor, then loses consciousness. Xiaomin notices strange noises coming from the next room. She assumes that something must have happened, because they were walking out of the kitchen. The door opens and a rich man enters the room, who reeks of a terrible stench. The girl covers her mouth and nose with her hands. She doesn't understand what that awful smell is or why it stinks so much, but she hurries to leave. Leave the room, because I'm ready to empty right now. The hero also asks with a grin how the victim's own smell is, because even a rotten egg stinks less than it does now. Little Chen realizes that it's all the fault of his rival in Xiaomin heart. He wants to say something, but his whole body is shaking. He somehow restrains the urges of his body. The rich man begins to go to the hero, but the latter forces the pebble to come out of the asphalt, which is why the victim falls to the floor, starting to vomit. Little Chen gets the impression that someone has cursed him. Realizing that in the current state he gets nowhere, the rich man flees from the place of his shame, and Luo Chen only notes that this is a small percentage of what the guy owes him. After a while, the hero is going to leave the house to go to the hotel. Xiaomin wants to give him a ride to the hotel, since it's only his first day here, and they can also discuss buying a house on the way. Her mother spoils everything. She is still in a bad way, so she encourages her daughter to take care of her, because she is in a terrible state. The girl tries to stop this conversation, but the brunette only finds an excuse under which he can go himself. She wants to object, but she doesn't have any arguments. Outside, Luo Chen receives a message. A student writes to him and wants to know where he is now. She also informs him that his grandfather has already booked a hotel for him and she will pick him up right now. Chapter 1-7. The hero walks through the crowded streets of the city at night. He is stopped by a man smoking a cigarette. He immediately notices that the guy is a stranger, so he offers to drop him off. Luo Chen says that he is not interested, but the man stands his ground, noting that it is difficult to find a taxi at such a time, and his original fare is 20, almost like a taxi driver. As he does so, he puts a friendly hand on the brunette's shoulder. The hero throws off the taxi driver's hand from his shoulder, repeating his refusal in a more rude form. The man spits on the asphalt, calling Luo Chen a beggar. Then an expensive car pulls up to him, in which a beautiful girl is sitting. This is Shuinger. He apologizes for being late. The hero says it's okay and just gets in the car. The taxi driver begins to seethe with anger, calling the boy a show-off. The girl clarifies whether to teach that person a lesson, but the brunette assures that this is not necessary, because he has more serious problems, so they do not need to interfere. The taxi driver lights another cigarette, swearing at the fucking rich. At that moment, a hand falls on his back. A beautiful girl with pink hair and purple eyes can make any man fall in love with her. She wants a taxi driver to give her a ride. He agrees nervously, drooling. Shuinger, on the other hand, looks closely at the driver, not understanding who he is talking to, because there is definitely no one next to him. The hero also reports that the man will soon die. This causes a stupor in the student. At the same time, a taxi driver goes to Panlong Bay under the guidance of a girl who changes her face. Luo Chen says that this is a big world and there are many things in it that are difficult for an ordinary person to understand. But one day, she will be able to see them for herself. Shuinger listens carefully and doesn't interrupt the teacher. After a while, they find themselves at the Tongju Grand Hotel. The hero appears on the couch in the lobby. The girl puts on the table a key card from the presidential suite with a 1-month rental period, as well as keys and a contract for the car they arrived in. She happily asks the teacher to take a look at it. Luo Chen picks up the documents and starts studying them. One of them is a pledge of shares, so he immediately specifies whether they want to give him the company. The girl says that the Yi family has a lot of property in Tongju, although this company is not big, but its profit is excellent. Her grandfather said it was her tuition fee, so the guy shouldn't say no. Luo Chen reads the document on Tongju Media carefully. He remembers that Zhang Xiaoman works for this company. The brunette realizes that the Yi family has prepared well before giving him gifts. Realizing that this is a good opportunity, the hero decides to accept this gift. Shuinger is happy that she managed to please the teacher. After that, he doesn't want to interfere with his master's rest anymore. She runs away, saying that if he needs anything, he can call at any time. Luo Chen goes in search of his phone number. After a while, he comes to number 7007. Voices are coming from inside and the girl asks Director Wang to stop because she can't do it. The hero puts the key card to the door, intending to enter. Inside, a plump man is unbuckling his belt. He claims that no one has it forcing him, because he's slept with more than 10 others like her, so she shouldn't be making a circus out of it. A beautiful girl with blue eyes and long hair of this color tries to say that the termination of contracts with all groups will not lead to anything good, but the interlocutor does not care. Then the representative of the fair sex with tears in her eyes says that under no circumstances will she obey him. Then the man admits that he really underestimated the girl's pride. He's only asking for your company today as a sign of respect. The man notices that there is a huge queue of people waiting to meet him. But before he can finish speaking, the door opens and Luo Chen walks in. Chapter 1-8. Director Wang immediately lashes out rudely at the intruder with questions. He doesn't believe that anyone would dare to ruin his good mood. He zips up his fly and pretentiously looks into the boy's eyes, wanting to know who he is and who let him in here. The brunette calmly passes by, sits down in a chair and takes out a cigarette. The man is amazed by the boy's courage. He doesn't try to figure out what's going on, just hints that he's a big shot. Director Wang gives the hero one last chance to leave, otherwise his people will cripple him and throw him in the trash. The girl assumes that the guy is deaf, so in sign language asks him to run faster. Luo Chen brazenly lights a cigarette, blowing smoke right in the face of the enraged rich man. A representative of the fair sex is perplexed by what is happening. The man becomes enraged. He believes that the boy really wants to die, so he is ready to help him in this. Director Wang grabs the bottle by the neck, intending to stab the guest. The girl intervenes. She grabs the boss's arm, forcing him to let go of the bottle, which shatters on the floor. She's begging the guy to get out of here faster. The man throws the beauty away from him. She hits her head on the nightstand and loses consciousness. At the same time, he calls her a nasty creature. The hero abruptly finds himself in front of a rich man. He lifts it off the floor with one hand, holding it only by the front of his shirt. Director Wang nervously demands that he let him go. Otherwise he will be crippled for the rest of his life. This doesn't affect Luo Chen in the slightest. It releases its sinister aura, causing the man to shake in fear. The man understands that the case smells fried, so he continues to threaten the guy, saying that if he dares to do anything to him, he will be dead tomorrow. This doesn't stop the hero, who burns Director Wang's body with his power in the next instant, noting that tomorrow will never come for him. In Luo Chen's mind, he notes that fortunately, he can control his power, otherwise the entire room would be burned to the ground. The brunette pays attention to the unconscious girl, realizing that all this is very troublesome. The girl wakes up in the bathroom with her clothes on. The hero at this time smokes at the door. A representative of the fair sex sharply shouts from a lack of understanding of the situation, and the guy demands that she be silent. When she hears the guy's voice and sees him, she immediately tries to figure out what he's doing here and what's wrong with Wang Fu. The brunette says that this does not concern her, so when the drug ends, she will immediately leave this place. This causes even more bewilderment in the interlocutor because she does not know. See, what kind of drug we are talking about. Luo Chen says that she is under the influence of a certain drug, the effect of which will disappear in about 15 minutes. This causes the girl to start shaking with fear. Noticing the strange reaction of the interlocutor, the hero notes that he will not repeat it twice. The girl burns with shame, mentally horrified by this attitude to herself. Chapter 1-9. The girl comes out of the shower, covering her body only with a towel. She looks at the chair where her rescuer is sitting. It's hard for her to believe that this guy could handle Wang Fu, since he looks like an ordinary student. She wonders what methods he used. Luo Chen also reports that the girl's time is up. She remembers what he said about the drug, and then she notices that it was so good in the shower that she completely forgot about it. She says it's late and her clothes are in tatters. A representative of the fair sex thinks that he is not, so he was too cruel to send her away. And in general, when you see such a beautiful girl like her, basically everyone starts shouting and jumping for joy. Then she realizes that she wants to stay here, but the fear that the guy will start harassing her stops her. The girl turns her head nervously in different directions, trying to push such thoughts away. She comes to the conclusion that she needs to find clothes immediately, so she wants to borrow the guy's phone to call her assistant. The hero also wants the girl to lock herself in another room before that, so that they do not interfere with each other. This behavior causes her confusion. The hero throws her his phone, emphasizing that he does not like to tell her twice. The girl is surprised that the other person didn't even look at her. She realizes that he has an amazing character, as well as a strength of spirit that is very difficult to resist. She thinks that it is innate, because this aura is not inferior to the aura of great figures. A representative of the fair sex dials the number of the assistant, wanting to call him right in front of the guy, but he asks her not to disturb him. She notices this ugly attitude, and then goes into the next room, saying good night. In Luo Chen's hands, a new image appears, a wooden box that he received as a gift on the train. When he opens it, he only notices that there was indeed a seed hidden in it. The dark-haired man realizes that because of Emperor Jin's response, he can't miss this opportunity today. These seeds are the imprints of souls left after the end of the last era. They are very rare. For some people, even the lowest quality goods are enough to awaken the divine spirit. What can we say about this seed, which has supernatural powers? If it can be refined, it will not only be possible to awaken the divine spirit, but also to obtain the eye of heaven. Currently, he has completely lost his cultivation, so he can rely on the remnants of Emperor Wukezhen's strength, so he can use the power of a martial artist. But it won't last forever, because there will come a day when his strength will run out. Chapter 1-9. If the hero wants to restore his cultivation, then he needs to reawaken a magic seed, like coal sent in during a snowfall. The only thing that causes Luo Chen's only pity is his safety. The guy understands that at the moment there is no need. Use it. Then the brunette's thoughts are interrupted by a knock from the next room. The girl looks out from behind the door, apologizing that her assistant wouldn't be able to move in. She wants to switch places, claiming that sleeping outside is a bit scary. She is willing to double the amount paid for the service. The room, although in reality she can't be calm in the second bedroom, because Wang Fu can send assassins to her, and so it turns out that to get to the main bedroom, Wang Fu will have to go through the second one, so if you switch places, it will have a safety net. Luo Chen clarifies whether this is her wish or not, and then notices that she has everything written on her face. A representative of the fair sex turns away, realizing that she was found out. She coughs in the fist pumping, calling the guy to account. The brunette gives a firm and decisive refusal, which beats right on the girl's heart. She exhales, not believing that her beauty isn't enough to make her feel better. Seduce a teenager like him. The blue-haired girl is sure that none of the guys of his age will not resist it. She throws the towel aside and crawls across the bed towards the hero, stating that maybe she won't be able to sleep tonight. At the same time, she is in a very luxurious dress, accentuating her charms. Chapter 1-10. The girl runs her fingers over the guy's chest, stating that if he does not agree to go to the second, then all she has to do is sleep with him. The hero is because of such defiant. He reacts like a teenager. The seductress notices that the guy, even if creates the impression of being indifferent to everything, is still that of a timid student. Luo Chen realizes that the mortal shell brings him extra trouble, because of which he is not yet able to control some emotions. Seeing that the brunette is ripe for an answer, a representative of the fair sex, she grins, knowing that if he wants to refuse her request, he'll have to leave. Guy nervously asks if the other person is afraid that he might do something to her. Such a reaction, the girl likes it, so she confidently declares that she is not afraid. Inside, she realizes that this situation will be very strange, especially if, by pure chance, people find out about the current situation. It's hard for her to imagine what the consequences will be. Her name is Lambert, and she is a superstar. A representative of the fair sex also notices to herself that if you didn't take into account his absolute equanimity, he didn't even take advantage of it. The moment when she was unconscious, but she's still not entirely sure. Luo Chen is finally here, gives a positive answer. He gets up from the bed, and the superstar starts cheering, thinking that he will go to the other bedroom, so she thanks him. The hero goes to the next bedroom, and then returns a minute later to the main bedroom. Fallow dear, Bear looks back at him blankly, and the dark-haired man has brought her a hairdryer, demanding that I dried my hair and didn't wet the bed. The girl blushes as she accepts the gift. She thought to herself, I'm amazed at how attentive he is. As she flies around in her thoughts, Luo Chen climbs under blankets, declaring that he was sleeping, and that she would not disturb him. After a while, the superstar and go to bed yourself. She wakes up at 3 in the morning, not understanding why things have turned out this way. Exactly. The girl clearly did not want such a result, so she is very nervous and twitches in the dark. Beds. The hero wakes up only in the morning. He takes a sitting position, noting that his head is splitting. Luo Chen looking around, noting that after a bad dream, he simply has unbearable sensations. He's not. He finds the girl next to him, but notices several business cards left under the pillow. The hero picks them up and reads the contents. Lambert asks for forgiveness because she has on her hands only 800 in cash. This may not be enough for the room fee, but it will be enough for the initial payment. After the final payment, the balance will be forwarded to him. She left her contact number on the business cards. This girl arouses some interest in the hero. He gets out of bed and gets dressed, then takes the documents for the Tongju Media Company. The guy decides to go there first today. Luo Chen is sitting at the table. A young man brings the documents to him. He says that's all. Transfer documents to the company, so you just need to put the last signature. Hero. It does this immediately and returns the documents to the subordinate. At this point, the phone starts ringing. It's Zai Amin, who is in a hurry to find out if he's up. The guy gives a positive response and then clarifies what is the matter. The student asks where he is, because already it was almost 9 o'clock, and there is no way he could be late. It turns out that she recommended it. Send your resume to their company, and if something goes wrong, it will be them who will be in an awkward position. The brunette says he'll be there in 10 minutes. Then a representative of the fair sex asks him to call first when he comes up, and not to come right in. Zai Amin approaches from behind. Colleague. She pokes her in the shoulder, then asks if her boyfriend will come to them today for an interview. The student gives a positive answer by hanging up the phone. Interviewee. A little surprised, because the person who took a fancy to their Zai Amin should at least to have personal property worth 10 million, so she clarifies why it is necessary. Gets a job in their company. Another girl intervenes in the conversation, who is clearly, I'm more knowledgeable than my colleague. She says it's about $10 million. He's a poor boy from a county town who used to study at the University of St. Petersburg. Go to university with them. Then the first girl doesn't understand how Zai Amin is with such beautiful external data could choose such a person. The girls start a conversation next to Zai Amin. One of them notices that she has already recommended it for a long time. A friend to break up, because she is from completely different social circles. The other one says that during the university, the difference in their status was not so much affected, but now it is. It's getting bigger and bigger. At this point, the hero enters the room. He greets a girl. The other one jumps up, not understanding why he just walked in. One of my colleagues clarifies whether the person in front of them is a young man named Chang Zai Amin. The hero gives a calm positive response. The girl looks down on Luo Chen, noticing to herself that he's very shabbily dressed. This convinces her that Xingxin's words about poverty were true. The latter also suggests that the hero brazenly relies on Zai Amin's help and connections to find out. Then she asks if she's sure it's right for her. Luo Chen notices that this is personal business and it has nothing to do with them. These words infuriate Xingxin. She sees it as an affectation, coolness that is not backed up by anything, so it focuses on the fact that if not, Xiaoman, even if he came to work as a toilet cleaner, Tongju Media Company, I wouldn't have hired him. Another person intervenes in the conversation. It turns out to be the director. The company. The girls bow their heads, and Xingxin runs up to him, wondering what he did yesterday. The man says he was at the car dealership to make an advance on what she asked for from him. The result of this was the purchase of a car worth more than $1 million without any restrictions. Preferential terms. He hands her the keys to a brand new car. Everyone is happy for her friend, but Xiaoman is darker than a cloud. She feels bad about what happened. Director decides to throw a party in a big company. He wants the entire department to be there. Here it is. Notices the hero standing quietly behind Xiaoman. Xingxin speaks quickly and briefly about the guy. After that, the man introduces himself. He is Zhang's sales manager. Hi. He was in the HR department, and from now on, he works in their department. He calls the guy boldly. Contact them if you don't understand something. Luo Chen gives a short answer. A man doesn't. He understands how such a poor man could attract the attention of the beautiful Zhang Xiaoman. He decides. Teach him a lesson. The manager notices that even though he is only working for their company for the first day, he is still working for them. Still, I have prepared one task for him that will allow him to get acquainted with their profession. He has one big client, and their company wants to find the person responsible for creating it. A favorable image. Prior to that, she had negotiated with them about several artists, but that was all. They were not successful. Let's hope the new guy can sort this out. Oh, those present are seriously tense because of this. Everyone had problems because of this. A large client, because they have a lot of complaints, and they really like to complain. Considering business, the brunette understands that the price offered by the client is very high, and it would be convenient for him. Get some cash. The guy decides to take this job. Chapter 1-12. The girls in the company who have turned on Luo Chen know that he is still a naive fool. After all, this client has already issued an ultimatum for a long time. If he is dissatisfied with this project, then cancels your order. The headmaster says he likes guys as brave as he is. Man gives him until noon to find a celebrity and provide the client with a project. However, if this project is not signed, the losses will be deducted from his salary. The hero understands why to wait until noon, because he can find the right person right now. The words cause first bewilderment in all those present, and then wild laughter because they think it's a stupid joke. The manager thinks that the guy drank too much yesterday, because he should find a celebrity, not some redneck. He begins to drift, because the man believes that the new employee doesn't even know what the celebrity looks like. One of the girls thinks that he has problems with the head, and another admits that she thought at the university he was just a beggar and not stupid. Girls think that a guy wants to show off in front of his beloved at any cost. Xiaoman is shaking with anger because her boyfriend has put her in an awkward position. Though, Chen calls her friend, saying that he needs her help. He's ready to go to her. The address for her to drive up right now. The girl menacingly asks the hero to stop all this, because she is burning with shame. She walks away from the door in anger. The man is exultant, saying that they will wait for the celebrity who called Luo Chen, and then they'll get together again. Director Zhang goes down to the entrance of the building. The guard notices that he is very happy, so he becomes interested in the reason for this behavior of his superiors. The same person tells the subordinate all the stupidity of the situation that just happened. It counts the new kid to the feeble-minded. The guard laughs at this, supporting the opinion that the guy has trouble with his head, since he brags so much, although unlike the boss, the guard doesn't. Discards the option that the new guy didn't lie. He understands that there are too many people in society. Different people, so this may be true. The director also notes that if there were such connections, then it would not make sense for him to come to them and work as a farmhand, and if the guy is if you bring a superstar, he'll stand on his hands and eat shit. An A1234 car pulls up to the barrier. It has a temporary license plate, and the driver asks for permission to enter. The guard approaches the door to check who the car arrived at. The girl takes off her glasses, and everyone recognizes Lambert. She wants tell her that she's with that boy, but quickly realizes that she doesn't know his name. Director Cheng is shocked by what is happening. At the same time, Xiaoman starts a conversation with the hero. She's trying to figure out what it all means. The girl thinks that the guy specifically wants to embarrass her. Luo Chen elaborates on what he is doing to shame her. Then the representative of the fair sex declares that he'd really disappointed her. She thinks that she knows the guy well, so he just has a lot of fun. There can be no such connections to sign a contract with a star. Xiaomin, like everyone else, believes that her boyfriend says such inappropriate things for the sake of his coolness. Then the hero decides to clarify why the girl did nothing when the guy surnamed Zhang. I dug a hole for him. This only infuriates the interlocutor more. Meanwhile, down below, security guard tries to contain the flow of superstar fans who want to get an autograph from your idol or take a picture. The manager still can't believe his eyes, because reality and the words of the subordinate do not converge at all. Xingxin also notices that the superstar, he doesn't even know the name of the person he's looking for, so it doesn't have to be Lo Chen. Let's hope it's just a coincidence. To the office where Xiaomin is trying to tell you off, her boyfriend, Lan Bear, enters. The girls make eye contact, and then the superstar notices the hero. Xiaomin recognizes the girl as Lan Bear. She is in shock from what is happening, not understanding how this is possible. The brunette asks the guest to sit down. He suggests that she look up the requirements of the client, and if it all triples, then tell him the price. The superstar is a little surprised by this. She thought that the other person was just looking for a reason to meet. Or maybe he really called her by her first name. Business. A representative of the fair sex sits down in a chair, noticing that since yesterday, but Wang Fu never looked for her. She assumes that the hero has connections at the top, because otherwise, given Wang Fu's vindictive nature, there was no way he would let it go. The girl confesses that I wished I'd asked for his number this morning. She also understands that once they have business connections, then she doesn't have to worry about getting close to him anymore. Dark hair clarifies how she arrived so quickly. The superstar says that when he called her, she was just, I was not far away, so you can say that this is a kind of fate. Xiaomin watching over, but this conversation, trying to figure out how the two met. It suggests that they can, being from the same city, but she quickly dismisses the idea because it sounds like something out of place. Unrealistic. Lan Bear suddenly turns to Xiaomin. She asks her to close the door because that it's too noisy outside. Indeed, there is a crowd of fans at the door who are eager to meet your idols. They are held back by only one guard, who asks them to wait. After all, Lan Bear is currently discussing a business proposal. A crowd of people gathered at the entrance to the room. Employees begin to discuss what is happening. One of them doesn't understand what's going on, because everyone went crazy after he came back from breakfast. A friend of his tells him that a new employee from the sales department brought Lan Bear here, and now they sit in the sales department. The first one will immediately recognize one of the most popular stars. The other one is the same. Notices that recently she starred in several films in the main roles, each of which they grossed over $2 billion at the box office. The third guy notices that really, I didn't expect that their sales could become so large. Director Zhang tries to squeeze through the crowd. He encourages his subordinates to stop crowding and start working. Him and himself. It's interesting to see what happens there. Then Xingxin appears from behind and abruptly prescribes to her man in the face. At the same time, Xiaomin notes to herself that Lan Bear, just an unbearable star. She didn't expect her to be bossing her around right in front of Luo Chen. It hurts her reputation. The superstar agrees to become a representative, so she informs the hero that her agent will contact her in a short time to discuss priority dates. Luo Chen immediately clarifies about the fee. Lan Bear says that if the guy promises her something, then you won't have to pay. This surprises even the hero, because of what he is doing. He hastens to clarify what he has to promise. The girl wants to invite him to dinner, and he will. I must agree. The brunette agrees to these conditions, and then sees off the superstar. Get in the car and is about to leave. But before that, she says goodbye to the guy, asking not to forget about your promise. The girl already knows that Luo Chen can't escape from her. As soon as she leaves, the hero is approached by a trio of colleagues. Each of them is ready to tear up the other just to help him with the project, because they want Lan Bear's autograph. Director Zhang doesn't understand why the new kid has such a relationship with a superstar, because the latter didn't even know his name. Xingxin thinks he did all this on purpose. The man should not be angry, because most likely Luo Chen is fooling Lan Bear. These words, they only make the manager angrier. He suggests that the girl herself try to deceive such a person. Because fooling people's heads is her skill. The girl offers to search a reason to fire him, and the man notices that this is a stupid idea, because today all the work is done. The company found out that he had resolved an issue with a large client. If he shoot him out now, then he would be the one to kill. Your reputation will fall below the baseboard. The man decides to deal with this issue differently, because a new employee on the first day of work no longer shows respect to his manager, so he can't let him get away with it. He wants Lai Ru to call Kai to teach the boy lesson. The evening comes, and all the employees head to the party, which will be held in The largest entertainment center in Tongju is Villa Hayes. The hero keeps his own equanimity even at such a moment. Two girls behind him are discussing the master's act. Zhang, after all, this corporate event is clearly going to cost several $100,000. My friend admits that. Before, all she could do was glance sideways in the direction of this building, but she'd never been able to see it. I dared to enter. Luo Chen is curious about what's going on. He wants to get to know you better. Employees of the company to see if there are any people who can be used. The manager is approached by a pumped-up man together with a girl. This is the same Kai. They exchange a couple of phrases. It turns out that the jock works for the bio. This is the boss of the underground world. Tongju, Director Zhang admits that the other person is very cool. Kai wants to meet you, an interesting person who joined their department today. The interlocutor points to the hero, saying that this is the boyfriend of their company's beauty Zhang Xiaoman. Kai goes to get acquainted with a closer brunette. Luo Chen notices Wang Kai. He doesn't understand what this madman is doing here. The last one, she approaches him, asking if he is Luo Chen. The hero attentively looks at it, after which, asks if they know each other, taking silence for a negative answer. He asks the interlocutor, don't block his path. After that, he pretentiously passes by it. Kai also notes that the kid was pretty brave. He wonders if he'll be just as cool. A little bit later, Xingxin notices that Luo Chen has already provoked Kai. Director Zhang notes that it will be very interesting. The celebration begins. Kai congratulates his friend on the purchase, a new car. Xiaoman still decides to ask how her boyfriend met Lan Buyer. The brunette claims that it does not concern her. This makes the girl more angry. By noticing, since most people are already full and drunk, Kai suggests that we go upstairs and have a little fun. Have some fun. Zhang doubts this, but the other person points out that this room belongs to the owner, Bio, so he knows everything there. All the manager has to do is bring Luo Chen to him, and he'll take care of the rest. They go up to the top floor, where a huge bunch of people are gambling. Kai says that in the outer zone, the upper limit for open chips is only 1,000, so there are not many people playing here. But in the inner zone there are no restrictions on chips. That's why it's so much more interesting. Xingxin notices that Kai is well versed in this. The latter's companion claims that they go to play every weekend. But this is their first time together. Enter the inner zone. Director Zhang hands his companion a map with 50 points on it, by the thousands, offering to play. After that, he asks if Luo Chen wants to go with Xiaoman. Play around. The hero notices that in this casino, 9 out of 10 games are losses. Kai, tell me, what if the guy doesn't have any money? Then let him say so, otherwise his beautiful words don't make any sense. Meaning, Xingxin also says that if he does not play, then he should not spoil the mood. To others, Xiaoman struggles out of Luo Chen's arms, saying that she will go. The guy warns her not to go there. However, the girl claims that it is not her business. She's fuming, but still, he approaches his friends, wanting to spend time with them. The man grins, understanding that the fish was hooked. Xiaoman sits down at the game table with her friends. The dealer deals the cards. As soon as when she sees her cards, she doubles her bets. Xingxin raises the bet. 2 guys in. Kai's girlfriend is passed. That leaves only Xiaoman, who hesitates to give an answer right away. Girlfriend advises her to discard her cards if they are bad for her. Xiaoman decides to increase it. The dealer asks for everyone open their cards. Xiaoman reveals the cards, and it turns out that she has a royal flush. She wins the first con and takes all the money for himself. This makes the girl very happy. At the same time, the guys behind her talk to each other. It turns out that Xiaoman is very lucky, because she is over 5. I raised 20 rounds from a mere 3,000. The other guy asks her how much money she has. There are already straight flushes. Here they turn to the hero, urging him to pay attention to Xiaoman. Another even offers to try it. A friend pulls him down, reminding him that Mr. Zhang wants to deal with Luo Chen, and if they get involved, they might get hurt. The first one, it is claimed that there is nothing to be afraid of, and he likes people like the hero who keep up with him with dignity. He also reminds a colleague that Luo Chen is familiar with Lan Buyer, so that there may be large connections. The hero at the same time notes that gambling is fun, to which it is better not to touch, because it is impossible to beat avid card players, and the fact that losing that money is just a trick. One of the guys at the table can hear them perfectly. Words, mentally noting that the hero is not so bad, since he understands such things. This player does note that not all people in the sales department are sycophants. The interlocutors of the hero still decide to try to play, because they believe that they can win once and leave immediately without getting involved in this fight. They bid farewell to Luo Chen, who is now in the middle of the night. He remains unconvinced about gambling. The dealer deals out cards for a new game. After receiving the cards, one of the players decides to bet all the chips. This surprises everyone. those present. Kai is a little tense about it. He approaches the player from the back, deciding to ask him what he was doing, because they had teamed up with him to destroy Xiaoman, and in the end, they had been forced to do it. The pro decided to beat them, too. Lao Lai, that's the player's name, talks about his principle. One is he. If you want to sit down at the game table, you need to be equally nice to everyone, because someone's money is not worth it. It will always be their money. Kai begins to believe that his friend is bullying him. Jock, he tries to cheat, but someone sends him away, saying that if he doesn't play, then he should get out of here. Kai decides to get even with the impudent man. He asks his girlfriend to leave so he can sit down at the playing table. He also asks her to take another 200,000. In this, two guys that were confident in their abilities, nervously trembling at the table with horror. Liu Chen urges them to stop. After all, there is no chance of winning. In addition, they are already on the verge of bankruptcy, and if they remain without money, the company will not help them in any way. One of the guys says it won't work that way, but he is playing with money from a credit card. And if he returns without winning, then next month he will be able to pay for it. You will have to eat only the earth. The second young man is no better because he plays on borrowed money. He believes that he was just lucky a few rounds, but Feng Shui constantly changes its own course, because of which it is simply impossible to always lose. Director Zhang decides to ask Kai about the situation. He clarifies how things are going with his local employees. Friends, the man reminds that they wanted to use Shang Xiaoman to dig a hole under Liu Chen. And in the end, it just so happened that most of them lost a lot of money here. Kai, it also requires you not to talk nonsense. It goes through several rounds. The jock flies up from the spot, putting all the money is on the line. He just doesn't believe that he can lose with such cards. His girlfriend, she tries to calm him down because they don't have much money left. The pros are revealed at him. It turns out to be a square, which is why he wins again. The dealer asks Kai to go to the exchange office to close the debt, because the monetary amount of his bet is greater than the number of chips. Then Kai accuses the player of cheating. Those present support this opinion. After all, he wins more than 10 rounds in a row, and this is no longer like ordinary luck. Two security guards in black glasses appear behind the pitching. They're a head taller than he is. Men asked for, don't make a fuss with Kai by saying that if he likes to play, then he should also like to play. Lose. The jock takes off, claiming that the guards don't care what he's doing. The opponent cheats. He tries to say that he is not a simple person because he works for the bio. At this moment, another man appears from behind the two thugs. It looks more formidable and confident. This person is Dao, who is Bio's main bodyguard. He encourages the young person who said something like that to come forward. Kai starts to tremble nervously. Out of fear, Kai asks his brother to stop, but Tao prescribes him a delicious bream, forcing him to fall on the ground. He reminds me that Kai doesn't have any right to call him brother. Chief bodyguard. Bio leans over the arrogant upstart, claiming that he has considerable courage since he dared to use the name Bio. Kai apologizes, admitting his mistake, but Tao, he turns his gaze to the two guys who were protesting with Kai. It specifies whether they are. There was a lot of talk about someone cheating here. The two of them look away nervously, afraid to give a chance. Answer. Kai, on the other hand, momentarily forgets his fear and points a finger at the player at the table. The Dao hits him on the foot, saying he didn't ask him. The man explains his behavior. It is considered that this gambling hall is the most honest in all of Tongzhou, so what to say? The fact that someone is cheating here will lead to a deterioration in the reputation of the bio. Director Zhang, he says it's just a misunderstanding. Dao sits down at the counter, saying it's not up to them to decide. He takes a seat at the counter, claiming that he will be watching Lao Lai to ensure that he doesn't dare to play dishonestly. If they are sure of their words and prove them in practice, they will be returned, the entire amount lost, and the case can be considered closed. Two guys who got up to their ears in debts notice that they have lost every penny. The bandit's eyes sparkle. Anticipation. He is ready to lend them money, but they will have to return it 3 times more. Two guys realize that it is almost impossible to win 3 times as much, and Dao wants to make sure that they dug their own grave. The man also specifies whether they want to play or not. At the same time, he crunches his fists threateningly. These actions give them the creeps. Come forward, Liu Chen, asking, lend him 100 grand. Zai Aman thinks that her young man is crazy. Two guys trying it out to dissuade, and the hero only says that you just need to recoup. Tao clarifies whether you understand. The interlocutor that he will have to return 300,000 to him instead of the 100 borrowed. Liu Chen requires you to start the distribution. Having received the cards, but not even looking at them, the hero puts everything on the line. Money. Zai Aman is horrified, because the guy didn't even look at the cards. Director Zhang and Kai, they are on the same page, because they know that if Liu Chen loses, he will pull them along. Also, they will surely disgrace themselves. Dao is also amazed that a boy with such abilities would dare stand up for others. The player is revealed first. He has 3 queens on his hand. The hero asks for forgiveness. At him, it turns out to be a jack and a king. And along with the cards on the table, it is a straight. He takes the first con. Nobody. He doesn't understand how Luo Chen did it, and Kai's girlfriend thinks he was just lucky. The opponent demands to continue the game. After a few rounds, the hero will have a huge pile. Chips. He won 1,400,000. This is all the money that his colleagues lost. Dao is amazed at what is happening, because the kid has won every blind. It tries to figure out how to do this. The man knows Lao Lai and his gambling skills very well. Besides, he's known as heartless. There's no way he could have intentionally leaked the game. The cards were handed out by a man, Dao, so the hero didn't have the chance to cheat. Luo Chen approaches Dao, informing him that, gives him the agreed 300,000. He's about to leave, but he comes out of the next room. The person who says that the others can go, but they will have to stay. By this, the person turns out to be Bio. The audience recognizes the young man as Hong Bio, the king of the Tongju underground world. The latter orders his bodyguard to vacate the hall. The Tao orders everyone to leave the hall, with the exception of Luo Chen. Director Zhang nervously thanks for the opportunity. Kai is the same, grabs his girlfriend, realizing that this is their chance to leave. All that remains are the guys for whom the hero also intervened, and Xiaoman. They are hesitant, so Dao them to hurry up, because if they stay here, it's certain death. The hero also notices that if they stay here, then they will. There's nothing they can do to help, so they can go. The first person who decides to go is the girl who leads away. Follow the guys. They descend to the first level of the Villa Hea's underground car park. Guys, I don't like what they did. They can't be considered loyal friends after this, after all. Luo Chen stood up for them. Xiaoman also says that they had no other choice, because against them. Still, Hong Bio made a speech. Guys take this into consideration, realizing that they can only hope that the hero will be alright. The hero decides to find out if the other person really wants him to stay here. Bio lights a cigar from the hands of a subordinate, after which he asks the guy not to worry, because he is just interested. His card skills, which is why he wants to chat with him. Luo Chen says he has nothing to worry about. Talk to him. Tao is blown up, not believing that anyone dares to talk to him like that. His boss, Bio, stops him with a hand gesture. He notices that since the interlocutor is so, if it is straightforward, then it will also speak directly. They give the hero a choice. Either he works for him, or he'll leave him with nothing. The last words make Luo Chen laugh, and then he notes that there is no one here who can do such a thing. The words sting Bio, but he doesn't mind. Decides to specify whether the other person will work for them or not. The hero is surprised. After all, not. He understands who Bio thinks he is to demand this. The king of the underground world is blown up from his place, noting that the interlocutor does not appreciate him at all. Good attitude. In a word, he unleashes on the hero of the Tao, which has long been impatient. Luo Chen, on the other hand, sees through the attacker's soul. He tells us that Tao is covered in blood and other people's souls, and his hands had taken many lives. Before these words, the criminal moves, confident, but he has some hesitation. The hero notices that Tom finally became afraid. The dark-haired man is behind the enemy's back in an instant, declaring that he should be remembered in the next one. I know that in this world, not everyone can be contacted. The Tao assures us that in this world there is no one who would dare contact him. He notices that Luo Chen is behind him. Bandit, prepare to stab him with a knife, but the hero turns out to be the first. He decides to return it to Tom. The same words, so with a swipe of his finger he drives it into the playing table. Mentally, a former immortal notices that Emperor Wuji's breathing has weakened a bit again. He understands that before he will find suitable seeds, he will have to use it sparingly. Other security guards, they fall into a stupor because the guy dealt with their leader in one blow. Another man, he notices that Luo Chen is definitely a top-level martial artist. Bio same, he orders his subordinates not to panic, because even the master has his own limit and they have a lot people, so they'll just take it in numbers. Bio, on the other hand, nervously searches for a contact on his phone while he's waiting for it. People attack the hero in a crowd. Mentally, the king of the Tongju underground world understands that they had stumbled upon the master in a very inappropriate place, so they should call immediately reinforcements, because if everyone found out about today's events, he wouldn't have any more opportunities to do business in this city. Bio puts the phone to his ear, listening to the phone calls. Beeps. He bites his finger, knowing that his men won't last long. After a moment, he realizes that for some reason it became very quiet. He looks up and sees the hero, who clarifies whether he got through. All of Bio's people are already passed out. The phone is finally picked up. Someone asks what's the problem. Case, the king of the underworld is sweating, not knowing what to do. Then the hero gives him permission to answer. It turns out that Bio is calling the hero's student, the same one called the master. Noticing that the colleagues got into trouble, she drops the phone, asking them to get the car ready so they can get out of here. Let's go. The girl also notes that they need to hurry. Bio with a satisfied face. He turns to Luo Chen, admitting that he underestimated him today and that he definitely has a problem. There are abilities, but he should not assume that relying on his dexterity he will be able to. Being headstrong in Tongju, the king of the underworld declares that soon there will be people here, the ones he called, so even if there were 10 of them like him, he still wouldn't know. I won. The hero shows no interest, only asking them to hurry up so that they can speed up. Mentally, the interlocutor is indignant. He wants to recruit someone else, but tells the hero to wait. People are very bored. Luo Chen abruptly leans over the guy, causing him to drop the phone and offering to play something before they show up. The brunette clarifies whether the interlocutor knows what about the game 1000-7. Meanwhile, too, a student arrives at the gambling building along with Master Yu. The latter asks why. Security guards, what is happening in the casino and why they are not inside. The same ones say that half an hour. Lai Bio ordered them to clear the hall, so they went out. Master Yu slaps him in the face, calling him master, a blockhead. They take the elevator to the desired floor. As soon as the doors open, you will see they are presented with an unpleasant picture. Several dozen guards are lying unconscious. The man wonders who Bio has offended this time. At this time, a distant voice is heard, a cry of pain. Bio threatens the hero with violence, receiving blows to the face. He is sure that the guy today, he'll definitely die. Luo Chen is amazed that he is still snapping at him in this position. For him, this is a signal that this is still not enough. Then the king of the underground world hears the girl's voice behind him. Tears welled up in his eyes as his sister came to his rescue. Bio is happy that the master, Yu, is also here. He asks them to save him faster, and the girl recognizes the attacker as her own. Teachers, Bio already believes that the hero will die today. He points out that Luo Chen is not as special as the other one. Same Master Yu. The guy wants to say something else, but the girl prescribes him a strong bream, does not, knowing how he dared. This is baffling to Bio, a representative of the fair sex. The same asks for forgiveness because they failed to properly track their dog and thus insulted the teacher. At the same time, she bows her head in a respectful bow. Then it comes to Bio that this young guy is my sister's teacher. The girl orders a subordinate, open your eyes and listen carefully. She introduces her teacher and dear family guest. The student also notes that the teacher personally saw her grandfather, so the Bio should go to him, address him as Mr. Luo. Bio falls to her knees, begging for forgiveness. He admits he didn't know who I was dealing with and insulted him. The guy also asks Mr. Luo for leniency. Luo Chen passes by, shooting a piercing glance at Bio, who is already beginning to behave. Bury it. The student wants to intervene in this case, but the hero stops him with a hand gesture, saying that since it was her man, then he would leave it to her. The brunette also notices that he doesn't. Be sure to ask their opinion. A representative of the fair sex rejoices, demanding for the subordinate to thank Mr. Luo for showing mercy. Bio bows down. Thanks to. The girl asks the teacher to wait. She catches up with him on the way out of the building. It turns out that she was supposed to give him an invitation letter on behalf of her grandfather to the Tongju auction. The interlocutor hands the guy a beautiful envelope. The hero doesn't understand. Why does he need it? The girl asks if the teacher remembers the small wooden box from paintings. Luo Chen assumes that this is a box of spiritualized seed, so he says. She asks what's wrong with her. The student explains that her grandfather noticed that he was interested in her, and I wanted to invite him to this auction because that wooden box was originally wanted. Put it on it. The hero notices that the Yi family is going out of their way to attract him to their side. It may cause a lot of trouble. He informs the student that he accepts the invitation letter. He also asks her to pass on his gratitude to her grandfather. The student declares that he will pick him up in the morning, but Luo Chen insists that it is not necessary, because he will get there on his own. The guy jumps into a taxi and drives away. At the same time, subordinates treat Bio's wounds. The Dao clarifies whether the young man they ran into is definitely their sister's teacher. Bio also notes that today they were disgraced and defeated. It also requires that the next time they met the guy, they were respectful. He also wants to cook expensive gifts so that one day you can personally go to him and ask for forgiveness. Bio realizes that even if they do not have the opportunity to make friends with people of this status, they should not. You can't remain enemies. Events are transferred to the living room of the Yamaha Hotel. Luo Chen puts it on, the suit, and comes in it. He gives the guy at the reception desk his invitation, and then passes forward. In the spacious hall, the rich chat about their own business. Chow communicates with an acquaintance who he says that he just saw a new face in this place. The fat man had heard that the new guy had very large connections, so he asks the interlocutor to find out more about him. Then baby Chen asks to see this person, noting that usually people of the same age come here and they almost all know each other here, so he doesn't understand how a stranger could appear here. Then he notices Luo Chen, who is wearing a suit. His appearance angered Ko because he does not know how he got there for such an event. He admits that he knows him. The interlocutor hugs him, stating that Chen is really very cool. The fat man wants to know what family this person belongs to. He wants Ko to introduce him so they can get to know each other. Little Chen also states that this is just nonsense because this guy is just a redneck. The interlocutor reminds us that this is impossible because today there is a private auction, not an open one. This means that a person with no connections would not be able to get here. Ko then claims to have seen the guy for 2 days back. He's willing to give a damn that this guy is just a redneck. The friend decides to accept the words. The guy is for the truth, so he notices that in this case he does not need to talk to him. Get acquainted. The fat man notices that Little Chen's tone has changed, becoming far from normal. Joyful, then Ko says that this puppy dared to recapture the girl from him. These words, they surprise the interlocutor, who believes that the boy was lucky to live since he dared to do such a thing. He steps forward, deciding that he will help his bro deal with Luo Chen. Luo Chen is sitting in the audience reading a book. Ko's friend decides to talk to him. He notices that he hasn't seen him here before, so the fat man asks who he came here with. The hero simply ignores the interlocutor, doing his own thing. Then he decides to step in. Little Chen, he loudly declares that his friend asked Luo Chen a question, and then asks if he is the right person, deaf or dumb. The brunette reports that the wind suddenly blew and raised ripples on the spring waters. The pond. The companions look at the guy with incomprehension, not understanding what he is talking about. They count. What's wrong with his head? Then the girl in the next chair chimes in. She repeats the hero's words, then explains what he wanted to say and what he cares about it. Luo Chen closes the book, stating that dumb people like them need to learn more, otherwise, even to understand that they were cursed, they will be forced to look for an interpreter. Girl, he covers his mouth to keep from laughing, and the two guys start shaking with anger and anger. Friend of Chow, the first one can't stand it. He claims that the guy needs to spend less of his ancient knowledge, phrases, because he can take his life at any second. Then another person approaches the noisy company, who is in a hurry to understand the situation. This, Manager Lee. The fat man puts a hand on his back, claiming that he arrived just in time. After all, an unknown character somehow snuck in here and made a big fuss. The manager is very politely asks the hero to show him the invitation. Luo Chen also clarifies why the interlocutor. She only asks him because there are so many people here. The man explains his actions by saying that he knows all the other people, and of course they don't need to be checked. The two companions nod, with his head behind the man's back, while he stresses that he has never seen Luo Chen here, and if it doesn't show the invitation letter, then it will have to ask it to leave. The hero decides not to be stubborn and show the invitation letter in a red brochure. The Trinity is surprised by this development of events. The fat man immediately calls it a fake, stating that the beggar cannot to be such a thing. Ko joins in, demanding that Luo Chen stop pretending. Manager Lee asks his friends to be patient, because this may not be good, affect their reputation. He suggests that they go up to the upper hall and rest, and here he is. Be sure to deal with everything. The guys decide to leave this matter to the man and leave. Here, the manager begins to speak quite differently. He notices that he has already done enough to preserve his reputation, so today it doesn't matter if he has an invitation card, a letter or not, for he must leave in any case, and if he is thrown out with a scandal, then this is going to be a very ugly situation. At this moment, several people appear behind Luo Chen. Thugs. Then a loud voice from behind makes everyone turn around. I decided to attend the event myself. Elder Yi is the last to approach the manager, noticing that he is too bold. Once, I decided to expel the dear guest invited by him. Lee turns to look at the hero, not sure what it is. He is this guest. Luo Chen notices to himself that the old man has arrived just in time. Otherwise, he would have to expend the rest of Emperor Wuji's strength in such a place. Mr. Yi with the granddaughter decides to find out if everything is in order with the hero. The girl also notes that she was late, that he's asking for forgiveness. Luo Chen, on the other hand, is confident, saying that everything is fine and it's unlikely that he is either. Something might have happened. The manager is aware that esteemed Elder Yi is using politeness in speech in relation to someone. This only finally finishes off the granddaughter in. The grandfather notices that the subordinate showed inattention. The latter admits that, "I made some serious mistakes and behaved like a blind dog." He wants to say something else, but Mr. Yi shuts him up. Liu Chen insists that it's all a small matter, so don't get angry. Then, the elder orders Lao Yu to deal with it. Events are moved to the top floor. PRJSC. He communicates with his friend, noting that they were well supported by Manager Lee. Interlocutor. He also realizes that some redneck decided to measure up to them. Suitable for friends. Father Ko, who urges you to behave decently, because they say that today the respected. I invited one guest, so he asks me to look him in the eye and promise that they won't show up to anyone. Be rude. Seung says that he's not such a fool. And they all know esteemed Yi, so they can't help it. They can't provoke his people. Also, the kid thinks that given their position, esteemed Yi should also show them some courtesy. Then two men approach the trio. They immediately clarify who they are. At this point, someone from the outside is ordering to throw out Trinity from here. This confuses them. The father, son, and fat girl are forced into a separate room, from which there is only access to the street. The man orders them to get out of here, but the guy's father decides to find out from the head of who in. What's up? The other guy just slams the door in his face without explaining anything. Chow is trying to find out from the father what happened, but the man prescribes a strong bream to his child, sharply, asking who he had insulted. A man has been part of this society for many years, and for the first time, so disgraced. Ko also recalls recent events. He realizes that they don't know anyone. They also insulted Liu Chen. The guy initially thinks that he just has an unrealistic reputation, but then he discards this thought, considering it impossible. The auction is currently underway. In full swing, the host congratulates number 23 on purchasing a pair of hairpins, Dragon and Phoenix, for 170,000 yuan. It warns that soon their employees will be able to. They will sign a contract with them certifying the trade transaction. After that, it goes to the next lot. Liu Chen mentally notes that all the lots here are works of art and antiques. Then Elder Yi asks the hero to wait a little longer, because soon the other one will come. Human. The guy already suspected that the old man invited him for a reason, and now it was revealed. The truth is that he has some business with him. The white-haired man decides to clarify that with the man they're waiting for. He's known for over a decade, and he's never suspected him. And if he hadn't seen the fake on the train then, he would still be in the dark. Here too, a man with glasses approaches them. He apologizes for his tardiness, justifying it by saying that, "I was stuck in a traffic jam." Elder Yi looks at the hero expectantly. The expert notices Liu Chen, deciding to clarify what it is. A young man. The old man says that this is his new friend, who has a lot of experience. He has a talent in the field of object identification, and today he has the opportunity to take it to this place. The man grins inwardly, thinking that respected Yi is out of his mind. He's not, especially believes that the young man on the contrary is able to conduct examinations. The expert apologizes by saying that I didn't know they were colleagues. The hero forgives him for this. The same seethes with anger, because with his qualifications and experience, calling this boy a colleague is like flattering him, and the other boy is a coworker. I didn't even compliment him back, just looked down on him. The expert decides to teach you a lesson. An arrogant youngster. At this time, the host puts up a new lot, calling it one of the main ones. This is a bronze antique sword from the Eastern Zhou era. During this period, the skill of the bronze, the art of antiquity has reached its peak. The man notices that this thing is quite good. He also claims that it will be very difficult to find it on the market in such good condition, and the initial price is not high. The expert offers to buy it. The hero intervenes in the conversation, calling. The new lot is a bit questionable. The man decides to show off his knowledge, stating that there is an experience that is several decades long, and his young colleague hardly even knows how much. The item must pass the verification procedures to get to the auction. Liu Chen ignores these questions, words calling the item a fake. The expert gets word incontinence. He doesn't understand how some kid can carry a gun. Such nonsense in front of him. The man notices that it is impossible to evaluate objects just by taking a look at this. Schuinger, on the other hand, mentally notes that what is happening is very familiar to her. The expert is the same. He claims that one talent in this business is not enough, but there must be skill and such. Many years of experience, like his, because that's what he learned. His name is Tang Zhong. Liu Chen didn't. He understands why this whole pointless argument is happening. He suggests simply buying this lot and take a look, because nothing terrible will happen if the examination is carried out several more times. Organizations. The interlocutor does not understand why they should wait for expertise from other people. He's here. Tang Jun asks Mr. Yi to confirm that he is the best appraiser in the world. All Tanju. The old man confirms this, then asks his granddaughter to announce the price. He asks the hero not to attach any importance to this, but in the field of expertise, old Tang never. I was wrong. The latter does not understand how such a young man dared to measure forces with him in his own country. The sphere. In addition, he had spent more time with esteemed than he had ever lived. The organizer announces a price of 3 million, starting the countdown. Schuinger raises the price to 5 millions. The two girls present realize that respected Yi's place is there, so no one else is there. Don't dare place a bet. Indeed, the lot goes to Mr. Yi. At this time, the man decides. Tell them that all this time, he was just studying historical information about the era. Jew, so as of today, this precious sword has become a rarely seen item among the aristocracy. The expert also notes that the respected Yi has an unusually sharp eye. Otherwise, today, they might make a mistake, because if in the future they would want to buy it at this price, it would be quite difficult. Yuo Chen just ignores him, which hits him hard. A man's pride. He breaks down and jumps up, claiming that he was being polite to him, just because the esteemed Yi is here. He didn't expect him to be so ignorant, and dare to provoke him again. The man claims that he is several decades old, thoroughly engaged in the examination of antiques, and there was never such a thing that he did not notice. Marriage. But he only has at least 100 issued licenses. At this time, Mr. Yi approaches a subordinate and whispers something in your ear. The expert notes that they do not know his merits at all, and that still dares to question it. Then the old man claps his hands, riveting her to him. Attention. He says it's all well said, but Mr. Tang will have to explain some things. At this time, the subordinate takes out a paper on which a sword is depicted. This paper confirms that this lot is a fake. The expert can't believe this development of events. He again reminds us that all items that get here pass through multi-level verification, so that no fakes were ever found here. Intervenes in the conversation. Schuinger. The girl claims that the man always encouraged his grandfather to buy only fakes because he knew that his grandfather trusted him and would not give them up for examination. Expert advisor. But he calls it slander because there was no benefit for him to do so. Schoolgirl. The hero notices that there was a benefit. She just sent people to investigate about the bronze one, an antique sword, as well as a fake painting from last time. It turned out that the person who gave these items to the auction house was actually Tang Zhang. The man is trying to somehow to justify himself, but the girl continues to push, saying that he bribed appraisers on the auction house so that his fakes get on it, and then bred his grandfather to buy them, and from this, I made a profit. Schuinger still decides to clarify whether the man will admit that he'd done it, or she'd need to bring the appraiser he'd conspired with here, too. Expert advisor crashes on the floor. He turns to Mr. Yi, claiming that he can explain everything. A man on the move. He gives me an excuse, telling me that he recently had an accident in his family, and I needed money. Then the girl reminds that the interlocutor has at his disposal 20 shops that his grandfather gave him. They should have been enough to cover expenses for the entire year. Multiple lives. A representative of the fair sex notes that the expert secretly collected huge amounts of money. She clarifies why he did it. The man is trembling with fear. He puts his hands over his mouth because for some reason he can't say it. Then Mr. Yi, after finding out the truth, he asks Lao Yu to take the deceiver away. Schuinger is indignant. She doesn't understand why this man, who had been working for my grandfather for several decades, turned out to be like this, ungrateful, even though his grandfather provided for him. The elder notices that it is most likely a case of, it's not about money, because this person risked his life for some other reason. There's probably someone who bribed him in some way. The girl takes these words seriously, so she does not understand who else is within them. Thongju could poach such a person. Mr. Yi assumes that his old friend has returned, the enemy, so at the right moment, he would have to trouble Mr. Luo. The last one. He understands that this is the real reason why the Yi family has been so kind to him. At the same time, an extremely special lot is put up for auction, which is the last one. This, titled to 120 square meters of real estate in the Panlongwen area. Square kilometers. Its starting price is 1 million. Schuinger hurries to tell you that a few years ago, real estate in this area was worth more than 10 billion, and now it is. One headache. The hero becomes interested in why this is. The girl explains that before that, everything is fine. 3 developers of the Panlongwen district died under mysterious circumstances on the 7th day after taking office. The construction crew that went there was also killed. Total, within a few years, dozens of human lives were lost. When the dead were found, they all looked extremely terrifying and frightening. However, the body wasn't even covered in blood. Small wounds were also found, and no illnesses were found. Besides, they found more yesterday. One victim in the area. The deceased is a taxi driver. They say that neither by car nor by car. There was no damage to the body. The hero also grabs the taxi driver, remembering something important. No one ever decides to buy. The host understands that if no one makes a bet, then we'll have to deal with the failed auction. two girls communicate with each other. One notices that it used to be the most expensive piece of land in Tongzhou, but today it is being given away, almost for nothing, but no one takes it. The interlocutor claims that only a fool will take this one. Well, after all, this fun is life-threatening. Only those who are tired of living will become. This is to buy. Luo Chen stands up from his seat, announcing that he is buying this item. Chapter 1-23. There is a minute's pause. Everyone is impressed by this statement. Two girls. We are amazed that someone actually dared to place a bet. One of them is even interesting. Where did this guy come from? Even the host freezes in place. Her boss asks her to hurry. The aristocrat from the next balcony becomes really curious. It notices that if this person can stay there for 7 days, then she won't mind getting to know him. Shuinger is shocked by what Master is doing. She reminds me that everything they've just been talking about. They said it wasn't a joke at all. Even Mr. Yi asks him to think about it seriously. The hero is the same. He straightens his tie, assuring them that he'll be fine and they can rest easy. The girls, there are still doubts, but after looking at her grandfather, she decides to accept it. Here in it, a credit card is flying. Luo Chen reports that there is 1 million on the card. He asks her to settle the transaction formalities and sign everything in his stead. He says goodbye, stating that he has things to do. The student decides to find out where the mentor is going. Hero without. Yudeki replies that he is on his way to Panlongwen. Luo Chen drives his car to Panlongwen. He notes that this place is located very close to the city area, but it is very empty. The hero understands that the news is not. They lied, but he still wants to see for himself how much evil power is hidden there in the end. Evil spirits. He gets out of the car and sees cyclones circling over the completed building. Dark energy. The dark-haired man holds out his hand, telling them to leave. He is still amazed that at the midday hour, when the Sun Kai is extremely pure, so much dark energy could be gathered here. Cold evil energy. He moves closer to the unfinished building, realizing that the main thing is that the building is not built. The construction has already been completed, and that a lot of money was spent on it once. The hero is being stalked. The feeling that something is wrong here. He makes the frame with 4 fingers. Luo Chen feels that on a high mountain, the lone wind is raging. It turns out that this is the place from the very beginning. It collected the souls of the dead. A single high-rise building also collided with several bloody deaths, and it's not surprising that there are so many harbingers of trouble here. Apparently, after he gets it, he will have to put a lot of effort into converting it. In that moment, a plump woman runs up to the hero. She asks him not to go to this building because something's going on inside. The woman notes that time will pass and he will never see her again. He can leave even if he wants to. Luo Chen suggests that the earth is shrouded in spirits. He doesn't feel it. However, Emperor Wuji's power didn't react at all. The interlocutor takes it out of her bag, a blueprint left by her son, who once worked here as a builder during his lifetime. She points out that this is a very large place. So if you don't know how to get out, then you should go to the path specified there. The hero accepts the gift, realizing that it is a master's drawing. Works. After a moment, he looks up, but she's already gone. Luo Chen enters the building. Inside, he feels something unusual. It finds the source of problems. Presumably, the damage to the feng shui flow in these buildings was done intentionally by the designer. The guy tries to understand why this was necessary. Most likely, this is for the sake of creating a large seal that collects spirits. The hero notes that 9 evil spirits are connected and act against the will of heaven. He understands that the evil spirit who did this is really crazy. While Luo Chen is trying to deal with this force, he is ordered to raise his hands from behind. He looks around and sees 3 policemen. The hero realizes that he has an obstacle. The policeman asks who he is, and the girl calls for raising your hands. They notice that the hero, he makes strange movements with his hands, and one of them says it out loud. The girl is the same. She warns him that she's counting to 3, and if he doesn't answer, she'll make a warning call. Shot. And one of the guys starts with 3 at once, making a shot. The bullet passes in several directions, inches from Luo Chen's head. The latter turns in their direction, calling them to himself. A bunch of fools. The girl also shouts at her partner, asking what they would do if I really hit it. The comrade declares that this person dared to resist them. Orders, so he should have given him a warning. Representative of the beautiful, Paula calls her partner a blockhead. After which they return their attention to the hero. Man, he asks why he came here. The girl also says that in the territory of Panlongwen, there were several murders, so it was sealed off by law enforcement. Luo Chen realizes that Emperor Wuji's remaining strength should be enough to calm them down, but then he won't be strong enough to deal with this thing. They are also aware that entering into conflict with law enforcement agencies is not the smartest choice right now. It remains for him. Only act on the situation. The girl mentally notices that the guy opposite is about. She's her age, but he doesn't panic at gunpoint. She's amazed at that, how well it is developed psychologically. The hero raises his hands, urging the police not to be nervous. It appears to be normal. He was a fan of the supernatural, so he came to this place to shoot some videos. The police officer doesn't believe him, believing that he is a serial killer who is connected to the murders in this city, and that he belongs to the category of criminals who return to the scene. Crimes. The girl has a better shutter speed. It asks you not to use it. Co-worker inertia thinking and pass judgment as you please, because they are serious. Refer to evidence. The girl asks the hero to help her to conduct an investigation. After all, they currently have a specific situation, and if the guy is telling the truth, then after the interrogation, they will release him. Yuo Chen is a little surprised at how they ask him for help. Cooperation. The girl puts him in handcuffs, noticing that this is an order. They decide. Go back to management. They've been walking for half an hour, but they keep coming back to the building. The man thinks that there was a malfunction in navigation. The girl does not believe in it, because they are all the time. They went north and didn't even change direction. Yuo Chen decides to tell them the truth. It turns out that in the territory of Panlongwen there are 9 spirits that spoil feng shui. They cover 9 of the 12 shichen. So, in addition to the intervals from 7 to 9, from 9 to, you can't get out between 11 and 1 o'clock. The girl claims that this is just superstition. She also notices that the young man's head is already full of thoughts about supernatural phenomena at his age. For her, this becomes a wake-up call, so the servant of the law claims that even if there are no problems with him, she will still have to do a good job of his ideological education. The friend notes that education will not help such people, because the guy came from the village and there is a chance that he did not even go to the middle class. At the same time, the man shows the girl the hero's identity card. Representative of the beautiful Paula doesn't share his opinion. She encourages her partner to choose their expressions, because even if they talk about a suspect, they must maintain a minimum of politeness. The sun is sinking below the horizon. The police start to panic. The man nervously says that they came out on a road that could have been completed in half an hour, having spent as much as 4 hours, but they again found themselves in the same place. The policeman clutches his head, emphasizing that they've already tried everything, which makes him ready to believe that this place is really unusual. The girl does not fully believe in this, stating that they definitely made a mistake somewhere. Yuo Chen realizes that this girl was really unyielding, because she stubbornly dragged them here until the evening. The guy understands that it's about 5 or 7 o'clock in the evening, and those guys can appear at any moment. The hero approaches the police and demands to remove the handcuffs. He warns them that if they want to get out, they must do as he says. The girl is ready to agree to this, but the harsh light hits her eyes, attracting attention. A taxi pulls up to them, in which the same missing driver is sitting. A grumpy cop steps forward. He doesn't know how the taxi got here, or why it was so late in the first place. The taxi driver says that he just gave a ride to a neighboring city and thought that it would be unprofitable to go back with an empty transport, and he was just passing this beautiful place, which is why he decided to stop by and see if anyone was there. The third policeman puts a hand on his colleague's shoulder. He notices that it's not a good idea to continue walking around in circles here, so they'd better try going with him. The interviewee admits that this makes sense. After that, he turns to the driver, specifying whether he will give them a ride to the parking lot at the tourist center, otherwise they left their official car there. A colleague calls the girl, offering to get in the car and go. Yuo Chen also warns that if she doesn't want to die, then she shouldn't go, because that driver is already dead. They don't understand why others hesitate. He decides to stop by the salon. There, the guy discovers a taxi driver's license. He becomes familiar with the name Zhang Liu. He recalls that just this morning he was told that a man had found a body in the Longwen district. The policeman shivers, and the dead man turns his head sharply toward him. At this time, the girl chastises the hero, stating that if he once again puts forward his ideas about spirits and interferes with the execution of the law, then, in accordance with the law, she will arrest him. At this moment, a heart-rending scream is heard from the taxi. The cop doesn't understand what's going on. She pulls out her gun, urging Luo Chen to stand still and not move while she goes to take a look. The hero mentally notes that it is difficult to convince a person who is destined to die with good words. A dead taxi driver crawls out of the car window, saying that the passenger should not run away because he will give him a ride. The police officer is in a state of shock. He calls for help. The girl intervenes. She's trying to figure out what's going on. A representative of the fair sex points a weapon at the monster, warning that an attack on the person during the execution. This is a serious crime. The taxi driver turns his head 180 degrees, noticing the beauty. At this moment, a third policeman appears behind the girl, who, apparently, has long been dead. She doesn't know what's going on. At this time, Luo Chen takes off the handcuffs, mentally noting that it is difficult to adapt to the feeling of complete restriction. He decides to think carefully about finding the spirit seeds after he returns. Then the hero feels the appearance of someone behind him. He looks around and sees the woman who gave him the map. Luo Chen realizes that this is a spirit connected to the earth. The guy decides to hurry up the interlocutor, specifying what is the matter. The same one asks him to help those young people, otherwise they will die. The hero turns around, saying that he can't do it. The woman bows her head in despair. Luo Chen also points out that it's not morning after all, so if she doesn't want to be eaten away by the evil aura and become an evil spirit, then she should immediately disappear. The interlocutor also notices that if the guy is able to understand that drawing, then he must have a way to save them. She doesn't want to let people die in this place. Luo Chen, on the other hand, doesn't understand what method he's talking about. He also notes that he has no reason to show his secret trump card here. The woman lets out her aura, trying to get her own way. The hero is not inferior to her. At this time, the police officer pushes the attacker away from her, after which she recognizes him as Lao Lo, her comrade. The second policeman asks his partner to save him. The guy is in a difficult situation. The monster driver was already climbing on top of him, about to sink its sharp teeth into his flesh. A representative of the fair sex makes a shot in the back of evil spirits, because of which the latter falls to the ground. She runs up to her friend, wanting to help him up, but he pushes her away, starting to run away in a panic. The policewoman wakes up in a moment. Both monsters had already taken aim at her. The girl shivers as she sees the monsters moving towards her. She demands that they don't fit. Those who ignore her order continue to move. Then she opens fire. 2 bullets hit a former taxi driver. One caters to the stomach and the other to the left side of the chest. But this does not stop the monster. The police officer doesn't understand how this is possible, because she was hit right in the heart. Even before her death, she believes that somewhere she just made a mistake. Tears trickle down her cheeks. The monster raises its hand to kill her, but Luo Chen intervenes. He cuts down one of the monsters, which then turns to dust. The second evil spirit does not understand who he is. The hero also gives him 3 seconds to thoroughly remember the wonderful time when he was a man. The monster puts his hands out in front of him, asking him to wait, but Luo Chen says that time is up. After that, he dispels the monster with a wave of his hand. The hero orders the girls to go to him. She tries to get to her feet, but she can't do it. Apparently, due to a bad fall, she injured her leg. Luo Chen exhales heavily, but still scoops up the policewoman in his arms. She wants to say something, blushing with embarrassment, but the guy demands that she stop talking. During the journey, she decides to question her savior. She asks the following questions. Who is he? How did he remove the handcuffs? What happened to the other 2? What did he just do with them? Luo Chen doesn't want to answer so many questions, so he says that he will only answer one, so the girls should think carefully. Then a representative of the fair sex asks how they can get out of here. The guy also recalls a recent conversation with the spirit. The place where the 9 evil spirits generate yin is a seal that concentrates the spirits and locks up the souls of the dead. Everyone who was killed here became evil spirits. And when the number of evil spirits reaches 90, the king of evil spirits will be incarnated. If these people are absorbed by the evil aura, then the local master will awaken. By that time, even if the hero's skill level becomes even higher, he should not think that he will be able to get out of this situation in one piece. The hero then realized that the interlocutor wants to force to save people. He admits that he is very sorry, but judging from what he has just encountered, this magic seal is striving to form, and it has very little left. It can be said that even the earth spirit is here. It is necessary to turn into evil spirits, but this will not affect him in any way. Then the woman asks what the hero will do if this magic seal also holds back the dragon veins. Luo Chen runs into the house with the police officer in his arms. He demands that she get off by simply stretching out her arms. The same one asks you to do it easier. When the girl is on her feet, she looks around, realizing that they are in some old house. She decides to clarify why the savior brought her here. The brunette asks her to be quiet, explaining that they won't be able to leave tonight. This surprises the fair sex, and the hero admires the appearance of a powerful stream of scarlet energy that hits the sky. Luo Chen says that the police officer will stay in the house tonight. He instructs her not to leave it a single step until dawn. The guy snaps 2 fingers, creating a defense. The girl ceases to understand anything, so she demands an explanation. The hero says that he has no normal explanations, but only superstitions. This angers the cop, but she accepts the fact that the guy was very vindictive. She recalls recent events, admitting that they are simply incomprehensible to the mind, even though she's experienced it firsthand. she still can't believe that the supernatural forces can actually exist. The girl decides that tomorrow she needs to submit a petition to the General Directorate of Law Enforcement to raise the level of investigation of the Longwan district to the highest. She believes that it is necessary to make everything secret explicit. Then she notices that the guy has opened the door. The girl is in a hurry to find out where he is going. Liu Chen explains that he is going to rescue her partner. The police officer recalls that Commander Zhu ran away from her. She swallows her pride as she asks if the guy will be back. The hero does not give an answer, closing the door behind him. Outside, Liu Chen realizes that the earthbound spirit did not lie, although his divine Kai hasn't been awakened yet. And he can't sense the faint energy of heaven and earth. However, judging from the signs of this spirit seed's rebirth, it's safe to say that there are indeed dragon veins in this place. If originally each of the evil spirits and the 9 evil spirits focusing seal needed to be corrupted by at least 10 evil spirits to activate the seal. Now, due to the influence of the dragon veins, they would only need half of the original amount to complete the ritual. The hero is attacked by one of the monsters. He easily dodges its attack, and then deals with it with a single swipe of his finger. After that, other monsters run to the sounds of battle. He recalls Xia Jingjing's words, according to which, to date, there are only 40 cases in the Panlongwan district, case 3 victims. If you add poor Luo, there are 44 law enforcement officers. Thus, the last evil spirit is missing to form the 9 evil spirits connection. If at least one more person is damaged by the evil aura and turns into evil spirits, then everything will get out of control. He's glad the girl hid in that wooden hut. Emperor Wuji's remaining strength is enough to make it impossible for these vermin to even come close to him. The biggest problem right now is the missing guy. Liu Chen provokes a mob of evil spirits to attack him. At the same time, the police officer gets to a strange pole in the building, which is shrouded in a strange energy, and on it there are several seals in the form of pieces of paper. The guy doesn't understand what it is. In fact, this is the king of evil spirits. At this time of night, someone calls. Her father is very worried about her, so he doesn't understand where she ran off to again at 11:30 in the morning. She tries to explain that she has already sent him a text message saying that she is on an overtime shift at the department, which is why she will not return home this evening. The man also emphasizes that right now he is in their control. He focuses on the fact that the girl is getting bolder and bolder since she dared to arbitrarily exceed her authority and lead the group. Her father gives her 30 minutes to get home, or he'll have them all suspended. The boss is no exception. The girl wants her father to listen to her, but he hangs up. She kicks the furniture in anger, then notices that her leg doesn't hurt anymore. She thinks about what she should do. A representative of the fair sex is aware that the man said that you cannot go out until dawn. But if she continues to hang around here, then her professional career will end there. She recalls Confucius saying that he didn't talk about supernatural things. She decides to leave the house. Here the girl is not allowed to leave the spirit of the earth, which pushes her away, closing the exit. The woman declares to herself that you cannot go outside, because it is very dangerous. No matter how, they need to wait out this evening. The spirit realizes that this girl is a good person. In addition, she has a celestial with her, so she must be protected. The policeman decides to find out who is in front of her. The spirit is a little surprised that the interlocutor can see it. The woman realizes that she has not seen her before, which leads to the conclusion that the boy did something to her. The woman recognizes the girl as Miss Xia, and the latter is shocked, not understanding how the woman opposite can be alive. At the same time, a police officer runs away from one monster, asking for help from at least someone. He tries to hide around the corner, but there's another thing waiting for him. He shouts that they don't respect military morals at all. Realizing that he is cornered and has nothing left to lose, he decides to fight to the end. A man with fists and tears in his eyes pounces on one of the monsters. He strikes the body with his eyes closed. Nothing happens for a few moments, and then he opens his eyes. The monster turns to dust before our eyes. The guy thinks that his opponents are very weak, or he is very strong. At this point, someone reaches back by the scruff of the neck of the policeman. The hero reacts in time, leading the person away from the blow of the next monster. Liu Chen calls the guy an idiot, and then kills the second monster. The hero approaches the post. The hidden dragon is coiled up in a pool. Evil spirits are hiding behind a mountain range, relying on immature dragon veins that have been accumulating for 100 years. Now only one sacrifice is missing, and then it will be possible to combine the accumulated souls into flesh and return to life, violating the laws of nature. It's just a pity that he made a mistake in choosing the location, since this piece of land belongs to Liu Chen, who wouldn't be allowed to leave a pest like him behind. And these dragon veins would be the first nutrient to awaken his inner divine Kai. The hero is going to finish what he started. At the same time, a police squad enters the territory of this area. The head of the department orders everyone to search separately so that they will definitely find them today. The two guys start a conversation among themselves. It turns out that Xia Jingjing is the eldest daughter of a famous family. One of the guys doesn't understand why she should risk herself so much by pointing out that she doesn't have any connection. A colleague suggests that the girl wanted to prove that she herself is capable of something. A friend notices that this is a very unwise approach with her position, because it would be better for her to find a groom early. A colleague asks a friend if he has any chances. The interlocutor turns around, stating that if only in his distant dreams. At this moment, an ominous figure appears in front of the policeman. The guy wants to warn his partner, but doesn't have time. The monster touches it, activating the seal. At this point, a dark hand is directed towards the hero. The events go back a week. It turns out that the woman came to the police about the loss of her son. His name was Zhao Jiasheng. He was 29 years old. He graduated from the University of Architecture and worked as a chief design engineer for a hotel in the Panlongwen district. She said that her son disappeared a week ago and did not respond to calls and messages. Her husband passed away early, and her son had to share all the hardships and losses with her since childhood. But he was always very reasonable and never gave any reason to worry. Previously, when he was busy at work, it was still through I've been calling for 2 days, and now I haven't been in touch for several days. The police officer also asked her mother not to worry, because as soon as they registered all the data and confirmed that there were no errors, they would be able to request video monitoring throughout the city, so they would find it very quickly. The woman is about to leave, but the policeman stops her. She had just looked at the data on her son, from which she concluded that the living conditions for their family should be quite good. The woman explains that she cannot spend the money that her son earned without sparing his life. After a while, the girl comes to his supervisor, who has no authority to investigate without any reason, even though the surveillance system has shown that the person disappeared near the Panlongwen area. The man asks that the subordinate not get excited. It's all about the Panlongwen area itself, which is considered a strange place. The authorities have long sealed it, and it is not known when this ban will be lifted. Plus, it's been 10 days and the person hasn't returned. The boss says it doesn't bode well. These words make the girl angry. She doesn't want to be left out because there was only a mother and son in that family. They were each other's mainstay, and now they are the only hope. The representative of the fair sex notes that people disappear without a trace in the territory under their jurisdiction, so they simply have to find them. The man decides to go all in. If the girl now calls her father, and he agrees, he will immediately apply for a temporary lifting of the ban and allocate her their investigators. The girl doesn't understand why she has to call her father for this. She focuses on the fact that people are disappearing there, so it really doesn't bode well. The boss turns away, saying that she will have to find a way to do it herself, because he will not dare to take on such a responsibility. The police officer turns around, claiming that she herself will go to the main department to ask for authority to investigate. The man decides to say that the day before yesterday that woman came again, and he sent her out, so she will not come again, so the subordinate may not bear this psychological burden. The girl sees 2 colleagues carrying the body for examination. Commander Zhu says that this is the body of a deceased woman, which was discovered by fishermen on the beach this morning. According to preliminary reports, the place of death should be in the Panlongwen area, but it is not known what the woman was doing there. A colleague shows a photo of the deceased police officer. Commander Zhu asks that the girl then search the system for information about the deceased. The photo shows the same woman who came to her a few days ago about the loss of her son. The policewoman's hands are shaking. She vows that she will conduct a thorough investigation into the case. At the same time, the hero blocks the strike of a new enemy. This causes him to fly back a couple of meters, dropping to one knee. The unknown man says that his flesh and blood were separated, imprisoned in a grave, and he was a rotting corpse for more than 600 years. He asks 2 guys if they know what kind of flower it is. A policeman intervenes in the conversation. He believes his ears and eyes. The awakened dead person takes this as a gesture of arrogance. He also heard the hero trying to take over his powers that he had been saving up for 100 years. This crime deserves the highest punishment. Liu Chen takes the King of Evil's blow on himself. The latter is amazed that the enemy was able to avoid hitting a vulnerable spot twice in a row. But in spite of with Liu Chen's strength, it's still being driven into the wall. The entity acknowledges that if the opponent had appeared a couple of days earlier, they would have been considered a worthy opponent. The hero's glasses fall off his face. He admits that he is really a little sorry, because initially he wanted to wait until the spiritual seed is fully restored, and then gradually direct his spiritual forces to awakening. He climbs out of the wall, stretching his arms and declaring that he rarely gets the chance to meet a good target, so it's time to test his abilities after waking up. A golden circle of energy appears under the guy. The enemy initially assumes that the guy has awakened his divine Kai right now, but then begins to consider all this nonsense, because it took him more than 30 years to use the great power of Yin to awaken divine Kai. Liu Chen folds the seal of concentration. It is enveloped in streams of golden energy, which is becoming more and more every second. The king of evil spirits realizes that the opponent wasn't joking about the awakening at all. He takes off, intending to kill the impudent man before his awakening is over. Chapter 1-30. The undead king attacks the hero, trying to pierce him with his sharp claws in a jump. Liu Chen picks the perfect moment to attack. He forms a magic circle in his hand, from which a ray of golden energy shoots out. The enemy doesn't believe this is possible. The hero's attack tore off the arm of the opponent, who believes that Liu Chen is just a mortal shell of an ordinary person, and even if he had magic devices, it would still be impossible to awaken in an instant. As the undead king talks about this, his lost limb grows back. The guy also suggests that the opponent try again after such words. Columns of blue energy burst out of the enemy, which take on human faces. He thinks that the hero is trying to bluff, so he repeats his attack. Liu Chen doesn't move from his seat. This time, he concentrates more energy in his attack, and then attacks the undead king again, who realizes that the true essence of Yang. This makes him wonder just who his enemy is. The hero comes forward, noticing that the opponent still believed that he really woke up. He only points out that this is not so surprising, because he completed the Divine Kai awakening 1,000 years ago, and it was easy to repeat it again, although even then, it only took him a minute to awaken. The evil spirit also says that the guy should not be arrogant, because he just woke up, because of which he will be able to use True Kai only a few times. So if he does not manage to defeat the undead king in 3 strikes, then at least he will do everything to make the hero he died with it. Liu Chen considers the opponent naive, and then parries his attack with his punch, but the enemy simply evaporates. The Celestial realizes that it was an illusion made out of a corpse puppet. At the same time, his enemy had already left the building. It turns out that he can't recklessly risk his life for a certain person. After all, for 600 years he endured inhuman torment in order to finally find a new life. The undead king decides to devour all the people who got here, so that later he can return to the person and get even with him. The police who went in search of the girl are the first to fall under the distribution. At the same time, the police officer can't believe her eyes, because then she saw the body of a woman who is now standing in front of her. The interlocutor asks her not to be afraid, because even though she is already dead, she is still different from the unintelligent evil spirits. The girl decides to ask for forgiveness, considering that they were too carefree about this investigation. The aunt explains that going to Panlongwen was her own decision, which she had nothing to do with. The woman emphasizes that the police officer treated this case in good faith, because otherwise she simply would not have been here. The girl decides to ask if her aunt knows the reason for what is happening in the area. The interlocutor wants to tell us who really was the instigator of everything, but she is interrupted by the voice of police officers from the street. Several of them are heading towards the house. Xia Jingjing, he doesn't understand why the police are here. One of the guys starts knocking on the window, asking to open it. He looks inside. The guy recognizes the girl, and then says that he is from the law enforcement agencies of the Amping district. It turns out that he had come looking for them by arrangement with their Zhu department superiors. The policewoman looks at her aunt, who nods approvingly. She remembers perfectly well that she was told not to open the door before, but she decides to do it because the woman approved. A member of the fair sex lets a guy into the hut, but before he can be happy, the undead king grabs him by the head, who immediately turns the boy into his pawn. He thanks them for opening the door. Auntie One realizes that it was a trap, but they don't have time to do anything. The undead leader grabs Xia Jingjing by the throat. The monster sees fear and a desire to escape in the girl's eyes. He lifts the cop off the floor with one hand. She's shaking all over, trying to free herself from the stranglehold. The undead king understands that bespectacled scoundrel has specially set up a magic barrier here to protect this girl, which means that she is of some use. He thinks for a few moments. Xia Jingjing doesn't intend to die. She wriggles out of the monster's grip, then falls and kicks it with her foot. The undead king gets serious. Several scarlet energy paws appear from its body, pinning the girl to the floor. He notes that her daring deserves praise, but nothing more. A beam of dark scarlet energy shoots out from the dead man's hand, which is about to break through the police officer's head, but the ant covers her body with Xia Jingjing's. Before she dies, the woman remembers Shen. One day, she contacted her son via video link. The woman notices that in a few days there will be a new year. She asks how her son is doing. She recalls that the guy had to find out in a few days what date he could come. The woman notices that she will prepare food for him. At the same time, the young man is corresponding with his superiors. He asks the director of NU to postpone the deadline so that they can organize everything properly. The boss says that he has already signed the corporation's agreement, so he will need to approve the project in early spring. The guy tells us my mother was told that he wouldn't be able to come for New Year's. The woman is dissatisfied with the fact that her son has not come to her for the New Year for the second year. He also explains that he has a lot to do. The woman notices that there are a lot of things to do, but this does not mean that you cannot rest and you cannot return home. She is worried that her son will ruin his health. She encourages him to take care of himself. My mother remembers what happened at the Mid-Autumn Festival. She'd lived in the apartment he'd rented for her for 3 days, but she'd only seen him once. He just came, ate, and left again. She was beginning to get the impression that her son wasn't going to work, and that he wasn't going to work. He is a serf. These words make the guy lose his temper. He notes that now everyone is ready to exchange their lives for money. And if he did not do this, they would live forever in the village, and all their lives others would treat them with disdain. The son recalls that moving to Tongju cost tens of millions, and relying on the pennies that the mother earns with her scams is stupid. He doesn't like that his mother spends her days studying witchcraft and feng shui, because if she had been doing something serious back then, Dad wouldn't have had to work 2 jobs and wouldn't have been hit by a car. Memories jump. The guy goes to that multi-story building that is being built in Tongju. His phone rings sharply, forcing him to step away. Aunt Jane calls him. The guy assumes that it will be about his mother, so he admits that on New Year's Eve he overdid it, so he will sort out the business in 2 days and go home to apologize to her. The woman claims that Sheng doesn't listen to her at all. It turns out that his mother is ill. The guy immediately clarifies what she is ill with and whether it is a serious illness. The aunt does not know, but his mother does not even get out of bed, so the woman advises the guy to return immediately. Shen thanks the woman for letting him know. He hangs up the phone, thinking about what to do, because tomorrow is already scheduled for an inspection from the management. The guy did not notice that during the conversation he came to the cliff. Suddenly, a small piece of ground on which he was standing breaks off, causing the young man to fall from a decent height. He hits his head hard. Shen asks for help, because he doesn't want to die, because his mother is waiting for him. At this time, the king of evil spirits intervenes, who declares that if he wants to survive, he must fulfill his will. Dark energy envelops the guy who is calling for his mom. Chapter 1-32. The king of evil spirits is confronted by Shen, who, remembering what happened, begins to blame him for killing his mother. It turns out that there was a contract between them. The architect builds a tower of 9 evil spirits for him and helps him revive his spiritual powers, and the latter will remove his control and give him freedom. The guy notes that he wanted to see his mother, so he does not understand why the partner killed her. The latter grins, declaring that he is not the true criminal. The monster points a finger at Luo Chen, who enters the hut. The dark entity claims that if this man hadn't ruined their big plans, Shen would have been reborn long ago and reunited with his mother. The undead king urges the boy to unleash his hatred on the hero and kill him. Sheng obediently takes all these words at face value. Xia Jingjing grabs Luo Chen's jacket, telling him to leave quickly, because this guy is different from other evil spirits. At this point, Shen's transformation ends. A mantle appears on him, and a dark force literally hovers around his body. Luo Chen notices that the enemy's strength has increased a lot, so this is a good opportunity to practice. Luo Chen also notes that no one was able to implement what was said. The undead king doesn't understand how this is possible, since his enemy was able to burn his spirit. He also notes in his mind that Emperor Wuji's defensive powers are completely depleted, which means that his powers are weakened compared to what they were before. Xia Jingjing hides behind the hero, trembling in fear. The dark energy that shrouded Sheng's body dissipates. He realizes that the spirit of the king of evil spirits has disappeared. But now he will not be able to see his mother for the last time. He asks to be killed. Then a plump hand falls on the architect's cheek. He opens his eyes on his knees. His mother notices that her son is finally awake. The policeman is surprised that the aunt has not disappeared. Luo Chen also explains that this place has the effect of concentrating spirits and locking up the souls of the dead, so the scattered soul just needs to try a little bit, and then it can recover. The son apologizes to his mother, saying that he should not have said those rude words to her. The guy's face is streaked with tears, and the woman just says that he was always my mother's pride, so my mother could not take offense at him. The mother admits that it was she who did not have the ability to create a good environment for him. In Shen's mind, the following thoughts pop up. Memories of how he failed the exam because his mother couldn't calculate the answers to it. His classmates then mocked him, saying that his mother was a charlatan and could not predict the fate of people. The woman noticed that she herself forced her son to constantly work hard to get rid of the hardships that life in their family brought him. She saw how hard he was trying, so she always wanted to help, but she only added to his tension and irritation, so the one who should ask for forgiveness is her. Shen notices that his mother's spirit is beginning to disintegrate before his eyes. She's asking for her son live a good life. The boy's mother was gone, leaving a bundle of energy in his hands. After that, the hero approached him, noting that the time had come. It turns out that their meeting was an obsessive desire of his mother, and as soon as it was realized, these shackles immediately fell off, and as a result, she returned to the other world and entered the circle of life reincarnation. Now it was the guy's turn to make his choice. Shang extends a bunch of Luo Chen's energy, stating that he didn't absorb people's souls, but only extracted some of the yang energy from them, so it shouldn't have had much of an impact, and that's all unclean spirits that were previously infected will be able to return to life in the human body. The hero also notes that if he returns all the souls, he will lose the forces that protect his own life. Then he, like that evil spirit, will disappear from this world. Shang realizes that Luo Chen has done him a favor before by not destroying him along with the evil spirit and allowing him to see his mother again and fulfill his heart's desire, so he will die without regret. The guy decides to tell us something before he disappears. While he was in symbiosis with this king of evil spirits, he felt special powers being awakened in this world. And these powers are very similar in their source of origin to Luo Chen's supernatural abilities. Shen suggests that even more extraordinary and frightening events are coming. He asks the master to take care of himself, and then disappears. Luo Chen is training in his hotel room. He sits in the lotus position, concentrating on his strength. He is distracted from training by the phone ringing. It turns out to be a superstar who decided to ask if he was free in the evening, because she wanted to invite him to dinner. The hero, continuing the training, agrees to this, specifying the time. The girl rejoices at this inwardly, and then sets up a meeting for today at 8 o'clock in the evening in Taniaju. She hangs up the phone, and then her friend walks in, who immediately notices that Bear has started to pick up a lot on what to wear on a date. She decides to clarify, who is this lucky guy? The superstar claims that this is one secretive and rather selfish man. This causes interest in Tina, who does not have time to voice her question because the interlocutor first decides to clarify whether the guy will reciprocate her if she confesses her feelings on the first date. Her friend begins to think that Bear is crazy. She pokes her in the forehead, emphasizing that the girl is a wonderful folk beauty, so she does not even imagine a fool who can refuse her. The blue-haired one says that if it was someone else, no matter who it is, then she would be completely confident that she could easily do it, but only in front of this person, she can't do it so easily. Tina, on the other hand, can't believe that their big star could have such serious concerns. A friend believes that this young man should have good financial capabilities, temperament and attractiveness index. Bear doesn't really know how good they are. The superstar reminds her that her friend has been with her for a long time, so she should know her character. A girl does not care about external things, but if you touch her soul, and even if he does not have a penny in his pocket, she will be ready to work with him. This causes Tina to laugh, because she notices that her friend is ready to financially support the handsome man. This slightly offends Bear, but she quickly calms down, claiming that although they don't know him very well, her intuition tells her that he is completely unusual, to the point that even she will find it difficult to get close to him. At the same time, Luo Chen is concentrating on his surroundings. He can't see anything within 100 meters. Everything is in motion and there is nowhere to hide. The dark-haired man has finally absorbed the seed that has the gift of all-seeing. It was restored with the support of immature dragon veins. The guy also noted that gray hair attracts too much attention, so he decides to temporarily return to the previous color. Meanwhile, at the Tongju Media Company, Director Zhang looks out of the window. Two people are standing at the entrance to the building smoking. These are Bio and Tao. Xingxin decides to find out if those people are still there. The man gives a positive answer, noting that they have been stuck like this for 2 days. The boss advises Sai Haman to leave Luo Chen as soon as possible, because after the events at Heiyu Villa 2 days ago, this Hong Bio's people guard the entrance to the company all day, but they do not pay attention to them, even if they see them. Director Zhang assumes that they are looking for Luo Chen. Xingxin supports this decision, noting that Luo Chen did not come to work yesterday because he ran into trouble and is now hiding, although it is not known how he escaped. But if Hong Bio finds out that she is his girlfriend, then tragedy may happen. Zai Aman is trying to figure out what to do. Xingxin recalls that it's a friend's birthday today, so it's a great excuse to meet up with the guy and break off everything. And if he doesn't leave it alone, then Hai will take the opportunity and fire him. The girl believes that after this, Luo Chen will not have any relations with her and their company, and even if Hong Bio looks for him, he will definitely not touch them. Zai Aman decides to agree to this. She calls Luo Chen, who is driving. She asks if he will have time to have dinner together. The hero also notes that this evening will not work out, because he has already arranged a meeting. Then the girl declares that she is not just calling him to eat, because there is something else they need to talk about. She sets up an appointment for him at 8 o'clock in Taniaju, then hangs up. The guy understands that this is a very pleasant combination of circumstances. Xia Jingjing wakes up at 8 o'clock in the evening. She takes a sitting position on the bed. Her shoulder is bandaged, and she feels a piercing pain. she realizes that everything that happened yesterday turned out to be a reality. She notices a strange black spot on her torso. At this time, a guitar player is playing in Tanyaju. The hero comes to the party. Xingxin immediately notices that he came empty-handed. There is a deathly silence. Xiaomin assumes that the guy forgot about her birthday, but quickly realizes that this way she doesn't need to look for reasons to break up. Luo Chen clarifies whether today we have it's her birthday. Xingxin continues to push, saying how is it that he doesn't remember such things when all their colleagues know so well about it. The dark-haired man realizes that he has come to some Hongmen feast. The hero realizes that if only he did not want to reveal through Zhang Xiaomin what forces are behind Chen Kao, he would not have left everything like this, but for this reason, he decides to join them in this game today. Luo Chen apologizes to the girl, claiming that if she doesn't mind, he will go and buy a present now. The girls continue to mock him. One of them claims that this is the first time she's ever heard of it, so that you can buy an emergency gift for a girl on her birthday. A friend of mine notes that there is only a large supermarket nearby, and there are no roadside stalls. She also brazenly offers to lend him money. Xiaomin says that it is not necessary, because they are breaking up. Luo Chen agrees. There is a deathly silence. Everyone is shocked by such a quick, concise, and confident response from the guy. The girl approaches the hero, asking him to repeat the last words. Luo Chen fulfills this request. This confuses the beauty. She can't believe that this man is treating her so indifferently. She finally notices that the guy is completely indifferent to her. Xiaomin believed that he should have been kneeling in front of her and sobbing, begging her not to abandon him. And then she should have ruthlessly pushed him away like a stray dog, so that everyone here would know that Lo wasn't her match. The friend puts her hand on Xiaomin's back, asking if the guy won't even try to hold her down. Xiaomin asks if he'll even ask why they're breaking up. Luo Chen doesn't understand why he should ask this. After these words, the girl declares that the guy disappointed her. She decides to tell him everything to his face. Xiaomin says that if she did not feel sorry for him, he would definitely not be able to find a girl with such conditions, because he does not have a car, no apartment, and even to find a job, he needed her help. The beauty declares that in his entire life there will not be a girl who would like him. Here, a voice from the outside claims that this is not necessary at all. Bear intervenes in the conversation, saying that if you like someone, you can love their temperament, knowledge, character, and upbringing. But you can't love them just for real estate, cars, wallet, and prestige. Director Zhang and Xingxin are shocked that Lan Bayer herself came to them. The star ends her speech with the fact that otherwise it is a monetary and erotic exchange, so she clarifies why put them in the shell of love. Xiaomin doesn't understand what this is about at all. Bear pathetically walks past her. She touches the hero, saying that she has something to say to him. The star picks up the microphone, starting to sing the song. I like your cold attitude. Your little tricks are against me. I like your style of speech. The fight for you is too fierce. I want to take your hand and cross the road. We won't need many maps, because happiness is already at the next station. Luo Chen somehow keeps a straight face from such an emotional song dedicated to him. Xingxin was the first to realize that Lan Bayer was about to declare her love. This causes the girl to go into shock. Director Zhang is also impressed. He asks me to pinch him because it can't be real. The superstar asks Xiaomin if she didn't want to ask what she wanted to say right now. Xiaomin is in such a state that she cannot answer, so the actress herself explains that she wanted to say that such a good man is quite difficult to find, and she just refused him, although this is very noble of her. These words sting Xiaomin, and she starts to scream, claiming that Luo Chen cheated on her. Xingxin also notes that from the outside, it is clear that all this was planned in advance. The third friend also joins in, calling them a scumbag and a whore. Lan Bayer wants to speak up, but the hero steps forward. He asks if Zhang Xiaomin wants him to tell everyone about her dealings with Chen Kao. The interlocutor nervously gives a negative answer. Then colleagues start whispering, and the girl herself realizes that the rumors have already spread. Kai appears in the hall with a bandaged hand. The bandit notices that insulting a girl with words is such a talent, so if he has the courage, then he is ready to show him a couple of techniques. Director Zhang immediately takes Kai's side, stating that Luo Chen has long disliked him. The guy's girlfriend notices that if you don't teach him a lesson, he will really think that he is special. Having received recognition from others, the bully comes forward, noting that the opponent then does not complain that he, having trained for 10 years in sand, can only humiliate the weak because he will fight with one hand, so the brunette just needs to hit him once and that's all. Otherwise, Luo Chen wouldn't be able to leave on his own 2 feet. The hero turns away, saying that he is not interested. Kai asks if the guy is scared, but he doesn't care, so he attacks him with his whole arm. Luo Chen stops Kai with a single punch to the chin, noting that people like him, who can't even take a single blow, but who like to brag about their insignificance, do not arouse the slightest interest in the hero. After being hit by the guy, Kai falls to his knees, losing consciousness. Everyone around them takes a few steps back. They are beginning to fear Luo Chen. At the same time, Xiaomin can't believe his eyes, because Wang Kai was once a champion in Sanda, and Luo Chen knocked him out with a single blow. She's fine. He remembers that when they were at university, he didn't even know how to play basketball, and he was just a nerd. Xiaomin is trying to understand how her ex could change so suddenly beyond recognition. Kai's girlfriend tries to bring him to his senses. She's very worried about him. Xingxin calls the police, and Director Zhang comes forward, saying that he, as the director of the marketing department, is firing him. And in his characteristics, he will write down the reason for the dismissal, that he beat up a family member of his colleague. He wants to make sure that he never finds a job in his entire life. Lan Bayer doesn't understand that the man has enough nerve, because it's obvious to her that the fool started the fight first, and Luo Chen was just defending himself. The actress also notes that you cannot mix work and personal, because this fight has nothing to do with work. Director Zhang says that he doesn't need to pull any punches, because he is the head of this department and the guy's direct supervisor, so within this department, his word is law. The hero decides to clarify whether this means that the immediate superior can dismiss a subordinate without the slightest reason. The man gives the correct answer, adding that the brunette should immediately return to the company to collect his things. Luo Chen hands the phone to the star, asking them to call one number and tell them their address and that Luo Chen is waiting here. Lan Bayer is a bit doubtful about this, but still fulfills this requirement. Director Zhang doesn't see any danger in this, stating that even if the King of Heaven himself comes here today, it won't save the guy. Xingxin also notes that Luo Chen is simply he doesn't want to be embarrassed by what he pretends to be. Then a familiar girl with red hair comes out of the crowd. Kaya's girlfriend is the first to address her, asking her to arrest a rude redneck for hitting a man. The police officer approaches the hero, deciding to clarify whether this is really the case. Lan Bayer comes forward, saying that Luo Chen is innocent because these people started it first, and now they are complaining. Xia Jingjing recognizes the superstar. She is amazed that such a media personality is next to the hero, and even makes excuses instead of Luo Chen. The girl becomes interested in what is happening here at all. Director Zhang demands that the police officer not listen to this nonsense, because they went to the police and there is a wounded man in front of her eyes, so they must arrest the guy anyway. Xingxin only agrees to this. Xia Jingjing points out that this area is not under her jurisdiction, and law enforcement agencies have strict investigation restrictions. So if they have already contacted the police, then they should wait for another police officer to come. These words put complaining people in a stupor. The police officer notes that she is here on another case. She approaches the hero with a thoughtful expression, who decides to ask if she was looking for him. She gives a positive answer, stating that she wants to live with him. These words put others in a stupor. Luo Chen notices that they are not that close to each other. Xia Jingjing makes excuses, saying that it's not in that sense, because she just wants to live next to him. Mentally, she explains that it will be much safer this way. These words hurt the superstar. She comes forward, clarifying whether the police officer is used to using her privileges. Lan Bayer states that if she wants to confess to such things, she must do so on a first-come, first-served basis. Kai had already recovered. His girlfriend is amazed that two girls are competing for a man. Director Zhang notices that this officer is not a bit inferior to a superstar, yes, and they are both extremely beautiful. Kai also recalls the words of his comrades that Luo Chen will never find a girlfriend in his entire life. Xiaomin thinks these fools are blind, because this guy doesn't even have a job. She's trying to figure out what's so special about him. The voice of a new actor is heard, who immediately apologizes for his tardiness. This person turns out to be Senior D, who is the HR director. Everyone is trying to figure out what he's doing here, because they didn't invite him. D approaches the hero, asking for forgiveness because he didn't know that he would also be here. He notices that he was nearby, and then asks if the guy will have any instructions for him. Luo Chen points his finger at Director Zhang, Xingxin, and Kai's girlfriend, ordering them to be fired. Xingxin is the first to break down, thinking that the hero is crazy. She doesn't understand the terms on which he wants to fire her, or even who the guy thinks he is. Director Zhang becomes suspicious, asking the girl to wait. He wants to clarify how Senior Dai just addressed Luo Chen. The answer puts everyone in a stupor, because the interlocutor tells that the director of Lo is the owner of their company. Xingxin takes off, thinking it's all a joke, because she knows perfectly well the standard of living of his family, because Luo Chen still studied with her and Zhang Xiaomin at the university. She just doesn't believe that you can become the owner of the company, being such a loser. Then Senior Dai shows some document. He explains that this is an electronic contract for the transfer of shareholder rights to the company. He urges the girl to open her eyes and look carefully, because director Luo owns all the shares of their company, and he is the only shareholder. Zai Aman starts biting her nails in disbelief. She doesn't understand why he kept it from her. The girl feels bad that the true picture was exposed as luck would have it after they broke up, because if he had told her this earlier, she wouldn't have listened to those fools Hu Xingxin and Lai Rui. The last two girls realize that everything is true. Their faces turn pale. Director Zhang is trembling with fear, knowing that this is the end, because he just publicly said that he was going to fire the director. Senior D says that the HR department has already been notified of the three of them, and they will need to come to work tomorrow to complete the dismissal procedure, and after that they can pick up their things and leave. Xingxin says it's outrageous. She urges Luo Chen not to be so smug, because they will definitely get even with him again. Then another voice is heard from the side, clarifying who is throwing such ferocious words. Bio himself appears in the room with Dio. Director Zhang rushes forward, thinking this is his chance. He completely thinks that Luo Chen is this person's enemy. Bio also asks his subordinates to get ready. The man also mentally notes that if he can't deal with him, then Bio will definitely be able to. Plus, Hong had brought so many people to take him down, so he was bound to die today. The crowd calls the hero Mr. Luo, claiming that they were guilty. Everyone freezes from misunderstanding the situation. The underworld king of Tongzhou bows his head to Luo Chen, asking him to accept his good intentions. He also asks for forgiveness for his rudeness and behavior that night. This surprises Director Zhang, who is the first to recover. The hero goes around the guy, not accepting the gift and telling him to forget about it. Bio happily thanks for this. Luo Chen starts to leave the event. Lan Bayer asks to wait for her. Xia Jingjing clarifies where he is going. Director Zhang grabs Xingxin's arm, deciding to leave quickly. Chief bodyguard Bio appears behind the couple, stretching his arms and asking who it was that said he wanted to settle the score with Mr. Luo. The man points his finger at the girl, saying that it's not him, but they are already surrounded. At the same time, the hero returns to his room. The two girls followed him. There was a very ambiguous atmosphere in the room. Representatives of the fair sex are clearly hostile. They both can't stand the heat of it. Turning to the guy, Luo Chen still decides to clarify what the two girls are up to. Xia Jingjing claims that she wants to stay with him for a while. The star also recalls that the guy has already told her that they are not so well acquainted. The girl notices that after such a stay here will be very inappropriate. The police officer claims that she was looking for a guy on a serious case. Besides, she notices that she's not the only one who doesn't want to leave. The opponent emphasizes that they had previously agreed on a meeting, and this is still different from her uninvited arrival. The hero says that if they have nothing to do with him, then they should leave. The girl with red hair asks the guy to wait, stating that after yesterday's incident with him, something strange suddenly happened to her body. Hearing these words, a strange picture formed in Bear's mind. Xia Jingjing literally reads these thoughts of her rival, emphasizing that this is not what she thought at all. The star turns her gaze away, claiming that she didn't think about anything like that. In her mind's eye, she remembers that Luo Chen is not someone who easily succumbs to a woman's attractiveness, because even in that environment, he did not resent it at all and did not let go of his hands. While the blue-haired girl is thinking about this, her rival asks the guy to look at her problem. She pulls back her shirt, revealing the stain. Bear notices this and sheds her dress, leaving her in her sleep clothes. She doesn't like these dirty methods, but there's no way she can admit defeat so easily. He bows down to her, saying that she is also unwell. Xia Jingjing pushes the star away, asking her not to triple these ridiculous scenes. It opens up a problem area. Lan and Luo Chen see black spots on the police car. The first one thinks that this is some kind of skin disease, mentally noticing that girls should watch their bodies. The opponent is very hurt by this, but something serious does not have time to happen, because the brunette intervenes in the conversation. He explains that these are just the remains of the corpse poison of the king of evil spirits. But there is nothing to be afraid of, because the evil energy has exhausted itself, and this trifle will disappear in a couple of days. The girl has doubts, but the hero interrupts her, saying that it's up to her to believe it or not, and he goes to bed. The star mentally admires the fact that Luo Chen understands the art of healing. She only understands better that this is really a man that she likes, not at all like others. Xia Jingjing blocks her way to the bedroom with her body, declaring that she is not finished yet. She asks if the brunette knows director Wang Fu. The hero says he doesn't know him. The girl also takes out a document certifying that she is a police officer, after which she notes that now she suspects that the disappearance of Wang Fu is closely connected. Lan Bayer is also related to him. She calls on them to start cooperating with the investigation. The star is also amazed that Wang Fu is missing. The officer goes on to say that 4 days earlier, director Wang Fu went missing in Zuohai Villa, and through Otley's surveillance system, they found out that the last place Wang Fu appeared was in this room. and the last people who saw him that day were Luo Chen and Lan Bear. The latter does not understand how this is possible. The hero decides to clarify whether the girl wants to arrest him again. He also remembers that he saved her after all, and she wants to repay him like this. Xia Jingjing claims that this is called distinguishing between work and personal. The brunette repeats these words, and then leans over the interlocutor, demanding to show evidence. The police officer recalls that she brought people to this room this morning to conduct a thorough search, but they couldn't find any applicable leads, and judging from the specific abilities that Luo Chen showed yesterday, there must be something fishy about it. She is aware that ordinary judgments cannot serve as evidence at all. She turns around and sits on the bed. This causes confusion in the hero, so he asks what she is going to do. The girl with red hair says that she simply won't leave here, although she doesn't have objective evidence yet, but since she is a police officer, she has the authority to monitor the suspect. A representative of the fair sex is sure that the guy will give himself away. Lan Bear notices that if the policewoman doesn't leave, then she won't leave either. She sits down on the same bed. Luo Chen makes a hand-to-face gesture, knowing that as long as he doesn't remove the restrictions on Wuji cultivation, he can't harm Puriang. He doesn't want to deal with them, so he decides to leave them alone and go to the next bedroom. The hero sits in the lotus position in the next room, concentrating on his energy, but a loud knock on the door distracts him. He opens the door. A student is standing in the doorway in tears. The girls are amazed at the appearance of another competitor. The hero decides to ask the student what the problem is. She wants to tell me what happened, but freezes. Lan Bear wonders who this girl is and why she calls him teacher. Schuinger, on the other hand, doesn't know what's going on. Seeing the two girls, she thinks that the teacher is having so much fun. The hero, noticing the strange behavior of the interlocutor, asks her to finish her thought. It turns out that Grandpa was ambushed and seriously injured. The disciple begs to be saved. Luo Chen asks for directions. The star and the policeman begin to quickly gather, not understanding where and why they went a guy, but clearly wanting to follow him. They go to the Yi family's house. The elder is lying in bed, connected to a medical device. The old man jumps a little at the sight of the hero. He doesn't understand why he came here. A picture is quickly forming in his mind. The doctor asks dear Yi not to worry. One of the people present is a little surprised that Mr. Luo, who has been talked about so much by esteemed Yi, is so young. Mr. Yi says that you can't worry Mr. Luo about such a small matter. Before he can finish, a bloody cough breaks out of him. One of those present notices that the elder's wound is too serious now, and traditional treatment will not be effective. The girl claims that this will not work, because the grandfather is already old and you cannot risk it. Luo Chen exhales languidly, asking everyone but the female student to come out. This surprises all the people in the room. The old man asks everyone to come out. Many people are dissatisfied with this decision, but still accept it. The guy asks the girl to help Grandpa sit down. He himself assesses his condition to himself. The power of the palm penetrated to the bones and damaged the innards. He was hit from behind on 2 acupoints of Zinshu. If you add in the fact that dark energy was used in this strike, and all his organs were completely twisted, then even if he didn't die from the touch of the palm, Oi would have suffered a lot of pain in his twisted organs, thanks to Old Man Yi's strong body. His earth spirit power is extremely lacking, because it has been too short a time since he awakened, and the accumulated power is limited, so he won't be able to use it for healing. But this small spiritual power alone should be enough to calm the dark power in his body. A clot of blood escapes from the old man's mouth. The dark-haired man says that he has recovered from his wound, but the old man needs to rest for a few days in a quiet environment. Grandfather and granddaughter thank the guy for saving them. Luo Chen decides to clarify what exactly happened. Mr. Yi says that once upon a time, being full of youthful fervor, he offended some people who had brought a great master with them, starting to take revenge on him. He was on his way back from the company last night, and just got out of the car when he was ambushed by the Grand Master. The few bodyguards who were with him immediately opened fire, and although they were able to successfully obstruct the enemy's actions, they were unable to inflict even the slightest injury. Ultimately, the attacker managed to break through the encirclement and injure him, as well as abduct third Uncle Shuinger. Luo Chen is a little surprised that the Grand Master didn't get any damage from the bullets. Old Man Yi held onto the sheet with trembling hands, noticing that the guy was using an external display of inner strength, so he managed to do it. Then the elder remembers that Mr. Luo has demonstrated something similar before. The hero understands that if you use the power of Emperor Wuji before the Divine Kai awakens, it will indeed be possible to block bullets, but if you don't have his powers, it's hard to say whether it can be done. The guy becomes interested in what methods the so-called Great Masters use to avoid bullets. Luo Chen notices that since the enemy has captured Yi Xuangshuang's third uncle, he definitely wants something from them. The hero asks if he can take it with him. Mentally, he notices that he wants to take this opportunity and find out the real situation. Old Man Yi confesses that the enemy is really pressuring him with the fate of his third son and forcing him to go and settle accounts with him, but even though he wants to save his son, he doesn't want Mr. Luo to risk himself for him. The white-haired man emphasizes that although he knows the strength of the guy, but that Great Master is also not easy, and if the Great Masters join the fight, they will certainly fight until their last breath. The brunette assures that nothing terrible will happen. Xiuyer looks at him worriedly, and Esteemed Yi mentally understands that Lord Luo himself wants this battle. The wounded man thinks that being a great master, you need to be more careful when faced with the question of life and death. He assumes that the guy is still too young, but then dismisses these thoughts, realizing that he has no other choice. After such thoughts, the old man asks Mr. Luo to stay at his house for the night today, and tomorrow afternoon they will go together to the designated place. Further events will be held in Longtension Village. The Great Master fights in an open arena. Esteemed Yi, along with his granddaughter and Luo Chen, appear on it. Everyone present is surprised that he didn't bring Master Yu with him today. They wonder what kind of young man is next to him, who looks like a student. Xiuyer decides to ask Bio about the current situation. The latter greets respected people, and then tells them that Master Chen, Mr. Qin, and Steward Zhang entered the arena, but they were all completely defeated. The boss of the underground world notes that there are no people left in Tongzhou right now to fight with him. However, Director Liu has brought back an unsurpassed master from abroad, but he has been hiding him all this time, waiting for the arrival of Mr. Yi. Director Liu orders his fighter to win, because then he can safely offer the price of his payment. This is the king of Thai boxing who enters the ring. It turns out that Director Liu wants to get the status of Tongzhou's boss. The Grand Master taunts the enemy that there are no people left in Tongzhou since they brought a foreign monkey to perish. The king of Thai boxing attacks, but the opponent easily dodges all his blows. This makes him angry, so he loses control, which makes him open up a lot. The master strikes at top speed, claiming that the teasing monkey's time is up. Guys, subscribe to the channel and let's get 500 likes and I will release a new part. Chapter 1-0. The hero is Zhang Hao, a simple office plankton with an unremarkable name who he can face 107,374 people all over the country. One day, as he was returning home, something happened. Walking down a deserted street late at night, the guy complained that his work was too tiring, so he couldn't do it anymore. Stay in this company. When he looked up at the sky, he saw a red moon. He woke up in a completely different bed in pink pajamas. A pile of stuffed animals lay nearby. In the world, a man raises children, and a woman is the head of the family. Modern men rely on women, and they, in turn, have unlimited power, capable of move bricks. Men here, in comparison with women, are physically weak and cowardly. The man is a delicate flower, and the woman is Barbie King Kong. Zhang Hao is so weak that he can't even open the bottle on his own. This weakness, it annoys him, because he feels like he's a wet chicken that can't even eat. Unscrew the bottle cap. The hero decided to call this place the world of rich mothers. Crowds came up to him, offering their help. They thought he was a Prince Charming, but Zhang Hao couldn't accept this arrangement. He vowed to go up and become a hero, a real man in this world. So he suddenly has a stepsister, a goddess who is ready to cover him with her body, and also a pure and innocent follower. What a domineering director. He can. To say one thing for sure, in this world, you can actively live at the expense of women. His name is Zhang Hao. He's a natural straight guy and a 24-karat guy. His life turned upside down after entering a new world. He thought it was all kind of stupid. It was a joke, but the reality was full of disappointments. He remembered coming home from work and seeing a huge red moon in the sky, and then he woke up in another world. Pink pajamas, bunny ears on the head, and perfect. A different bed. Everything has changed. The nurse outside the door asked if he was going to get up. After that, his father came to his room, who decided to clarify whether his son was going to walk with him today. Lun shopping. The man also noted that he goes to the grocery store to get ready for dinner with Aunt Chang. The father asked his son to learn how to properly take care of himself from Lun. Moon. The man closed the door, telling me to hurry. Hao, sitting up in bed, was trying to sort out the whole situations. A lot of questions popped up in his head. Who is he? Where is he? Who is Chen? Chen is his father's last name. Who is Lun? He's a grown-up guy, but he has to dress up and go where? Should I go? Had he gone mad? Then the ringing of the phone makes the guy distract from his thoughts. He picks up the phone. Voice. A young guy from the phone asks to open the door. The hero notices that this voice is for him. A sign. He recalls from his past life Brother Moon with a tattoo on his arm. It was fair, and a brave man. He was the older brother that Hao had always admired. Hero. He takes off, quickly changing his clothes. This was his ray of hope. Opening the door, instead of a pumped-up brother, he sees a thin, Blonde man who complains that my friend hadn't opened the door for so long and kept a handsome man like him waiting for so long, and yet he might have been molested. Hal looks out of the door, looking around and calling for his brother. Moon. The blonde guy yells that it's him. Father greets Lun Lun. A man evaluates beauty. A guest, saying that his son should learn from him because guys should look beautiful. The Harrier is the same. Suggests how go for a beauty treatment sometime. The hero's eyes widen. He falls into a stupor from the following questions. Married? Skin care. All this leads to the question, where did it end up? It turns out that in this world, the gender characteristics of men and women have been reversed. Women became emperors and celebrities. Men were responsible for the home, and women were responsible for the home. Women were the mainstay of the family. Men are protected by women, and women, in turn, are protected by women. Have unlimited power. Men are here, compared to women, physically weak and cowardly. Men are responsible for raising children, and women do all the work, physical work. Moreover, the significant role of women has led to a breakdown in the balance between the ratio of the number of men and women, so men are a treasure. Walking down the street, one holds the hero's arm. He asks him to buy a mask first, and then they go for a walk. Manicure. The blonde notices that this time someone has used his mask again, and also stands by a can of gas, and then recently divorced a lot of women maniacs. How same. She mentally asks him to buy a knife and stab him to death, because there is nothing left in this world. Men who made the world go crazy. Hal grabs his friend by the arm, declaring that it's time for him to regain his manhood. He leads it in the tattoo center, after which, having opened the door right from the threshold, he demands to make him a dragon tattoo for the whole life. My back. The blonde man thinks that his brother has gone mad, and the hero declares that he is not crazy, but just she wants to show him who a real man is. Girls that do inside the tattoo notice that it's not so easy for guys to get a tattoo. Another girl notes that this is not for sissies. Hal shouts so that everyone sees a real man. He sheds his t-shirt, leaving his torso bare. The girls freeze for a moment, and then they start to bleed from the nose. He shouts what he wants, a dragon and a white tiger on the entire back and chest. The girls want him to keep undressing. Mun holds the hero by the torso, asking for help because he behaves like a patient. Closer to. In the evening, Hal returns home. He's so tired that he goes to his sister's room. Accidentally. Her name is Jang Kyankin. Seeing her in the room, he apologizes, saying that he got it wrong. Doors. At dinner, the hero looks around, trying to figure out what kind of people they are. My father reminds me. He told his son that he had been told more than once that Aunt Yan and Jang Kyankin were coming over for dinner. Hero. He apologizes for forgetting. Aunt Yan notices that it's okay, because they understand everything. That How has many lessons. Jang Kyankin smiles at this. Turns out Dad's getting married again. Right now, this is his aunt and stepsister, who they will be living with in a few days. The woman praises the man, noting that his skills are getting better and better, and that, in turn, he claims that he was preparing for their arrival. Hao says that he is full, so he will go to his room. The guy falls on the bed, glad that this day is over. It's hard for him to put up with all this, wearing cute clothes, cute makeup, and being sexually harassed. He's all. However, he doubts that he has moved into the feminist world. Looking at teddy bears and remembering that his father and brother Long have become feminine, the hero realizes that something is waiting for him. However, he doesn't want such a fate for himself, so he decides to find a way to return. Out of anger, he throws a teddy bear, which hits the sister who enters his room. He wants to apologize for his actions, but his sister climbs onto the bed, putting pressure on top of him. Kin just prints the hero and his pineapples, asking if he downloaded it. The guy doesn't know that and to answer. When the girl pulls him away from her, she notices that his face is flushed. Therefore, she clarifies whether he is ill. The same person quickly comes to his senses, claiming that everything is fine with him, and an idea appears in his thoughts. What is possible and not worth returning to your own world? The girl with pink hair asks if the other person remembers, because it was she who brought him. Here, the beauty grabs the hero by the chin, getting very close to his face. She remembers that night with Blood Moon and realizes that she's the one who's involved, so he has a lot of questions. He wants to know who she is and why she moved him to this damned world. Mir, the interlocutor, introduces herself as the god of the Blood Moon. She remembers that guy all the time. He complained that he didn't have a girlfriend, and that he was still a virgin, and there were a lot of girls in this world. Girls and all of them love it. Hal also says that this is complete nonsense, because in this world there is no one normal person, so he asks to be brought back faster. The goddess states that this is not a problem, but he must complete one task. The hero decides. Specify the task in question. The interviewee asks if he didn't want to become a real man. Here the hero remembers that girls watch cute anime, and guys watch Gundam. A real man should rock his torso. It's terrible when it's hard for a man to even read a book. Hold it, because a true man can open a bottle with his bare hands. The goddess puts this. The condition is that if he becomes a true man in this feminist world, then he will have a chance. Go back. But if he fails this task, then disappear into this world. How decides to make it clear to disappear into the world. This means that he will become a woman. The goddess laughs, saying that this can happen, too. She hoped that he would have a good time, after which, dissolves like a ghost. The hero asks her to wait, because she did not say how to get here. A real man. In the morning, the guy wakes up. He thinks he had a strange dream yesterday. However, when he sees the ribbon of the goddess clothing on the floor, he realizes that it was not a dream. While brushing his teeth, Hao notices that he really will have to complete this task. But he will not be able to do it. It's still unclear what a real man means in this world. It's hard for him to accept, however. He definitely looks like a girl now. He decides that he should first learn more about in this world, so that you can deal with the task later. Reading the newspapers, Hao can't believe his eyes. It sounds too unusual to be true. In this world, there is still a way to evaluate a man. First of all, in this world, girls are more likely to be active and shivering and goosebumps on the body, weakness, which is characteristic of a physiological reaction. Guys, reading this, Hao doesn't realize how much he still has to memorize. He cares, whether there is another way to return home. The guy decides to put the god of the blood moon aside, because there must be a scientific explanation for everything. First, he needs to study the strange sky, the apparition that night. He assumes it's just a change in the magnetic field. Hao decides not to. This is a strange assignment to rely on. However, he is not an expert in this area, although he is. Maybe hire someone. Then the realization of reality hits him on the head, because he doesn't know who it is. He needs to look and see what he can tell him. And he's a penniless high school student. Hero. He understands that he has to get some money first. After leaving the room, Hao finds himself in the kitchen, where Sister Kin wishes him a good morning, as well as her, encourages him to quickly try the breakfast she has prepared. The guy agrees, though. He makes a mental note that if all the girls in this world are like his sister, then he will. He can hardly hold out. My sister urges my brother to hurry up. The hero also notices that Cha Zhang is eating his father's tofu. The guy says that he is going to school, and Lun is waiting for him. His father asks him to bring it with him. A sandwich. Lun and Hao walk arm in arm on the street. The blonde asks his brother to look at the new color of his labia, lipsticks to evaluate, because this is the hit of the season. The hero pushes his friend's face away from his own faces, urging them to keep their distance on the street. Lun doesn't understand what happened to him, because they used to do this a lot. Hao wraps his arms around the blonde's neck, saying that it just so happens that he has. There are new principles, the purpose of which is to turn him into a man. What the hero said scares the harrier, because you can't talk about this at all, and there's nothing in it. A good one, because he can't get married. Zhang Hao grins at this, thinking that it's not much. I got closer to my goal. The blonde guy suggests that they go quickly, because the maniac is looking at them. The hero decides to find out where she is. Mun looks at the stalker's place, and really from around the corner, a girl in a tracksuit peeks out, noticing that high school students really are good. Zhang Hao doesn't understand why they should be afraid, since they are two healthy guys. It asks for, don't worry, because if she dares to approach them, he will send her away. The harrier notices that a friend is talking complete nonsense, because he can't even lift a brick. Blonde grabs a friend. As he is about to run away, Zhang Hao declares that he used to be a good fighter. The blonde one. He notices that these are all dreams, and they should go the other way. As a result, the harrier still pulls away for a hero's image. The blonde guy complains because he's sweating, which is why now he'll have to put on makeup again. Zhang Hao didn't. He understands how he can run so fast, because after only 2 steps he started to choke. Here it is. Looks up at the school. It's a huge Alliston business school. Walking down the street to school, the guy realizes that in this world really all the menial work performed by girls. He assumes that his family is super rich if he goes to such an expensive school. Entering class 11B, Zhang Hao sees a picture of a classmate asking for a friend. Open the bottle for him. It really annoys him, because he doesn't want to be so weak. A man who can't open a bottle himself is not a man at all. He snatches the bottle out of the hands of a classmate, declaring that he will open the bottle himself, because he just doesn't believe it can be that hard. He starts twirling the lid, noting that, imagine that it is quite tightly twisted. His hands are shaking. Zhang Hao makes a small attempt. Take a breather, thinking that you chose the wrong position for this. Further, he invests all his strength too. The guy spends all his strength, but the bottle comes out victorious from this battle. It asks for, I apologize, returning the bottle to the girl. It feels like a wet chicken that's not even wet. He can't open the bottle. At this time, a representative of the fair sex easily opens a bottle for a classmate. Then a crowd of girls breaks down to the hero, wanting to help. Zhang Hao sits down at his desk, burying his head in it. Lun defends him from attacks by asking him not to pay attention, because he has recently been unwell, so he may be strange. Express yourself. The hero feels that the situation completely sucks, because his task is completed on 0%. He decides to play sports so he can complete the damn task. Beauties surround the guy's desk from all sides. They like his hands with their white and soft skin, its slim waist and beautiful rear view. They just can't neither fall in love with it. Zhang Hao, he understands that he can't go on like this anymore, because even if he's a handsome guy, he's too much weak. He decides to find a place to train. Picking up the phone, he searches for a suitable location. To him on, I see an ad about Thai boxing classes for beginners. Realizing that physical training will not be enough, he also decides that he needs to work harder over mental training. He flips through all sorts of ads on the internet, looking for suitable. Zhang Hao decides to make a reminder to himself on his phone. Then he comes up to his desk. Girl, he leans over him, asking what he's doing. This turns out to be his desk mate, Huang Yuanyuan. The hero grabs the heart, specifying why she walks so silently, like a ghost. The blonde replies that he doesn't walk at all, noiseless, and it's just that the guy was so busy that he didn't hear it. Then the girl leans over sharply, a guy asking if he writes to some girl he likes. They are separated by a total of a few centimeters. The hero pushes the interlocutor away from him, stating that the guys and girls, you can't be so close. Yuan grabs the hero's hand, removing it from his shoulder and saying that his hands are really very white. They are delicate, and the pollen is long and beautiful. Zhang Hao marvels at the riskiness of the girls in this. Mira, because she just put his hand on her pineapple. The hero takes his emotions under control and pulls the hand out of the seductress's clutches, asking her to be careful. Interviewee notices that the guy is a little weird today, and that he wasn't like that before. Zhang Hao, he says she was imagining it, and he always was. The blonde assumes that Hao didn't get enough sleep, so she suggests that he get a massage on. One ancient technique. The guy tries to stop her, but in his mind's eye, he's surprised by the fact that she's not there. How strong it is. The bell to class saves him. A teacher enters the classroom and asks everyone take their seats in connection with the start of the lesson. This is Teacher Ma, an English teacher and a class teacher, head of class 11B. Reading his notes, the hero is amazed that he understands everything, although he graduated from high school a long time ago. It is important to understand that Zhang Hao was not proficient in English. The guy realizing that the content of the book, it is not difficult for him. He highlights the first benefit in the new world. He has become a genius. It raises a glance at Teacher Ma, literally asking him to call him to the blackboard so that he could show himself. The teacher turns to him, and the guy thinks this is his chance. The teacher thought that the guy was not feeling well because his lips seemed to be cramped, so I offered to go to the infirmary. All eyes are on the guy, and he swears at me. The teacher, he says she just imagined it. The girls begin to discuss what happened. One of them notices that something is wrong with the prince today, but she doesn't want her perfect boyfriend to see her. The prince's image was destroyed. A friend says that Hao is very handsome, but just now he looks like a retard. The first beauty says that she heard several times. A few days ago, the prince almost got into a fight. The hero covers his face with his hands, counting all those present. Stupid. He really wants this to be a dream. Chapter 1-5. While walking down the stairs, a guy falls to the floor in front of Zhang Hao, who declares that he has conceded. The man pushed him out of the way. The hero makes a hand-face gesture, considering everything that is happening a horror. After all, going to this school is even more terrible than going to work in 996. He really wants to go back to his own world. Walking down the street with Lun, they are stopped by the voice of a girl who wants to say something to Hao. She admits that she likes him for a long time, and offers to start dating. The hero is the same. Mentally emphasizes that this is actually a standard male manner of recognition. He apologizes, saying that he doesn't plan to start dating yet. Friends leave, and the brother declares, which greatly envies Hao, because all the excellent students from each course like him. Zhang Hao asks the other person to keep track of their words. They go to the dining room. Zhang Hao wonders what to eat. Then he notices that one of the guys has taken two small pieces of fish and something else. He doesn't understand how you can eat so little. The harrier counts. It's strange that Hao has been calling him brother lately. In addition, he notices that they don't usually talk. Lun orders 1 serving of greens and 1 serving of spinach, serving small and without rice. Zhang Hao believes that it is possible to faint just like that. The blonde guy doesn't understand. What are we talking about? Because recently he has been on a diet and constantly eats vegetables. The hero believes that the guys in this world have 2 small stomachs. It has a list of notes, which you need to perform to become a real man. First, train and strengthen. Health and spirit. Second, be sure to ask Brother Lun to give him a more brutal treatment. Nickname. Third, get rid of all the lace shirts in the closet. Fourth, always take care of your mental health. He decides that he needs to order the largest portions and add this to your memo. The hero makes an order, causing a friend to panic, who believes that he is the right person. He'll get fat very quickly. Jang Hao also believes that guys should eat a lot, otherwise he will it won't grow. The audience discusses this event among themselves. One of the guys thinks that, after eating so much, the prince decides to challenge gluttony. His interlocutor states that if he had a figure like Zhang Hao, then he could also endlessly eat stewed meat. He notes that if there are so many, you can die. A friend notices that it looks very appetizing. One of the guys doesn't understand how Zhang Hao can eat so much. He believes that the whole problem is in his popularity. One of those present decides to approach and say hello, otherwise it will seem rude. The harrier asks a friend to eat more normally, because it looks terribly uncultured, which is why he is so tired. They will laugh at him. Another person approaches the guys, forcing them to pay attention to themselves. Attention. The unknown person claims that Zhang Hao has so much that he is a working immigrant. Liu Feng from 12D. The hero decides to find out who he is communicating with. The same takes it for a joke, because a few days ago, they went to a self-study class together. The guy notes that they are not. We've only seen each other for 2 days. But he's gotten fatter. Liu emphasizes that you need to watch her figure. Despite its popularity, the guy is trying to hurt the interlocutor by saying that he is fat today, and the hero also reports that he has vision problems and needs to be treated. Zhang thought, Hao doesn't understand what this slut-looking guy is all about. After that, the hero clarifies why. The interlocutor looks down on the expat workers. The guy explains that if it weren't for the uncles and the immigrant aunts who worked tirelessly on the construction of their state, then I wouldn't be living such a carefree life right now. Liu Feng starts crying at these words, claiming that he only said it for his own good, so he hadn't expected his companion to say such a thing. The girls are amazed that Zhang Hao made Liu Feng cry. They clearly didn't expect Zhang Hao to be so violent. The image of God was completely destroyed. Liu Feng also grins, noticing to himself that all the girls are on the same level. On his side, here a representative of the fair sex intervenes. She says that how much Hao there is up to him. She does not understand who said that you cannot eat too much, because this is not a good idea. Discrimination and prejudice. At the same time, the girl sits down at the same table with the hero and his friend. She asks if the hero is hungry today, after which she offers him to take more because she has a large portion. Zhang Hao marvels at the appearance of another beauty. The friends try to calm Liu Feng down. One says that Zhao Ying was just fascinated by him. Looks, that's why I fell in love. Another person notices that Feng is much more attractive than himself. But the guy assures that he is not worried at all, because sooner or later she will see the true face. Zhang Hao, after all, is rude and mean. The girl asks him not to rush, because otherwise he will choke. She asks me to start with the soup. The hero decides to ask her brother who she is. Lun explains that this is Zhang Ying is from a parallel class that has been taking care of him for a long time. The girl is also commander of the national basketball team. Zhang Hao notes to himself that the culture of courtship really excellent. Zhang Ying also decides to find out how Lun is playing the League of Heroes, which she gave it last time. The guy admits that he tried to play, but it is very difficult, and it's hard for guys to play it. At this point, the hero connects to the conversation, asking if it's still going on. We are talking about the game where you need to pass the tower 5 by 5. The brother confirms this by noting that last time, the guy said he wasn't interested in girls' games. Zhang Hao admits to himself that he had no idea that his League of Heroes was in this world. Girl notes that despite the fact that there are no guys among professional players, they are playing, so she asks how Hao is playing this game. The guy tells me that he once played in her, and she's normal. After that, he gets up from the table, noting that he is full, so he will go to class. He suggests that Lun go with him. The blonde forgives Zhao Ying by saying that it's time for them to go to class. The girl doesn't know when Hao is already paying attention to her. The hero recalls Zhao Ying's words that there are no guys in the Hero League's top player ranking, and this means that the best players among the guys of the commander and machine gun are also absent. He decides what needs to be done. It will be hard to find the time to watch the broadcast, because after all, this is a game for everyone. Real men. Zhang Hao then turns his attention to the girl by the window. He decides to ask why. Brother Lun about her. This is Mingyu Hua, a transfer student. The blonde man notices that she doesn't like it. He likes to talk, but he thinks she's very pretty. The hero decides to specify whether they like it, whether it's for him. Zhang Hao takes matters into her own hands, forcing a friend to go and talk to her to prove his point. Enthusiasm. Lon also doesn't understand what his brother is doing, because guys should behave more properly. Restrained, the hero also declares that this was the case before, and now if the guy said the guy did, Zhang Hao presses for pity, saying that a friend can't leave a new one alone. A classmate. The hero approaches the girl and introduces himself. The same one does a little detached. Same thing. The guy realizes that in this world all girls are not indifferent to him, but she. The interlocutor is not like that. The hero introduces his dog. He nervously greets, strongly. Embarrassed, Zhang Hao decides to check if she reads English. The girl gives a positive response. The blonde asks her to leave quickly because she doesn't want to talk to them. After hearing this, the hero directly asks if Yu Hua wants to talk to them. Such directness scares the blonde guy. The other person notices that she just doesn't know what to say. The hero also notices that the girl might have a slight social disorder. Lun is a little doubtful about this. The hero extends his hand, stating that he will help her communicate with people if they become friends. Friends. She shakes hands, impressed. Zhang Hao believes that a man will not leave a helpless girl alone, so it seems to him that he has come close to completing a mission. Then the girl next to me peeks out from behind me, asking if the best guy in the class is getting along. A handsome guy at school with a transferred student. The hero also understands that the first friend is Min. Yu Hua should be a real chatterbox. The guy pushes the blonde forward, calling her, "Show off your social skills and make friends with Yu Hua." The girl is a little doubtful, but as soon as the hero winks at her, she instantly agrees to this. He invites her to chat with Yu Hua, who doesn't know much about her. He wants her to show off her strengths while he takes a nap. The blonde guy agrees. The translated student thanks you for this. Zhang Hao thinks it's nothing. It also thinks that doing a real man's job. He wonders if that means he's made progress. 50% on his mission. The hero listens to rock and roll with headphones in his room. A nurse knocks on the door, asking login permission. The guy gives his consent, after which Ken decides to find out what he's doing. Zhang Hao replies that he's just listening to music. The guy's jaw is ready to say hello to the floor because the girl came to him in homemade underwear, which perfectly emphasizes her shape. The hero freezes from this for a few moments, so the girl is interested in what happened mentally. The guy realizes that his sister is just a divine beauty and that he likes her. Ken approaches him, then decides to listen to his music. He pulls out one earpiece, then quickly deduces that Hao is listening to rock. This is just. He convinces her that he is different from other men. Ken declares that he is very attractive. She takes his chin in her hand, tracing his lips with her thumb. Zhang Hao doesn't understand how, in general, you can resist this. He doesn't believe that this is the mission of a real man. His inner angel says that a real man should not succumb to temptation. Otherwise, this is not a man, but just an animal, so he needs to control himself. Orders a coworker to shut up, noting that a real man should be decisive, right? And why give up when it goes right into your hands? An argument begins between them, and the hero decides to give up on everything. He grabs his sister by the shoulders. The girl ends up on the bed, with Zhang Hao looming over her. She takes it all as if it were a dream. The game, so he asks if he likes it. The hero's hands reach out to his sister, and he himself feels like his sanity is leaving him. Then a familiar image of a girl appears in my head, who declares that it belongs only to her, so she won't let him go. It makes the guy come to his senses. The hero abruptly pulls away from his sister, which causes alarm in the latter. He doesn't understand why. Took this image. Ken grabs his brother by the shoulders, asking if he's okay, because he's too much. He suddenly turned pale. Zhang Hao blames everything on anemia, saying that he will get better if he'll die. In his mind's eye, he knows that just a little more and he would have turned into a beast. Sister. She draws her brother to her, saying that men are very fragile, so he needs to take care of his own health. The guy accepts these words, mentally emphasizing that his sister is very soft. The hero is thinking of getting a little haircut, so he asks his sister for her opinion. The same company states, which will always support him. Zhang Hao realizes that the goddess is acting strangely, but he quickly finds out that the goddess is acting strangely. He doesn't think about it, because the iron has to be forged while it's still hot, so he decides tomorrow go to the barber shop, because the change in his image will start with his hair. The next day, he enters the barber shop building. He is met by a girl who immediately asks which one he needs to get a haircut, after which she pays attention to his beauty, assuring that find him the best master. The hero says that this should not be done, because he is not particularly scrupulous. After a few moments, he is met by a girl who asks him to sit down on a chair and tell her about his life. Hairstyle. The guy wants a hairstyle in the style of a girl. That is, to be cut as best they can and not. You need to try too hard to make it beautiful. These words confuse the girl a little because this is the first time she's heard such strange wishes. She stares at the handsome man for a few seconds. Then it starts working. The barber thought that he was a special horse, that if he didn't speak well, it meant that he didn't know what to say. You need to do the opposite. Some time passes. The girl finishes the job by asking for a grade. The client about a hairstyle. The hero notes that she will go, and then specifies how much he will pay. I owe her. Zhang Hao mentally understands that no matter how carelessly they try to cut his hair, but he, still so beautiful. The girl also declares that she does not need money because she just wants take a photo with him to use for advertising her hair salon. The guy refuses, wanting to pay. She hands him a business card, telling him to come to her next time, and if they do, if you have any other requests, then he will serve him at the highest level. The guy's already starting. Gradually get used to this celebrity. When he returns home, he realizes that this haircut, for some reason, it didn't add to his masculinity, but it looks beautiful. Realizing that one stage, the transformation is over, Zhang Hao decides to be reborn in this world completely new. A human being. The second stage of his transformation is the evaluation of clothing that meets his requirements. He opens the closet, which has a huge pile of very colorful clothes. He understands that he needs to be sure to change all your clothes. The hero begins a conversation with his father. He asks him to calm down because it was his decision. Cut your hair so short because it was hot because of the long hair. A man shakes all the time, so he picks up slipper from the floor, asking if he wanted to die by his hand and who made him do this. And then the man specifies how after this he will marry something. Zhang Hao asks not to resort to domestic violence without hitting him so hard. My sister comes into the apartment and says he's in a hurry to find out what happened. Seeing the evil father, he asks him to calm down because excitement is harmful to health. The man is the same. Says that Hao had his hair cut short without permission, so he can't stay here. Calm, which really gives him a headache now. The hero hugs Ken, pleading, looking into her eyes. The same one decides to support him, saying that his brother already looks great, besides. But the work was done efficiently, and he himself warned her about this, so her father should not worry about it. The man also notices that Shang Ken is spoiling him a lot, so he doesn't know what to do. He demands that she talk to him again, so that he will realize his mistake. Throwing a spiteful, looking at his son, he decides to go cook. Zhang Hao thanks his sister for the recent incident, because if it wasn't for her, he would have had to run away. Ken, the same, notes that she is his sister and should take care of him, after which she suggests that he go to her room because she has something for him. The guy is happy that he got a chance to go to the room of a beautiful creature. He was looking forward to this moment. They go to her room, after which the beauty tells that when they moved, then I've been too busy to prepare a gift for him, but now my sister is here. Give it to him. Ken opens a small box of jewelry, asking if you like it. They're his. The hero wants to refuse the gift because they are too expensive, but the sister assures that they're not expensive, and whatever he wants, his sister will buy it for him. When Zhang Hao returns to his room with the gift, he carefully evaluates it, assuming that he has. There are no problems with vision, because this is quite an expensive piece of jewelry. He decides what he should do. Also give something to Kyankin, or even return these expensive earrings by opening your balance on. Finally, the guy realizes that he only has a little more than 2 yuan left after going to a hair salon. Lun writes to the hero, informing him that his new novel has been released, A Fragile and Elegant Guy. A cheeky boss, forbidden love, he was forced to run away from her, but there was nowhere to hide. Here in the head of the guy is born the idea that he can also write a novel, but for a start, he should. We need to come up with a story. Besides, the manuscript fee will be paid every day, right? They can save money quickly. The hero sits down at the computer, realizing that to write a novel about a domineering man will be very difficult. The guy decides to write about the great warrior, the city of women. It assumes that it is worth combine his world with its peculiarities and jokes into a story, and he will call it The Real One. A girl in a patriarchal world. The hero understands that everything is more or less fine with him, but it doesn't matter what world he is in to be there because money is needed everywhere. Zhang Hao decides to send everything to the 4 sides, and just to celebrate what happened. It's a pity that right now he can only popsicle for 1 yuan. I can afford it. Approaching one of the shops, the guy gets a sense of nostalgia. The place looks familiar to him. He freezes for a few moments, and then a picture of the past comes back to him. It was in this place that he first saw Ame. She was a high school teacher and was very frail, but she stood firm, protecting him. Sister Ame is Uncle Jin's daughter from the post store next door. Then the beauty noticed that they live close. She invited the hero to her house for tea. At that moment, he thought that this must be the feeling. Love. And after that, he often went to this shop, until one day he did not know what to do. I confessed my feelings to my sister Ame. Zhang Hao was straightforward. eating ice cream on the shops. He said he liked it. Ame also apologized, noting that she liked muscular guys and he's too skinny. This was the impetus for the fact that the guy gave up the feeling of love, and that day he was like a madman, started pumping his muscles to become a man who can protect his sister. Zhang Hao notices that everything is different in this world, because here he is the idol of millions, so on. This time, she will definitely say yes. Entering the store, the hero hears a conversation between my daughter and father. The second one claims that she stays at home all the time instead of tearing up the fifth one. A point at work, so it's not clear to him how she's going to make money to bring in home a man. The girl believes that her father just takes out her brain because she is all the time engaged in physical labor. The man points out that this does not make any sense, because the Lai family's daughter is only a couple of years older than her, and she has already earned 300,000 for the ransom and bring an obedient hubby into the house. The girl does not see anything surprising in this, because it's only a measly 300,000, so she'd better go and unload a few trucks of bricks. The guy is surprised by this abuse, thinking that he should come back later. Here from behind the counter, Ame appears. At first, the guy thinks that his first love has not changed one iota, and then his little heart attack is not enough, because in front of him is a huge jock with the face of his first love. Girl, she snaps up to him, noticing that he has cut his hair. Zhang Hao falls to the pavement in fear, begging them not to approach him. The girl with the bright smile, she asks if he has something to do with her. The hero swears at God, demanding that he return it. My sister. Zhang Hao and Ame freeze in place. The girl asks if everything is fine with the guy, and then she offers to lean on it. The hero declares that it is not worth it, after which, having made 2 somersaults backwards, breaks the distance, saying that he is fine, and the time is already not childish, although there are things to do, so he won't keep his sister any longer. The girl asks the guy to give. At least she has her own WeChat. The hero also emphasizes that next time he will definitely give it. On the way home, Zhang Hao, swearing at the damn other world that turned the fragile girl Ame into a loud guy, understands that you need to sign up for Thai boxing, but this requires money. It also doesn't. He also forgot about the gift for Sister Kin, and he also had to sort out the clothes. Hero, he grabs his head, because money is needed everywhere, so only the devil knows when he will get there. To the riddle of the crimson moon. Then a familiar voice comes from the apartment. This is a sister who is happy that my brother was back. She asks him what he's talking about. Zhang Hao blushes red from embarrassment. Kinyi leaned his back against the wall, performs some kind of exercise. She is wearing tight clothes that emphasize her figure. Hero, it's a little surprising that girls in this world can also do yoga. A guy though, it is decided to find out if my sister does yoga. The beauty explains that she is already very tired from the girls who work out at the gym, and I thought about the sports they do. Men. Zhang Hao smiles nervously, noting to himself that yoga is actually just for men. They don't, so this world can't fool him. Kin takes his brother by the hand, suggesting that he also do yoga because he is too weak a guy. Also, you shouldn't be, otherwise the school will start to bully. The hero becomes offended that in the eyes of his sister, he looks weak. He thinks it's overkill. Zhang Hao abruptly grabs the girl's hand, offering them to do arm wrestling together. Kin agrees with a bright smile. The girl decides to put forward a condition that the loser will have to fulfill one wish. The winner. The guy agrees to this. Brother and sister fasten their hands together on the table, getting ready to begin. Zhang Hao makes a mental note that this isn't just arm wrestling, but it's a virtue of it. Men. The hero starts this battle. His hand is shaking from exertion. My sister is smiling to him while in a relaxed state. He marvels at her heroic strength. In his past life, men went through fire and water for the sake of survival and the maintenance of their families. And here it is. The opponent is a beautiful girl, so he just can't blow her. Kin notices that Hao held out for a very long time, and this is not a bad result. The hero is the same, mentally cursing because his arm started to hurt a lot. He assumes that his health it failed him, but he still has the peasant's willpower, which is harder than stone. The guy's entire body, it's shaking. The girl decides to end the competition because Hao might get hurt. With a confident movement, he presses his hand to the table, leaving him no chance of winning. After that, the girl takes the opponent's hand, specifying whether his hand hurts because he tried very hard. Zhang Hao says he's fine. He admits defeat, asking what his sister's desire is. Kin also says that she doesn't need anything special. She wants to feel her head on her lap. When Zhang Hao hears this, he is very confused, and then quickly comes to the conclusion that the other person, I shouldn't have expected it from my sister. He agrees to this desire, seeing no alternative way out. The sister abruptly puts her head on the guy's lap, which pretty much surprises the latter. By hero. When she is shocked, she notices that, as she thought, his knees are super comfortable, so it's like being in heaven. Zhang Hao only now realizes that his sister was going to be lying on his lap. After a while, Qin asks if she can lie down like this for a while longer. The guy gives his own consent, mentally allowing her to lie like this for an eternity, because a real man does not need anything. It refuses. In the morning, the guy is woken up by the voice of Lun, who came to him with his sister. The hero is a little dissatisfied. This development, noting that in a previous life he was a slave, and in the same papadance. Zhang Hao says that brother Lun came very quickly. The same reminds you to make a friend bigger. I didn't call him that. Then the friend's little sister jumps on the hero's neck, calling him little brother. He looks for salvation in the eyes of the harrier, and he only sighs heavily. The child looks up at the hero, not believing that he does not remember her. In front of the girl, tears welling up. This is Lin Lin. She is 6 years old and is the younger sister of Lin and Lun. The blonde man points out that it's not surprising that Zhang Hao doesn't remember her since he saw her when she was 4 years old. He pulls the baby away from his friend. The guy offers to go to the house for a start, though he notices in his mind's eye that his brother didn't really have a little sister. Here Papadanitz feels the touch of the handles to his 5th point. The little girl decided to take advantage of, take a chance and feel the handsome guy that all the girls are running after. After entering the room, Zhang Hao claims that I don't want to go to the amusement park because it's too big for me. Boring. The blonde says that it is not boring there, because a new entertainment has opened in the park. A team of ghosts, and they should definitely help Ming Yu Hua with her society illness. Lun says that he is not an expert, but it definitely doesn't hurt to take a walk and relax. At the same time, the girl puts on the hero's school uniform, and then finds his photos. Zhang Hao recalls an unsociable classmate who recently transferred to their class after. He agrees to go, but needs to change his clothes first. A real man doesn't go back on his word for help. Zhang Hao changes into more casual clothes. I prefer men's clothing. The little girl's jaw dropped at this, so she takes pictures of it on her phone. Lun also understands that women should wait for men. However, he doesn't want to keep Ms. Huang waiting either. Friends go on the road. 2 girls are waiting for the guys to arrive. The harrier is the first to notice them, which he immediately informs the hero about. The next-door neighbor immediately greets Zhang Hao, and then, noticing the girl, decides to find out who she is. She's like that. A small bug clings to the hand of a hitman, claiming that it came with Hao Hao, her brother. He pulls her away, telling her that it's her little sister Lin Lin, who, after hearing that he's going to go today, she'd gone to the ghost room, followed him, and now he had to keep an eye on her. The neighbor also notes that it is rare to see Hao Hao in such clothes, and even with a new one. Hair, because it is not only beautiful, but also feels style and order. My desk mate decides to find out if Prince Wu Yu Hua has become more beautiful. Zhang Hao asks you to leave your compliments and go to entertainment, but the unsociable girl still finds the strength to say something. She declares that today it is very beautiful. This surprises the hero a little, but he is fast. He comes to himself, stroking the girl on the top of her head and saying that she is well done since she started talking. After that, the group goes to the ghost room, not wanting to waste any more time. A neighbor at the desk suggests dividing into 2 groups because there are too many of them. In the same group, there would be her and Hao Hao, and in the other, Yu Hua, Lun Lun, and Lingling. A girl is called by a friend too, that they should take care of the guys because she's a girl after all. She agrees with this. Here, the girl objects, saying that she wants to be together with Hao Hao. The hero enters the conversation. He asks Lin Lin to go with her brother because she is the bravest of them and he is the most skittish. There's no need to worry about him because he'll be together with Ming Yu Hua. The guy quickly assessed the threat. Imagine, from the look on Huang Yuanyuan's face, if he was in the same group as her, then she would definitely harass him. He would be much more comfortable with Yu Hua. Blonde gets sad from these words. Zhang Hao suggests that we go to a friend's group first, so that they can see the road, and they can go to the other group first. They will come for them in 10 minutes, and then he asks if Huang Yuanyuan is afraid. That grabs the members of his group, saying that the girl can't be afraid of something, so he can't be afraid of her. Worry about Lin Lin and Luna, because she will protect them. The guy's ruse is successful, and the 3 enter the ghost room first. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hao notices that it's their turn. They enter the corridor, from which their screams can be heard. Friends, the hero learns that Huang Yuanyuan is also a coward. He goes first, and the girl moves. Follow him. The guy decides to find out if Yu Hua is afraid. She doesn't say anything. Zhang Hao says that if she gets scared of something, she should just stick with him. The classmate gives a positive answer, after which she gently grabs her friend by the clothes. You can tell she's a little scared. The hero also throws the bone hand to the side, because it stood up. Across the road, when the ghost appears, the hero apologizes, saying that they are in a hurry. After some time, he understands that the room is quite large. 10 minutes pass, and Zhang Hao feels that something is wrong. He looks around, but there is no Yu behind him. The guy is a little surprised. Such a development of events, because the girl literally disappeared. It goes back to find her. The guy looks in all possible places, without ceasing to call the girl. Here in the locker, he hears a response from his friend. Zhang Hao decides to look into it, not realizing that she is there. Forgot. Yu, with her feet pressed against her body, says that she is lost. The hero is momentarily surprised by this development, after which he smiles good-naturedly, holding out his hand and telling her that she shouldn't be afraid, because he would help her. The girl accepts a helping hand, admitting to herself that Zhang Hao was the first person to be so kind to her. When they went outside, they found a funny picture. Lun was lying on the pavement, shivering with fear and shouting that he would never set foot here again. The blonde notes that the guy stunned its own roar. The girl is ashamed of the fact that her brother shouted so loudly. The hero leans over, a friend, in a hurry to find out how he is. The blonde is happy that Hao and Yu are out. Yuan notices that they were gone for a long time. She wants to share her thoughts on why this is so, but Zhang Hao gives her a snap, telling her to stop imagining things. Thereafter, the guy calls Yu over to join the others. The girl is breathing heavily. Sweat runs down her face. Zhang Hao notices her condition without understanding what's going on. A representative of the fair sex unexpectedly breaks forward for everyone, embracing the hero. Chapter 1-13. The hero notices that she lost consciousness due to the fact that she caught a cold, so they should go to the bench to put it down. The other members of the group have nothing to say to this. After a while, they find themselves at the bench. Lun doesn't know what to do. He suggests CPR, but this is his first kiss. Hero mentally begs his friend to be quiet. The blonde also doesn't want this to happen, so she suggests pinching the girl to avoid it. She'd have to do CPR, and anyway, she'd already called an ambulance. The hero asks for it. Friends to buy some water and something to eat while he stayed with her and tried to stir her up. The guy puts the girl's head on his lap. He understands that if she lost consciousness for fear, then you need to try some kind of irritant. Zhang Hao starts pinching Yu's ears, which causes her to wake up. When it is fully implemented, when she opens her eyes, she immediately asks why he's doing this. The guy explains that she lost consciousness, so he tried to make her wake up. Interviewee admits that she was scared. A representative of the fair sex claims that now she is calm. The guy's hand is located on her cheek. The hero notes that they will no longer go to the ghost room, after which she asks if she has any pain. The girl gives a negative answer, noting that she wants to sleep. Yu asks the guy not to leave. Zhang Hao agrees, after which she falls asleep. The guy understands that he has met the most calm and gentle girl in this world, just her character is a little strange. After a while, the friends return with water and food. The girl takes a sitting position. Those present want to know how she feels, and see if she's in pain. Yu notes that she is fine. The blonde, having heard such an answer, offers to go have fun further. Zhang Hao thinks that's enough for today, so he offers to walk Yu home. Instead, he asks her permission to do so. The girl grabs the hero's hand, offering, "Go together." Papadanitz agrees. Lun holds his sister, who is furious. It becomes, "I wonder what happened between the two of them." Linlin declares that he also wants to stick with Nim by the handles. Huang Yuanyuan notices that he also wants to know, because she's holding his hand, and it was her dream. They get in the car. The blonde man notices that he's never been in this place before. The neighbor at the desk also understands that it is not very convenient for her to get to school, since they lives in the suburbs. The hero asks them to be quiet for a while. The car stops at a huge gates. Huang Yuanyuan's jaw drops with envy. In the courtyard there is a beautiful and obviously expensive fountain. Two maids and a butler meet them at the gate. The second notes that the lady should not have sneaking out of the house to have fun, because the master gave her instructions not to go like this, far away, so her actions would make him angry. Everyone's jaw drops to the ground, because no one could assume that Yu turns out to be a majorette who lives in a rich mansion. Huang Yuan understands that Yu's appearance doesn't tell you that she's rich at all. The harrier, surprised by the house, which looks like a real mansion. The hero also asks for comrades. React more calmly. He didn't expect that the new girl he was helping would be the same. Representative of the Golden Youth. Walking down the corridor, the butler notes once again that the lady went to such a far place today, and she still didn't bring any bodyguards, so if the master finds out about this, he will be worried, so she asks the mistress not to do it again. Yu stops abruptly, determined to find out if mom and dad have returned home. Servants explains that the master has returned, but the mistress is still busy. The girl clutches the fabric of her dress, asking why her father didn't call her back. She says that he was busy abroad, but he prepared a gift for her and is already on his way back. This, a model of the tank that she likes. Servants, perfectly understands the emotions of his mistress and sympathizes. It is obvious that she wants to be banal, care and communication with parents, not gifts. At this time, her friends are waiting for her at the table in. Wang Yuanyuan is the first to see her friend. She marvels at her beauty and her new clothes. Lun also doesn't. It remains on the sidelines. His eyes sparkle with stars from the luxury of this outfit. Only the hero decides. Keep quiet. It turns out that he was the only one who noticed one feature. Let the girl really look like. More luxurious. But when compared to when they were together, now it looks like a lifeless doll. Zhang Hao decides to ask what's wrong with her. The girl replies that dad is not happy again. I called her. The guy doesn't quite understand what this is all about. The other woman abruptly grabs her hand. The hero, Yu Hua, notices that she wants to give him something. The two of them go to her room. Once in it, the guy is very surprised. He knew that the girls of this world were very masculine. However, even his sister's room isn't so empty. Papadanitz decides to start a dialogue. Notices that the girl somehow became sad after she returned home. He recalls that she said that her dad hadn't called her, so he assumed that he was treating her badly. In his mind, he thinks that dads in this world are male moms. But in this manner, it's similar. Only Ming Yu Hua, her nanny, and the manager live, so the question is, where is she? Parents. The rich woman says that her dad loves her, but he is always busy. The hero decides to find out what's wrong with my mom. Her mom is also busy, so she's usually alone. This surprises the guy a little. Then, the girl explains that they are always busy with their own affairs. Because my mother is the mayor of the city, because of what she usually doesn't show up at home, and dad is always on business trips, earns a lot of money. The manager said they loved her. Sensing her sadness, Zhang Hao puts her down, head on top of her head, saying that if she was lonely, she could call him, and he would call her. Wang Yuanyuan, Lin and Luanya, they were all her friends. Yu Hua grabs the hero's irk, saying that he needs to go with her. She pulls him along with her. After a few moments, they enter a room where various models of weapons are stored. The girl wants to give her favorite model to him, but the hero tries to refuse because he needs to. I don't really like this. In fact, dad would just kill him if he brought that thing in home. The rich woman notes that this is the most expensive thing she has, and the manager said that friends, they give each other gifts. The girl wants to be his friend all her life. Zhang Hao moves the model of the machine gun to the side, noting that they can be friends without it. This thing, Yu Hua lashes out at the other person with a hug, stating that she wants him to. He stayed with her for the rest of his life and never left her. Evening comes. My friends are coming home. Lun notices that he could not have guessed that. Yu Hua is from a well-to-do family, and the way she changed into such a beautiful outfit made me want to see her. A blonde might want to buy something British style. The hero notices that a friend already has a closet from lots of outfits. Then Zhang Hao realizes that God himself has given him a chance to upgrade his own, the wardrobe, and for a long time he wanted to get rid of this shame. Unexpectedly, the hero suggests that the Harrier meet tomorrow for clothes, since he is so impatient. They go to the mall. The blonde notices his friend's dark mood, so he decides to find out what's wrong with him. Guy. He replies that everything is fine. In fact, he had finally accumulated some Sabbat money, however, he's going to have to blow them away today, which makes him sad. Lun offers a friend various options, bright blouses, but Zhang Hao is going to get a set of a normal man. When they finish shopping, he finally understands why girls like shopping so much. The blonde man, realizing that the issue of buying clothes was closed, offers to go and eat because hungry as a wolf. He notices that they're just passing Mac. At the checkout, they are greeted by a girl who says that all the presented sets are new products. Their friends start rating menu at the checkout when one of the customers notices them. Zhang Hao shifts his gaze to the side that he doesn't get away from the attentive blonde guy who asks where he's looking. The Papadanitz reply that they are not going anywhere, and then offer to order something already. He feels it himself, that someone was watching him. In fact, one of the girls took a picture of him on her phone, after which he was released. She wrote a post in social networks that she met just an incredible handsome man in McDonald's, and that she really wanted to marry him and take him home with her. The Harrier understands why Hao Hao is wearing a baseball cap. The hero explains that he is too beautiful, so he doesn't want to stand out. The blonde one realizes that a friend really needs to be careful. He even remembers that the school's celebrity Lin Zhangzhang doesn't go out of the gate without a girlfriend at all. The hero believes that he praises him too much. In the next instant, a chill ran down Zhang Hao's spine. Literally on an instinctive level, I felt the danger. At this time, girls in social networks under post-stalker began to communicate. The first girl does not believe that such handsome people really are. They exist. The second believes that he is more beautiful than all celebrities and stars. The third states that These are empty words, so the author should lay out everything that is known about this handsome man. The next one notes that she has already seen it somewhere. The latter gets a lot of questions. She tries to remember, and then a message pops up in her head from her friend Lin Ling, who says she bragged about going to the amusement park with Hao Hao. One calls her younger sister and informs her that her photos in the poppy have been leaked online, so she needs to. It is worth visiting Weibo, because it is in 5th place in the top. Linlin bites her clothes, because if she didn't know, she wouldn't post it in the status, because Hao Hao is only hers. The hero doesn't understand how one photo could make him famous. The guy reads what they write about him in social networks. One girl says that at first she did not believe how an ordinary person can be so beautiful and get into the top 4, but as soon as I signed up for it, I realized that it was just miracle. Another girl notices that the handsome man is most likely not of legal age, so she decides to find out if he is going to join show business. The third girl does not believe that. There's only one picture of him on the internet. She is willing to pay for others, and a lot of money. Even McDonald's itself tried to take advantage of the popularity of this post to attract more clients to him, saying that they still have a lot of beautiful guys. After seeing all of this, Zhang Hao believes is impossible, and most likely all of them wrote not about him. He decides that he will wait a couple of days. Maybe everyone will calm down and forget about him, realizing that the cases are already over for today. He decides to watch the game streams. First to him, games with half-naked beauties pop up, but he quickly switches to the right one. Stream. He is even a little happy that there is no such thing on real playgrounds. He notices that apart from live broadcasts, nothing much has changed in the women's games, so nothing has changed. Nothing terrible will happen if he plays them. Pop it in, it's ask an important question, how much? He is generally years old, and I can generally stream minors. He is also aware that, with his abilities, he can easily make money there. Then my sister comes into the apartment, who just came back. The hero greets her. Kin admits that she worked so hard at the research institute that she didn't even know what to do. I knew that during this time he became an internet star. Zhang Hao scratches the back of his head, a little surprised that she also knows this already. The girl menacingly looms over the guy, asking where they are going. Today, a couple with Lun Lun went. The guy says that Long Lun said he wanted to go. He went to get his things, and he was just about to buy some clothes himself. Zhang Hao feels that his sister, angry, she also leans over the guy and, looking directly into his eyes, asks if anyone has molested him. Something to do with it. He gives a negative answer, noting that she should not worry so much because he can take care of himself. Kin also says that Hao Hao is too naive, because the women of this world are much more dangerous than men. He can imagine, and Daddy only has an only son, so if something happens to him, if that happens, she won't be able to look a man in the eye. My sister asks Zhang Hao for 2 things. First of all, if any woman tries to molest him, he should definitely tell his sister. Second, if he goes out again, he should also let her know right away. Here the girl comes. Send a message to your phone. She pulls it out, and the hero can see her screensaver. He's a little. It is amazing that he is on it. Lun calls the hero on the phone, saying that there are now a huge number of people in front of the school. An ash stump they gathered to see him. The hero decides to go home, noticing what he needs. Ask Kyan Kin's sister for help, so that she can help him take time off, and then if he asks, she'll tell him everything. After writing a message, the hero immediately receives a response, from which it becomes clear that the sister will do everything. Zhang Hao thinks that it is very boring at home, so he decides to start streaming. The guy sits down at the computer, noticing that he is already an adult, and to be a streamer, probably much more profitable than taking exams for others. In addition, he had already played games. He clicks on the game's shortcut, launching it. The characters seem a little different to him. Strange, but the characteristics remained in their place, and only the appearance changed. He decides to give it a try. The hero spends the first game at an incredible level. Zhang Hao understands that his hands have not lost their former grip, and it's good to be young speed. The response is excellent. The guy realizes that he is still a god in gaming, so he decides to continue playing. It's getting close to evening. The hero stretches, deciding to take a short break, and after dinner already, try to start streaming. After 6, he informs all his family that he will go to his own school. A room. Only the sister notices her brother's unusual behavior. After entering his room, Zhang Hao launches its first stream. He's a little nervous. The game starts. One of the players is constantly following him, literally ignoring the game. Wherever the hero goes, he follows the same path. The opponent believes that the hero is actually a cheater. These characters are controlled by a girl. After the death of your partner, however, he starts the analysis, considering that the opponent was in a disadvantageous position, but to him, still managed to defeat him, which is impossible for a player of this level. The girl thinks that The enemy used some scripts. A script is a tool that helps you cheat in games. The girl declares that if the opponent did not cheat, then she is ready to eat her monitor. The girl decides to see how good this cheater is. Between the hero and the girl begins a game fight in which the guy repeatedly takes the upper hand. From the live broadcast chat, a few things become clear to the girl. The audience's opinion about the opponent was divided. Some do not see any scripts in his actions, while others cannot believe that the goddess. A sports you can lose to someone, so we are sure that the game is unfair. Same one. The viewer notices that the enemy is also streaming. The girl also asks not to go to his stream. After all, this guy is a noob and still does not know what kind of cheats there will be serious consequences. When the game ends, Zhang Hao admits that this player gave him a good beating. Here it is. Notices that the number of its viewers has increased dramatically. In the chat, a skirmish begins because they consider him a cheater and a peasant girl. The hero does not quite understand what is being said. He decides to use the microphone and explain that he's such and such a guy. The audience likes it. Voice. But someone on the stream says that it can be a program to change the voice. After all, the camera is not turned on anyway. The guy clarifies how viewers found his stream, after which he emphasizes that he doesn't need any cheats because he can handle it himself. Here it turns out that Goddess Yu opened his broadcast on her stream, which provided him with free PR. Zhang Hao has as many as 12,000 viewers on the stream. It amazes him. At this time in the game, Goddess Yu wants to add him as a friend. The guy is amazed that on the first day of the stream, he already has such an asset. The hero doesn't understand what all this fuss is about. He decides to meet them halfway, because once Goddess Yu also came to the stream, then he will now show how he plays. The guy installs a camera that only shows his hands. A professional athlete evaluates his aesthetic hands. She immediately realizes that she's playing against a real hunk, so she's happy to have joined him as a friend. The audience just can't believe their eyes. They realize that these are definitely men's hands, and they beg him to turn on the webcam. The guy doesn't know what to do. At the same time, a girl is watching Zhang Hao's stream in the office. She notices that if they sign a contract with this newcomer on the platform, then they will row money with a shovel because he has a lot of money on his hands. The stream already has 1,700,000 people. After finishing the stream, the hero decides to ask Loon tomorrow how things are going at school. Friends, they meet in a cafe. Zhang Hao immediately asks the blonde about the current situation. The same, he answers. The crowd is already smaller today. He assumes it's because they didn't catch him yesterday, so some did not come today, although there are still enough girls. Hero understands that a celebrity in the internet space is quickly disappearing, so tomorrow he will probably be able to go to school, but it is worth putting a hat on his head just in case. Mon decides to find out what Ha Hao has been doing for 2 days. The same honestly says that he wrote his own Roman, yes, stream spent. The last words make the guy jump up from his seat and run into the door. An interlocutor with a bunch of questions, because he could become even more popular during this time and earn a lot of money. The hero covers the blonde's mouth with his hand, silencing him. Zhang Hao admits that yesterday he just tried to stream for the first time, and there was nothing. He did not sign a contract with the streaming platform. At this point, he gets a message on his phone. A message asking them to contact their manager quickly to sign a contract, obtaining rights and privileges as a blogger due to the fact that his popularity has reached an exemplary level. Zhang Hao freezes in place, so the blonde man rushes to find out what's going on. The hero tells his friend everything as it is. The harrier rejoices for the friend, calling. It was faster to get a contract. And he always knew that such a handsome man was destined to become popular. And when he becomes a star and rakes in money with a shovel, he will be able to buy whatever his heart desires. The hero also notices that now he is a simple schoolboy, so if it affects his studies, then he will definitely be killed. Besides, if he becomes a celebrity, he won't. He will be able to have his own personal space, because he will know every little thing about it. The blonde one offers to lead a friend stream in a mask, because so it will only warm up the interest of viewers, and he just needs to sing and dance in front of the camera, and people will send him gifts themselves. Zhang Hao notes that he leads game streams, so you can do without a face. He emphasizes that he will try the friend option later. They leave the restaurant, but Papa Danitz, he feels that someone is sitting on his tail. For this reason, he tells a friend what he needs in a supermarket that would make it impossible for him to go with it. The blonde man runs home, asking Zhang Hao to be his friend. Careful. After that, the guy asks the 2 pursuers to get out. A few girls come out of the corner. Their main thing is that the guy is a real ladies' man, and he is, just like the picture she took. The girl says she will take care of him. The hero is the same, decides to find out who he's dealing with.